Hello, man. Hello, Mgtows. Today we'll be coming from peaceful and sunny Cleveland, Ohio, the lake shore, the north coast of Ohio. Thanks a lot, man, for showing up. Hello, whiskey stills and tumbleweeds. Enjoying your stuff this week. Hello, Joey Aragon. Hello, Lewis. Hello, John Kramer. Nobody is in yet, but I'll take it from here. And today we'll be coming from the peaceful and sunny shores of the north coast. Yes, yes. This broadcast will be sponsored by Jumbo Flakes, Jungle Flakes, and MGTOW Flakes. Not really. We don't have a sponsor. I don't think we'll ever have a sponsor. That's a ridiculous idea. I was thinking about mindful meditation this morning a little bit, the lizard brain. So I just put in lizard people as bait words. Hello, Veritech Ace. Veritex Ace will be on the spot with any information I may screw up with or need on the spot. Hello, Veritech. Waiting for somebody to come in. I invited Shining in, like always, my co-partner here, and I invited the MGTOW Messenger in, but I think they're probably busy. It's Mother's Day. Mother's Day in Cleveland, Ohio. What does that look like? I'm sure all the Applebee's will be filled at noon today. And I'm sure all the Olive Gardens will be dishing out free bread for the girls. And we'll see happy couples eating pasta and free bread. And that's somewhere to avoid today. Don't go out to the Applebee's. Don't go out to the Olive Garden and things like that. It will just be an awful, awful, terrible sight. And probably the local pub or that's what I did notice. I used to notice a lot. There was never no couples in the local pubs around this time. You can probably get a good fish fry or something like that in the local pub without having to deal with all that gynocentrism. Gynocentrism is in the air today. Yes, it is. It's just dripping. You go out there and you will be able to feel it in the air today. And probably lizard people would be a good topic for today. Lizard people, where did they come from? Did the government bring them down from the moon in the 1969 space mission? Was that why they went up there? I don't know. Though some people say that. Some people say lizard people came out of Mel's hole. You can type in Mel's hole and take a look at that. It's actually an awesome spectacle. They have this big hole somewhere in Montana or something. It's just a hole in the ground. It's just a natural hole, and you look down, and it never seems to end. And that's where they say that lizard people came from. But I guess every country has its own lizard people. And the myth about this is they work their way into government, and they become Bill Clinton and George Bush, and even Obama was. Said to be a lizard people. I haven't heard much lizard people stuff from the Trump fans or the anti-Trump fans. Is Donald Trump just another space alien gray lizard person? We'll find out on this episode of Traversable Asceticism. So how are you guys doing? What are you guys doing today? What are you doing today I was going to plan a fishing trip myself today, but my son's out fishing today, so I can't do that. He took his mother out fishing. I was a little confused about that for a while yesterday, but I've learned to live with it. Hello, BY. Oh, barbarism. That's a great name. We get a lot of guys with great avatars around her. Hello, Greg Silverado, and I'm just waiting for someone to come in. Maybe I'll start inviting people. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just continue talking about space creatures and lizard people and stuff like that. I don't know. But today was mindful meditation. Do you mindfully meditate? Do you do those things that you need to do? Separation from the lizard brain is why we mindful meditate. If you ever do any meditation, you'll know that meditation does one thing for you. It does a scientific thing too. It reduces the swelling and the size of the gray matter between your temporal lobes. Did you know that? Did you know that? Mindful meditation. It's why we meditate, and that disconnects you from the lizard brain, all those things that your lizard brain has pre-programmed for you, and these emotions and those sudden actions that you do that you don't know why you did. One of those sudden actions you do is has to do a lot with mating and sexualization and the way you think about the world, and that you just do it. Why do you just do it? Well, the lizard brain does that for you. The lizard brain is part of the subcortex down your neck and up to the. It's just a little bulbous area at the top where your spine meets your actual brain, and that's what we use in Mgtow, our actual brain. Men's brains and women's brains are different. They operate very much differently, although some people will tell you that that's not true, but we know it is true. You can look at any what do you call those, imagery from the brain, and see that men's brains light up all over their brain. They're using full or more of their brain. Women's light up between the two lobes more and outwards, but not on the left hand side or right hand side. It's right hand side. I think it's, yeah, because there's a pituitary gland over there that men use more to stop their thinking, to disconnect from all that garbage that comes through, so they can momentarily pause and actually think about what they're going to do. Mindful meditation enables us to spot things like rumination. And I want to talk a little about rumination. When you first come into Mgtow, most of the time you're going to be ruminating about a few things that happened, a few things that you've noticed, a few things that excited you. Some guys will have very horrible stories. Some guys are just going to be wondering why the hell things aren't working out for them. This process of mindful meditation stops the process of experiencing original emotion. The original emotion comes from one place. It comes from the lizard brain. That gets overwhelming when you're sitting up at night. When you're sitting up at night and you're ruminating, I call it ruminating. I think most professionals call it ruminating. A little mindful meditation causes you to pause and stop. Do a little deep breathing with that, and it slows down your thinking and helps if your gray matter area in front of your two temporal lobes are overworked. It gives it time to decompress and de-swell. And just the more you do this, the more the connections there get closer. It's not such a excitable thing when it happens. You connect with the rest of your brain and you start breathing nicely and you start focusing on things. And this is what we do in Mgtow. We talk a lot about doing those deep introspections. But what we're really talking about is mindful meditation, and mindful meditation is purposeful. It's when you're mindful of yourself, you're mindful of your body, and you're mindful of your soul. Or whatever it is you perceive as your soul. I really don't know what that thing is. I think the moral animal is just that. We are moral animals, and we're the only animals that do have morality. I'm pretty sure Dougie out there would eat my dog's Dougie. His name's Dougie. If I would die on the floor, I would become food for him. Although if a human died on the floor or a dog died on the floor and a human loved it, I don't think the dog would become food for the human. We are moral about those things. We don't do cannibalization. We don't do certain things that other animals do. We are mindful meditators and moral animals. It's what separates us from the rest of the world. It's what separates us so clearly from the rest of the universe. What happened there? We often ask ourselves. But with this mindful thing, sometimes it starts going a little overboard. It starts becoming tedious. We don't slow down. We're always thinking. We're always ruminating. What if I did this? What if I did this the right way? What if I did this the wrong way? What if I would have did this better? We ruminate about the past. We ruminate about the future. We worry about our future, and that's when we got to slow those things down. Slow your roll, mind. You know, come on, let's get that under control. Uh, we see most of the world running around in a frenzy most of the time, and they're oversensitized, they're desensitized. Oversensitization leads to desensitization, by the way. Um, they're just running on no actual thought. They're just running on natural lizard brain, and we see the simps do that a lot. And it's FFF, FFFFF. That's all they want to do is pump something. They would pump anything, and they call it natural. We call it unnatural. What they say is desire. We say is a sickness, a sickness that is out of control. Uh, there's 2 points of view to look at this thing. Um, Yeah, Trav, I need Zeta. I should invite Zeta in. It's been such a long time since I've talked to my friend Zeta, and I know he has Sunday work and everything. And this does seem like one of the episodes when me and Zeta would kick this around for a long time, don't we? But mindful meditation is important. It helps you out in all those things. Like so often me and Zeta did during the years that we did our podcast, that we kicked around things like this. So mindfulness is a skill. Uh, it's not something that you automatically get. It's a skillful activity that you're going to have to most likely work on. It's like basketball or football for mindfulness. This type of thing needs practice. It involves going deep into your thoughts and your feelings and looking at yourself, and that's a hard part for most people to do. That's why I say sweep your side of the street before you come into doing this thing, and get all those things in order. Sweep your side of the street. Get your thoughts and your thought processes and your feelings and all those things under control, and then you can go into the mindful, more intense introspections and the breathing and the focusing that's necessary to have here in Mgtow. Um, there's a lot of things to talk about in that. There's a lot of things to look at, sweeping our side of the street. You hear me say it all the time. There's purposeful reasons why I say these things. Because at the end, the product that you become, the man that you want to be, um, that comes out of Mgtow, that comes out of this. At least my program, a lot of the programs that the other cats are running don't quite go into awareness and how to be aware and the difference between awareness and that. And there's a stepper program, sort of, I do, because that's the way I think. That's the way I do things. I'm not going to give it to you all at once and just say, hey, you guys got to meditate, without giving you, a lot of the reasons why we do these things, a lot of reasons why I say these things, and sometimes they're funny and sometimes people miss it. But what mindful meditation and introspection really does, I'll rehash for the people that came in late, is it reduces the size of it reduces any swelling. It gives your brain time to fix itself. It reduces the size of the gray matter in between the two temporal areas for a man. That's a problem. We often hear the word bitch brain. Bitch brain is too much gray matter in between your two temporal lobes, and you start thinking with too much feelings and too much emotion and too much of all that stuff, which is the same thing as being a psychopath or a autistic child. They don't never slow that stuff down. They're always flailing their arms around and yelling out, if they hear a certain thing, if they hear a siren, if they hear a horn, a beep, they can't stop. Just stopping, refocusing, recharging your cognitive power. That's what we talk about in here. You zoom in on it. We can use a lot of terms, we zoom in on these things. It gives you the ability to zoom in and zoom out on certain thoughts. It's like basketball, it's like football, it's like hockey, it's like anything else men do. It takes a little practice, and that's why we do it around here. We practice a little at it. Is anybody actually in the room yet? No. So I don't think we're going to have any guests today, and it'll just be me dribbling on about lizard people and comfortable shoes. I'm just kidding. I don't do those. I just put those things up to bait you guys in. Like I need to bait you guys. And the same people are going to show up every week, and we're going to talk and chat about whatever we want to talk and chat about without the opinion of anybody else. Being a human, there's a lot of things that are thrown on you. I mean, I wish it was more like being a dog and someone put a bowl of food out on for me every day. And I was like, ooh, 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 thanks for that. And then I go and outside and lay there and take a nap. And that was all great. And I just did what I wanted to do and laid around on the couch, and that would be easier. But you are a human, and there's a lot of stuff that's going to be thrown on you, and you start. I was thinking about that. We have the skeptic bunch out there and the atheist bunch, and all that garbage that was going on, and with the Lacey Green bunch out there was just fascinating. She's about as smart as a fucking piece of fruit, and that woman's really out there. But she was talking a little bit about getting in touch with your animal, I think. And I was like, oh my God, that's the way those people talk. Like dogs, like a dog. My dog likes to hump on his own special little bunny I bought him. He likes to push that across the floor and hop on that like a dog. And that's what I equate those people to, because they really don't have no capacity to turn that off. And you can look at Lacey Green and kind of tell that she's a little autistic most of the time. When I was growing up, we used to recognize those things in people, and because there was bad qualities that came from them, they didn't have the ability to go deeper in thought. They didn't have the ability to think about the human animal as a moral animal. Most of their thoughts were just driven by their lizard brain, and that's what they were always going to be in life. And we were mindful of that, to put those people aside as us real men and women that adventure out into this lifetime with true responsibility and accountability for our lives. We were going to have to eventually probably pull the weight on for a lot of those people. But nowadays it's so accepted, and every kid's a special child or a special snowflake. Those kind of people kind of dwindle into the YouTube sphere, and you can look at her and generally tell she's autistic. We would have put that aside. But that's different time, the 1970s. And oh my God. Let me turn that off. Sorry about that, man. Chris Ra has called me. He probably wants in. But I don't. Oh my God, I gotta turn this off. And that's the sound of the irritating sound of the Hangout ringer. You hear that? It's just buzzing like crazy. Sorry about that. We'll continue here, and as soon as I catch my bearings from that. Other forms of there's a lot of different forms of meditation. You can do sort of the Buddhist type of meditation. I think right here in Mgtow that we're sort of developing our own sort of way of doing it, and we're developing our own sort of way of doing it for a reason, because we see more logically what needs to be done and what needs to happen with us, and we have to disconnect from the lizard brain and start running on actual thought rather than all those things that are embedded into us as sort of a pre-program. That actual thought is the actual thought that can make a difference in most of your decisions in life. So we do mindful meditation. I think it's more mindful meditation. There's a lot of different types of meditation. There's Buddha meditation. There's like Christian prayer. I don't know if Protestants do about the same as the Christian prayer, but they say it's different, so they're special and unique kids. Uh, that's what that revolution was about. They wanted to be special and unique kids in England. Um, then you have Lutherans and all those. They do a sort of meditation in their same way. Most religions, most systems of higher thinking. Now, even when you go to a college, you're going to experience the library thing where everybody's just kind of doing meditation and they don't realize they're doing meditation. But with that, though, you take a few books and you just kind of read and you doze off for a little and you're in the quiet space that they give you. And some days I've spent, 7, 8 hours just kind of going in and out through a book and back around and through it again, just mindfully, trying to take them thoughts in. And so institutions do it. And I don't think our government system has any kind of mindful meditation area where they can collect their thoughts at. They would probably say that was some kind of religious thing, and then we'd have big protests, and we have the atheists and the skeptics and the cultists and the Antifa and the anti-Antifa people and the anti-atheist cult people all complaining on the streets and fighting if the government would put a place of sort of mindful meditation in their government buildings where the employees can actually go think about what they did. Yep. Yeah, that's what would happen. There would just be much turmoil about that because that's what they do. That's what they do in Americas and most countries now. They complain about everything. That's the childish kid out there. Every child has the ability to complain about everything his parents does. That's where we get skepticism. At least that's where Jung says we get skepticism from. The earliest form of skepticism will be a rejection of everything your parents are. Just because you're an immature little child, you can't see the value in some things. And that's what we see running around this place. That's what the Lacey Green thing's going to be about this week. Or if she ever does it, it'll be a bunch of immature children, skeptics, complaining about everything because they have no original thought or original values in their heads. So they'll just do the skeptic thing, and that's what children do, and that's what we can expect them to do. But here in Mgtow, we look a little deeper into a lot of things. Nobody's coming in today. That's really weird. Maybe I offended everybody this week. I tried to equally offend everybody this week. I did pick up some viewers this week, which was rather weird because I can be rather offensive. So I picked up, I can't remember how many I picked up. Maybe 8, 9, 10, 11. That was the first time in a long time that I stopped losing viewers and started gaining viewers. I usually hover around equal now. For reasons. It's hate MA. Everybody hates MA. God. Traversable GA singles wanted in. Shingles wants in? Okay. Do you want me in, Trav? Somebody can come in if they want. I was just waiting around to see if actually anybody else was going to come around. I don't see MA around, and I don't see STO around. I don't see Shining or Messenger around. Let's see about Shingles. We can SH if you come up. That's a INGLES. Let's see if you come up. Yet. You have. Oh, there you are. Yeah, you always come up. SFM used to come up way down on the list, and until I actually invited him in a few times, he moved his way all the way up that list. Now I have to do is put S and SFM comes up, and that's great when that happens. Shining, it's actually Shining, then SFM, and then when I punch in M, Messenger comes up, and I punch in. All I got to do, I love that the way, but Google used to hook up everybody where they kind of knew, and it takes a little while. Now this new system is actually slower than the old system. And I don't know why it is. I think it's the new system. Even when I opened this thing up today, I typed it in and then I hit the button to open to put this podcast up on the air, and they said, no, you can't open this podcast because you have no right to open it. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. Let me get my earphones plugged in here so we don't echo, and then we'll give you a little sound test. Okay, I got my earphones in now, and I can actually hear you. How you doing, Shingles?
Hey, how you doing, Joe? How's my sound?
Oh, good. Yeah, sounds great. You have a great sound. That's always a good thing.
I guess I'm just lucky.
You're just lucky. Yeah, that has a lot to do with your connection. A lot of people live in rural areas, but I don't seem to have too bad a problem. I do live in a rural area, and the most we can get out of a line around here is 4 maps.
Oh, Jesus. My God. Yeah, it's just if you live in like mountainous regions and places with lots of like valleys and peaks and stuff, it can be quite difficult, certainly. But I'm lucky. I live in the middle of a city, so it tends to be easier for me, and people.
Yeah, I kind of wish that I would have kept my house in Cleveland, downtown Cleveland. I used to own a house in downtown Cleveland, and that was the house I bought. It was a double, and that was one of my first houses when I first got out of the Army. I bought that, and then I got rid of it, and I was like, man, if I would have kept that house, I would have been able to do that from there, and I would have 100 maps guaranteed.
Yeah, there's advantages and disadvantages to everything, really, isn't there?
Yeah. But then I would have had to take care of kind of be mindful of that area. That was a really awful area. That was like east side Cleveland, where you don't really want to not lock your doors.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah, so there's ups and downs, but they have great Chinese walking distance.
They have what? Oh, they have great. Oh, I got you. Know. Yeah, they have a great like a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, Chinese restaurants.
Oh yeah. Oh man, they're good. I mean, like it's obviously like not what they do in actual China. Like it's like a replica, but still, it's still pretty good, man. I don't care what anyone says, but you cannot beat the sauce they put in chicken chop suey. Oh man,
yeah, that stuff is great. Yeah. My son, he reminds me. He's like, Dad. Every once in a while, he'll just look up and go, Dad, remember? It was called Minghua's. It was just really racist, but but he goes, Dad, you remember that Minghua's chicken they used to make down there? They used to make this great chicken. It was chicken with gravy over it, and they used to use actual. I live away from even though we have the lake right here and everything, we don't have a port anymore, and that's the thing you need to have great Chinese restaurants, because you get the fresh leeks and the fresh vegetables if you get the porks. Right. And Cleveland has a port. So in the inner city of Cleveland, you have all the fresh vegetables and the fresh leeks and the fresh onions they need and all that. But and then I did a research project on this, because I used to live a little ways in from Norfolk, when I used to be in the Army, on the Army base around there. And then Norfolk was great because you got all the vegetables and everything in that port. But we did a research project. Anytime you live 40 miles away from a port, the Chinese food will diminish in quality.
It makes sense. All right, certainly. But yeah, it's 40 miles. It's a very specific number, isn't it?
Yeah, we boiled it down to a very specific number. We did this research, and this was a real life research project that we did with the University of Richmond when I was down there. Cool. I was just wondering, this is one of the things, how college kids at that age, they get curious about shit.
Oh yeah.
The weirdest shit. So we all started doing the driving. Like we all like going to Chinese restaurants and everything. When I was out on the base and stuff, we were like, yeah, what's the best Chinese? We noticed at a certain area and a place. What was that? There was a mall that had great Chinese food, and as we get closer to Norfolk area, it was that really great Chinese food. But as you got back into Petersburg and then out towards the country rural areas. And there was Triangle Marine Base around there. And what was over there? Leesburg and down the park areas there. They have a big park area that runs. It's Battlefield National Park, where the Civil War, a lot of the Civil War took place. And that's what we did. We did that like, okay, we graphed and charted it like eggheads.
I bet you felt real smug.
Yeah, and then we decided that this was the specific number, that if you're because there's real reasons for this too, and we kind of figured out the real reasons, because after 40 miles they have to start freezing shit to deliver it.
Yeah. So it takes more than like it's like an overnight journey, I suppose, from the day it comes in.
Yeah, and then it has to go to a distribution center, and it sits. The vegetables sit, and most of them perish after that. And then it goes to a distribution, and then those things that people make fresh, that you can get like in the inner cities and stuff, those little, the chicken chunks, the breaded chicken chunks. After 40 miles, they have to start frozen them and delivering, and that takes away from the quality. The vegetable quality goes on, and then you can taste it in the food.
Absolutely, yeah. You can.
So that was Joe's. I never wrote I don't think any of us ever wrote an actual, synopsis about that. But I think it dissipated. Something happened at that time, and we got broke up. And then, but I should do that after all that research. I probably still have the papers around here somewhere. I'm a little pack rat. Those sort of things I just stick away, and then I tag them with a paper clip for future knowledge. I used to be a bit crazy when I was like a teenager. Like I used to have like different like things that I'd like to research, and I'd just start ripping out just random pieces of like A4 paper and putting them into like different folders. And as the months would go by, I'd see various articles, like in the newspaper or in the library, and I'd start collecting all sorts of stuff. And I've been moving house like quite a lot, like all my life, for reasons beyond my control. And it's every time I move, it's like, oh shit, I got that big box of papers. I'm like, oh no, that big box of clippings.
And it keeps building every time I move.
Oh, yeah. I had a project going like that, and it actually came in handy one day in Mgtow. I was researching government corruption, and I had to do local papers because they don't talk about government corruption a lot outside, and like on the internet here, you can see high profile cases. But the place to look at that is you have to start getting all the what I did is I started getting all the how just the small towns have the paper.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Sure, and then you get your small town paper. So I started getting all those small town papers, and then I started noticing the real stories.
Yeah, like like the ones that like sort of like missing, like not like missing person cases, but just just small like peculiar petty crimes and things, I suppose.
Right, petty crimes, and most of them deal with the petty crimes that your local government does. Like Sheila May, it'll read something like Sheila May is a longtime worker of Lorain County, whatever, blah 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 blah, was caught stealing computers, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then I noticed how corrupt most government agencies are. I started clipping those out and put it in a little folder and put them in. My sister started arguing with me. She said, "Joe, you're so into that stuff. Doesn't happen." And I was like, whoa, wait a second. And I pulled that file out, and I was like,
absolutely. It's like, bam. Yeah. It's like, no, Joe, you're reading into it too much. You're too cynical. It's like, fucking no, I'm not. Here's the evidence.
Yeah, I'm not cynical. Just start doing that. You can do that on the internet now, but you have to change your Google settings if you get Google, and then you just start changing it to or you start typing in the small town news, and you hit it, and you'll get all the news from the small town. Like you can get your local town's news, and I can get my local town's news, And
Yeah.
the local paper in that area are usually hooked up. We got two of them. One's called the Journal and one's called the Chronicle. Probably every city in the world has something called the Journal and the Chronicle.
They're very generic names, yeah.
Yeah, they're very generic.
We
and
got
then,
like the City Tribune and all
the
this sort of
Tribune,
stuff,
yeah,
and
yeah,
all
the
this. You know,
Tribune.
they're very common. But
Yeah, what are
oh
some of
yeah,
those names? The Journal, the Chronicle, the Tribune, the Independent, the you know, so they're all
yeah, yeah. The
yeah,
Business
but
Post
the
and all this.
Post, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. You have a list of about 10 names you have to choose.
yeah.
You can't name it something like you know,
Like,
original.
no, no, you guys got like like a big one obviously is the New York Times, but we
Yeah,
got, of course, guess what, the Irish Times.
the
Oh, you
Irish
know,
Times.
big bloody deal, you know. It's like as if I bet they're up all bloody night thinking about that one, you know.
Oh yeah, I like reading the Irish Times once in a while. I go into the Irish Times a lot when I wanted to. One of the things that's funny in Ireland there that you can't get some public information.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing about Ireland is that, and I'm sure it's, Jesus, there's a load of sirens going out on our, Jesus, there's like 7 like police cars just after going by my window there.
Heard of that? Yeah, yeah. What, the IRA started up again?
Yeah. Oh man, Shucky Erla. No, it's actually a bunch of cyclists. Would you believe? I'm after seeing about 20 or so cyclists, and there must be like a race or something. But I don't know. That's really cool.
That's
Pretty cool.
cool.
You see, I live by like a seaside, kind of like a town, and
Okay.
it's quite often the case that they go through my town to get out to the mountains and stuff where there's lots of like rolling hills and things, you know. But yeah, it is true. Like going back to what you were saying, Joe, about like the fact that a lot of information, you know, particularly I would say in smaller countries, isn't so easily accessible, which doesn't at all surprise me, you know, because like I'm sure it's the same like where you are in Lorraine, or Ohio and stuff, like where everyone knows everyone, and like despite the fact that we've got a population of like 4.5 million, you know,
Yeah.
pretty much everyone still knows each other, and like everyone's cousins, and you know, you kind of can't say anything to anybody without it spreading like wildfire.
Oh
So
yeah. That's like the same thing around here. We got to watch
yeah.
out with our neighbors and everything.
So
But
by definition, like, yeah, go. Sorry, man.
if you get into Cleveland, there's like what in the Cleveland area. Cleveland's a very small town if you look at it demographically. If you look at it as a town, but demographically between Medina and Lorraine down to, if they classify it like that, it gets very dense, and there's like 4 to 6 million people in that dense area in the suburbs. And
That's a lot.
yeah, so public information and people knowing each other is out the door. But out here, like once you leave that area and go into the next county over, it's very small. And we every time I look at the paper, you guys hear me once in a while reading the paper while I'm doing this to see what's happening, and I'll go, oh, I know him, and I know him.
Yeah, my goodness.
Yeah, but the public information in Ireland is different. Now, I was researching something I was going on, and there was a story that came out of Ireland a few months ago that was interesting to the manosphere, and you guys have a totally different system, and it's not that you can't get the information; you have to request the information.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. All right. Again, like I wouldn't be terribly up on my say, like what would you call it? Like not like news in general, because I keep up to date with that. But just like, yeah, well, the sort of like the so-called like current affairs that go on. Because I'm kind of constantly, well, I'm not constantly moving, but my family has never really settled down in one location, you know, in the city that I'm in. So once we get settled, we'll begin to find out more. But yeah, a lot of stuff you've to request. Let's say, for example, just any sort of like public information, like, you know, like who owns that like site, or who owns that like piece of land. You can't really just go into an office and ask you to send emails, and it's a big long process of like administration, and it goes without saying that those sort of protocols are in place to keep people in jobs. You know?
Right. Yeah. 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 That's what I noticed because I was looking for the information and then there was a little note on the article that if you wanted to, you would have to call this person and there was something they called it. I can't remember what they called it. Fill out a form and submit
Mm.
the form, and then they would send you the information just so. And I was like, oh well, I don't want to go through all that. And then
Which is, yeah, this is it. You see, it's just like throw people off. It's like, because like they say, well, if he's really bothered now about that, he'll go through the process. But
he
it's
will go
it's
through the
like a,
process.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, 'cause you can find out if you really want, but they're trying to make it as difficult as possible, even though it isn't that difficult. It's just that
No.
it just throws a lot of people off the ascent, But,
Yeah. Yeah. Now a lot of people when they first deal with the government in the United States with Social Security and stuff like that. You get on the line with the Social Security, and then they automatically put you on a 15-minute waiting list,
right.
and that's purposeful. And I thought about this because I used to have to call for my mother and everything all the time when she lost her mental capacities and everything, and it was
Sure.
frustrating for me at first. And then I
Oh,
realized that they do this for a reason because the people that just want to call and complain and bitch and ask something stupid, though, that gives them a 15-minute break out of their life where they can do the mindful meditation about what they're actually going to ask.
sure, sure. The thing is, like, I mean, I suppose really, like, whoever made that rule, they finally caught the man. Like, it's like the average American complaint is, I would suspect, so trivial and just so beyond stupid
Yeah,
that but like just because of the sheer population there, like, through like what's like 320 million people. So
yeah. There's
is,
three.
I don't know if it, like, if it's different like in each state, or else if it's like a common thing across all 50 or so of them, like that 15-minute time span is implemented. I don't know.
Yeah,
But yeah, but no, it's good that they do that so people can like actually gather their thoughts and
yeah.
they can
Gather
actually like
thoughts.
and remember why they actually called in the first place.
Yeah, whether they were being emotional or whether they actually had a question that dealt with their case. You know.
And that was it. And what that was, and that the answer to their query had to be answered by somebody in the know. In other words, that you couldn't. I'd say they get so many calls where
Oh yeah.
people could easily just like research the information themselves, and there would be no need to get a second party involved. That annoys me so much when people ask
Oh
other
yeah.
people for things that they could
They
have
could have.
found out themselves.
Yeah, they could have just did a little research, and that takes us back to independent P guy says today. What's the main topic today? And it's mindful meditation and lizard people because that the lizard people part was a joke because mindful meditation has a lot to do with the lizard brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of guys don't why we do these things and why we do these things in order. And Mgtow is to get rid of what I call bitch brain.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think it's I think some people are just have a larger predisposition to being like feminine minded, as Heartburn would say. But
Yeah,
like, but at the same time, if I think it can be worked on, and certainly if you have an aptitude towards being a bit more, like mindful about things, and you're actually just not willing to like jump the gun all the time, and you actually
yeah.
just take some time out to really understand what you're trying to
Understand.
get out of a
Yeah,
situation.
right.
It's indispensable for a peaceful mind, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Did you see how we work that into the conversation that we're having with the phone call about people? Just it gives you time. Do that
Yeah,
meditation thing and
that was
think
a lovely
about
way.
these things. Yeah.
That was a really
Take.
that was sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. No. I was just going to say there. That was a really nice organic way of bringing us back to the essential topic. That was well done.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You've been at this a while, Joe.
Yeah. People always talk about my rotary thinking.
Mm.
That's the way I do it. I always do that. That's what makes me a really good speaker when I get in front of people too. I am a really good speaker. That's one of the things I used to do
No,
very
you
well
are,
in
man.
life.
You're brilliant. No, seriously. You have a lovely, calm, relaxing voice. And sometimes I just like just to listen to your voice and I'm not even listening to what you're saying.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, yeah. The churches used to call me to do this thing I used to do, and back when I was younger, and I have a big stack of like thank you letters for doing that. Before I lost my mind and I was poisoned, that's kind of what I used to do. I used to run around and speak at churches and group meetings and stuff and talk about I can't even remember what I used to talk about. I just wing it pretty much. And but that's one of the things I was always conscious of. I had to, whatever I started with, I had to bring it all the way around, and that could take 45 minutes sometimes with me to bring it all the way around and land it on that very same spot. And then when you do that, everybody goes, "Oh, geez, he's a genius."
I'm sort of similar, like myself, or if I'm talking to somebody, I always generally, I'm not a big person for like just like random chit chat. I generally like to speak to people about things in particular, and sort of like I'll leave it at that. But like if I'm ever wanting to speak to somebody about something, or else they speak to me about something, and then if we go off like on a tangent, which often happens in conversations,
that happens.
I'm always the one to bring up, to reel it back into the central like reason as to what I was speaking to in the first place. And it could be like 20 minutes could have gone, and I go, okay, so David, and back to the fishing, you were saying we could go like next Thursday, and your man's like, oh yeah, that's right, yeah, oh yeah, shingles, no problem, I mean, I was like, oh, so see you then. So like, but we like, meanwhile we were just spent the last 15 minutes talking about, I don't know, like, hang gliding or something,
Yeah. I remember the teacher I had in the University of Richmond there. He's like, he would go down the the classrooms look, and they're big open classrooms, and
the tears.
He'd be like saying something, and he goes, "Did anybody have any thoughts?" And little Joey here was like, "Oh," and he's like, "No." He's like, "No, I know where you're gonna take this. I've been down this road with you before."
Oh, that's good.
So no, I didn't get called on too much. He's like, no. You just look at me and go, no. We're not going there today. Because I think like a Mgtow, I think I always thought like a Mgtow, like I'm going to take it far out and then reel it back in and do that thing I do. And that was, but that takes a little, like, back to the subject, mindful meditation. To do that, you have to think about things before you do them sometimes. And that's what we like to do here in Mgtow, is do that downtime. And that's so pleasant after you do it. I did like downtime this morning where I stopped, and I was busy. I woke up quite early this morning. I don't know why, because I stayed up quite late last night, and I got a nice, them quick 4-hour sleeps. Sometimes nice you just fall out, and then you just wake up, and it's almost like you're walking out of the bed when you wake up.
Yeah.
And you're like, whoa. Yeah, what happened there? I just kind of lost it, and then 4 hours later, I woke back up. And then those are the most refreshing sleeps, I think, where you just just nothing happens.
Yeah, it's interesting how it kind of happens. Like it's like I think it's almost like your body is like has reset itself, and it's saying to you, like, consciously, right, I'm ready to go ahead and plow on with whatever I was doing previously. Or like, I think with like sometimes that happens to me too, where I don't sleep like particularly, like I don't particularly have a long sleep for like a couple of nights, but like the week previously I was sleeping either an awful lot, or else while I was like active like during the day, I wasn't really like doing an awful lot of like mental stimulation. So it's kind of like you're recharged and you're just ready to kind of go into the next thing, I suppose. I don't know if that's relevant to you, but it's like your body's resetting itself or something. It's an interesting thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing. And then later, I woke up earlier and I started reading. Like I was trying to put this together and my thought process on that, and then I got like totally taken away somewhere else, and then I got busy, so I took a bike ride, and that's always my favorite time during the day. It was really kind of cold this morning too, and it was like one of those wet mornings.
Oh, it was like, was it like misting rain, and like it was like just like drizzling, or?
Yeah, it was misty. It was cold. It's damp. When you take a bike ride, it's like you're pushing through it too, so your legs start to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, sure thing.
It's like you're almost, and I noticed that when the air is light, that I can pedal all day when the air is light, but on those misty mornings, I get up to the store area or and I'm like, ooh, that was hard.
Yeah.
I have to But I should do a research project on that, and then like the air weight and how much actually more calories you burn during misty mornings than regular mornings.
That would be
But
cool, man. There's
that's
actually
a
a
different
paper.
day.
Sure thing. Yeah. Whilst we're talking about that, there one of my my physics lecturer. He actually mentioned. I asked him like, I was like, right, I'm going to go down to the shop. You see, it's quite a small college, so we all kind of like knew each other. So we're able to be informal around each other, which isn't particularly common in universities. But we were just there. We were just there in the lab, and I was saying to him, right. I'm going to go down to the shop. Should I walk or should I run? Because it was starting to like rain, you know. And he said, actually, it's funny. I read a paper about that one time. Whether like if you're in the rain, whether it's better to walk or to run.
Yeah, whether you could, yeah, how many less drops you? I did read a paper about that. About
Yeah.
everybody notices that as a kid, if you go out into the rain, some days you can avoid the raindrops, some days you can't.
Yeah. But sometimes there's this sort of rain, like it's dry rain. It's like it's raining, but you just don't get wet. And
You
then
just
there's
don't get
other
wet.
times then where it's again, I think it's to do with the humidity or something. There's something. There's some reason behind it. Anyway, it might be just like it's just sort of like a damp, like dew.
Yeah, that's what I was doing with this morning. That dampness, and I started noticing the spots where I should have been like free gliding on the bike,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, damn, I gotta grease these. And I just put both new I put new bearings in my bike, and I put new uh, axles in, and
Okay.
I greased them up nice because, and I noticed, wow, that's like this thing just goes real nice now. You can just glide for a long time now, and that helps you when you just to preserve your energy. And
Oh yeah,
I
definitely.
got out there this morning, and I was like, damn it, I was like, what did I do wrong? And it was nothing. And I said, oh, it's the atmosphere. You know, the wind was blowing against me too.
Oh yeah.
It's like, I
I
was
cycled. I cycled to work every like most mornings, and it's an absolute pleasure. Like the route I go, it's lovely when it's like dry and it's like not windy. But if it's like windy, oh man, it's a nuisance because I live right beside the sea as well. You know what I mean? So if
yeah.
the wind is blowing, I have to add like at least like 5 minutes onto my trip. You know, oh yeah.
Yeah, living by a large body of water. I live by a large body of water. I know the the mist comes off, and whatever, we get lake effect here, and people don't realize how big this lake is that I live on. It's a big lake. You know, it's one of the biggest lakes in the world, and
Oh,
and we get
oh.
the same thing. It's like, but sometimes it's just you get that like real cold, nasty, wet. And it only happens for like if I live down, sometimes I live down like 20 to 30 miles away from it, and then I move
Yeah.
back closer. I was like the total weather change in that 20-mile area up to the lake is could be it's day and night from the actual weather patterns that the government's telling you it's going to happen.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
Suckers.
Yeah, and I noticed like in the winter it doesn't get you don't get the snow in the early winter. You get the snow in the later winter because it melts before it comes off the lake,
Yeah.
and people don't understand that. But we do get like the lake effect snow later when the lake actually freezes over, and then
Mhm.
that's when you start getting that push off, and then that's a totally different thing that happens there.
Sure. Sure thing.
Yeah, it could be like snowing like a half a mile in all the time, and you're getting 3 feet of snow,
Oh.
and and the rest of the people are going, no, I'm not seeing that.
Nope.
I'm not seeing that at all. Buffalo gets it really bad. I feel sorry for those people. They live at the end of the lake, so there's 200 miles of lake that just comes off at them because it's just generally westerlies or easterlies. The wind from the wind stream comes west east here, and that's it. That's what happens.
Yeah, man, that's a lot. I mean, like you guys in America, you get such extreme weather. Like it's
Oh
like we're
God.
we're so lucky here in Ireland because like the main complaint is that everyone's just like browned off because it's just sort of constantly raining. But at least that's all it's doing. You know what I mean? Like at
Yeah,
least like
you get a constant weather there, don't you? It's
yeah,
like
yeah. It's just this like weather system of like low pressure constantly, more or less. It's just like what would you call it? Like spiraling along the Atlantic Ocean, and it just kind of pushes in, and then it goes down towards like Eastern Europe, and then it comes back up. But we're very lucky, really. It doesn't really like it's not that bad at all, really. But there's a lot of people in this country who suffer from like osteoporosis because of the constant damp conditions. You know,
oh yeah,
that would
yeah.
be like one of the main kind of complaints.
Oh yeah.
Sort of
You
from.
know what, one of the biggest things as a child, and an Irish child, um, that I had to deal with a lot, from the people from the Mediterranean, the Italian people, and the people that generally had a lot of more pigment in their skin.
Mhm.
Summertime, they would say, "Joe, you going out?" And I was like, well, "Going out? And there's a sun out there."
I'm trying to stay in, lads. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, are you crazy? If that shit hits my skin, I will burn
I'm
up.
a goner.
I'm a goner. I will have to deal with a hospital-like pain for a week if I go out in that.
No,
But that's
no after suntan lotion is gonna help me there. Help me there. I'm
yeah, you
gonna
can
I'll
put on
burn.
the
Yeah.
SPE like 10,000, and I'm getting burnt.
I'll turn into a crisp, lads. Yeah.
Yeah. But there was a sort of bigotry that was attached to that. The Joe would look at him sitting in the shade. I'm always looking for a shady spot, or if my decisions we were like where we were going, we're going to the ball field, or we're going to the woods. I'd go like, okay, we're going to the woods because I know there's going to be a canopy over me.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Lots and lots and lots of leaves.
Yeah, lots of leaves. Good leaves are good.
Oh. they, they enjoy sunlight. They actually trap it. I don't.
Yeah, I don't trap sunlight. No, nothing about me. Yeah, I trap a red pigment that hurts really bad.
Have you blue eyes, Joe? As if you do, you're screwed, man. Because that's the problem. It's like that's why plants are green because like it's like the middle part of the like visible spectrum.
Yeah,
So at that are like 5, 10 like a nanometer range, it's the most efficient like bandwidth of light that the plants absorb, and hence that's kind of why they're green.
yeah,
So like if you are white or you have like a lower concentration of pigmentation in your like on your skin, it's going to hurt you a lot more because
oh yeah,
because like you're just trying to like it's funny, it kind of works in reverse because if an object is black, that means that it actually has absorbed all of the light that is impinging on it.
yeah.
Whereas if you're white, it's the opposite. I'm sure you know this, obviously, but maybe like some of our listeners don't. But it's always like it's a fascinating concept as to why color, yeah, like actually is the way it is, and the fact that it is actually just an optical illusion, and it was done through, it was an evolutionary, pattern to help us survive, But it's funny, yeah, no, I look when you're going for a walk in the woods, if you get a chance, or if you have a choice between going for a walk in the woods or going out to the beach, yeah, definitely the former is the better choice if it's a really scorching day out there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sunlight. Yeah, my body was totally unused to that, and I had to learn a few times. And when you go out on the lake, go fishing or something, it gets like 100 times worse. And a lot of the guys would like, "Why are you wearing a flannel shirt and a cap on your head? Shouldn't you be dressing like we do for they would wear the tank tops and the swimsuits and everything. No, I'm putting on a flannel shirt with no t-shirt under it, and I says, no, I have to keep the sun off of me."
Exactly. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Some
So,
people
so
are
I look
crazy.
so I look like a dumb Mick, and they were like, "What's this guy doing?" So-
Yeah,
and then there
he's
was
really.
yeah, with that comes a social, like it's a bigotry almost. They're like, "Oh, he doesn't look like us. He doesn't do things like us," and there was reasons for that.
Exactly. Yeah. People don't like it when you actually think for yourself. You know what I mean? And it kind of, again, that goes back to the whole like introspection thing where you actually take it like, oh, because like when the weather's nice, everyone, like, particularly in my country here, where like once, if you get one fine day at all, like it's maybe like 20 degrees. So I don't know what that would be in Fahrenheit, but say it's around like 80 Fahrenheit height, like,
Yeah,
a reasonably nice day. Like, because like 100 is just like scorching. It's like 30 something. 30, but like a fever is like 102, isn't it? So that's
yeah,
like 39. So yeah, no. A nice 80 degree Fahrenheit day. Everyone's out on the beach and they're living it up, man. They've lost it. They're just losing their shit. They're out. They're have the wife beater on the first moment they get all the convertible cars, the bloody roofs come off. Oh yeah, they love it. And then the following day, then they come into work and they're all, oh, I'm so sore. I'm like, yeah, you bloody wonder why, like,
yeah. I called it all my life. I called it the accursed sun. It's like, no, I don't want that thing happening to me. And as I got older, I got a little more tempered to it. Your body does adjust a little bit, but still, no. My daughter, I remember the first time she had to go through it, and she was so mad at me. It's like she was like, "I hate being Irish." All my she gets burnt, and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry," because she got the blisters on her shoulder the one day,
Oh yeah, they're nasty. Yeah.
and they hurt, and it's like, and I'm trying to tell her how to handle this thing, and you certainly learn, being as white as I am, that zinc, we use zinc on it, and that usually takes care of it really fast. And you certainly learn those things. But I was like, honey, and then you have to explain to the kids why they can't be like the other kids.
Mm,
And it's like, yeah, that's a sad moment. And then you have to realize, but, hey, that's the way things are. Uh,
yeah,
but yeah. But you have to think about those and always keep mindful about that stuff.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
So who?
like not just jump into an activity without some prior, thought, or at least partial like consideration for the ramifications of your actions.
Right. Yeah. I remember days where, and my wife, right up to the end, she didn't understand this. She wants to go like to Cedar Point or Jogga Lake or one of those amusement parks that are out in the open and there's no shade, and she's wondering why I'm stressing this thing.
Yeah.
It's like and then she would yell at me for wanting to stay in the shade, and that was usually the only place the shade they provided for you was the beer hut. And then
Yeah, oh,
she'd make
yeah.
like an Irish joke, oh, you beer, you Irish people are all drunks, and why do you sit under the beer hut here and drinking beer? And it's like, well, the sun's out there.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's true. No, it's the sensible option, really. It's just common sense, I suppose, really. But I suppose just some people it's coupled with your personality too. I mean, like, to be honest, like, in fairness, if you don't mind me saying, Joe, it's probably the case where if the sun like wasn't out there, you might like to sit in the shade anyway. You know what I mean? But and I think a lot of people who stay in the shade, like when the sun's out, they tend to. There's a correlation in people's personalities and kind of what they're, which is why those who are like sun worshippers, they're bloody out there worshiping the sun. They're out there like getting their bloody tans and shit. And
Yeah,
I know this because they're just. I don't know. It's funny. It's a strange thing.
yeah. I used to envy my younger brother, uh, Annie. I don't want to, he got the olive skin. The
Oh
the
yeah.
and he would be able to go out and he'd always like kind of smirk at us, me and my twin brother, and
Yeah.
And they're like, ha ha, I got that olive skin. I don't know where that comes in. It's just sort of phase. Some Irish people get that olive skin that has more melatonin in it. And he was one of those kids. And
Damn, they're lucky.
yeah, damn, you're lucky, Danny.
I will get you. Yeah. I have I have like an Italian friend as well. Like but like he's Irish born, and again he's got that like I was gonna say like metallic. It's not metallic. That like you say that olive skin. It's just that lovely. I think it's the perfect shade really because it's not just this horrible pale thing like going on. It's a nice it's a good like protective layer, and it's exactly what you need.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah. So
it's good.
that's a nice thing, and but like you said, the weather in Ireland for our ancestry for 15, 20, 30,000 years or whatever is just 50 and cloudy.
Yeah.
Or 60 and cloudy. I don't really know what your area does, but 55, 60 and cloudy.
I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with the expression, but
Yeah, yeah, I do like those. A lot of people they don't go out on those, and then I find myself more enjoying when the when the fog comes off and it's 50 and a little damp. Uh, I find myself out exploring in the woods or going fishing and stuff on those days, and I don't see a lot of people on it. But that's cool because them are my time. I'm like,
yeah,
yeah, you guys don't
exactly.
like this, huh? I'll take it.
I'll show you, bitch.
Yeah, I like this time. This is
Yeah.
my favorite time of the year. It's like
I
sweater
could.
weather. Now, sweater weather is just, I put a dumb Mick, I'll put an Irish sweater on and be walking around out there in sweater weather, and there'll be nobody else. They're like, oh, it's cold.
Oh dear. Yeah. I mean, I was like, I just don't like the sun. I just don't like it, and
No.
like, I love just going on. Like, there's nothing worse to me now than going into town like on a nice like sunny day. 'Cause I know all the people are going to be out in their shorts and they're just not thinking and they're walking in front of you and they're just. I think their IQ drops like 10 or 15 points on a really hot sunny day. It's crazy,
Yeah, yeah, they
you
get
know.
sun-baked brain.
Oh man. Hey,
Hello,
Shiny.
Shining.
Greetings, gentlemen.
We were just talking about lack of melatonin in our skins.
Well, this is pleasant. Nothing better than a group of guys getting together to talk about the weather, as we say in England.
Yeah, to talk about the weather. Yeah, I was trying to keep it light today. I didn't want to do any of the MGTOW subjects, and I wanted to do mindful meditation
Well,
and just
Mgtow
keep.
can be light. I think it's a fallacy that Mgtow to be serious and glum all the time. I think most of the time, especially if you spend time with us, we are quite light-hearted most of the time. I think lately, maybe, there's been some rather grim and grey nastiness rearing its ugly head.
Right, yeah, that's when they poke the bear, and then they see how the bear reacts, and then they go, "Oh, that's like you. That you guys are like that." And we're not really generally like that. This is like what we usually do is like we talk about health, about meditating, about how we interact with our world, and
We just talk about stuff we do every day. It's
yeah,
only because I think maybe if you watch our videos, maybe it might sound, but our videos are for a very specific purpose anyway. We make our videos to address a very poignant, important topic, and quite often
yeah,
they're very serious, sadly.
Like we mean serious business, but at the same time, we're very, very calm, cool, and collected people, and at the same time, it's sort of like what am I trying to say? It's just like we're the people who you really need to look out for because like we're the kind of like the dark horse where it's like you don't think he's gonna pop,
you
but
don't think
then
it's gonna pop.
bang, you know what I mean? But it's like we're always kind of watching, but at the same time nice to just have again it just goes back to this having this relaxed rational mindset about things and like not getting too worked up all the time. It's not good for you.
After saying that, I wanna say a big shout out to obviously the two guys that are doing really well, to Staying Free, to Misanthrope. I know them guys have been working really hard. They've been pouring their hearts out. They've been bearing their souls. They've been on the podcasts day and night, obviously to try and help themselves to learn more from other guys, and also to help all those guys that on those lonely, cold winter nights can have the privilege of their chats to keep them company. And I know lately they might be getting a bit down. I know, being you guys, me and you, Joe, can attest to this. But when you get a lot of detractors, when you get a lot of negative comments, i.e. from SBI, i.e. from Deviant Squad, i.e. from the Eggheads, I know it can get you down. But I would say to them to, I told them to this morning to take a break, so that's probably why you don't see them in the chat. But they've earned a well deserved break, and
Oh,
I congratulate them too on their podcast. They're just booming, very popular now.
them boys, they're warriors, man. I mean,
Yeah, they
they're
go
like,
at it.
I'm sort of glad you stepped in, Shiny, because like they'd be on it again tonight. You know what I mean? they just hit it hard, man.
Well,
I mean, like,
they're exactly what we need right now. I know, after you go on for a while, you don't like to talk over and over the same points, but Staying Free, his energy, his indefatigability, Ma with his wit and his and some very excellent insight, which I think the eggheads, i.e. the TFMs and the Stardust, they don't have. You just don't get that type of insight that Ma has, and I don't mind saying it now, because obviously the two of them. They might be feeling down. I know there's a lot of guys making videos against Trav, against those two, but Trav, he's a hardened YouTube veteran, and those two are not. So these are just words of encouragement to the Staying Free Fight Club.
Yeah,
what I've loved about their approach is that they're willing to listen to advice and recommendations. So I'm sure they'll be listening to this in the next, like 24 hours or whatever, and they'll take it on board, Shiny. They'll say, "Yep, we're,"
You need that.
they'll be encouraged.
You need that, to be
Oh yeah,
any. I think I said this like years ago when people were trying to define MGTOW. I says one of the characteristics I've seen of all MGTOW is that they're willing to listen. No matter how strongly they feel about an issue, they're willing to listen to other guys. That's not so much of the case anymore. There's a lot of hard heads around now, but definitely I think you need the soft part. You need to be able to question. I mean, it sounds cliche, but question everything, and if that means some of your deep-rooted beliefs or lack of beliefs, I
then
think
so be it.
that's a very male characteristic. I think normally women, the very stubborn. I think that would be classified as a feminine characteristic.
yeah, feminine characteristics. That's kind of what we were talking about today. The bitch brain. Why the guys come in with bitch brain, and why they do that thing, and what they need to do to fix it. And hey, I got a phone call this morning from one of your favorite uh, YouTubers, Mexican MGTOW.
A phone call,
Lovely.
hang
Yeah,
out call.
hangout call, and he was parlaying for a peace between SPI and
Well, I have that piece. Why do people think there's a war going on? Just because Staying Free and Latino don't get on? Mind you, Latino says he likes he likes Staying Free. Just because
yeah,
it's Staying Free, and you know what? That's perfectly up to him. Every man is allowed to choose his friends. Of course, he is. If he doesn't
yes,
want to speak to SBI, nobody should be taking him to task, and nobody certainly should be attacking him for it. And I think that's where it's coming from.
yeah. So he called parley, and I had to obey pirate's law and come to parlay. And so we talked a little while, and he talked to SPI, and well, we came to a agreement. I don't know if it'll help or not, but hey, that's what we do in here. And
We don't really have anything against them anyway. I
no,
know Latino. He's called you out. He's called Staying Free. but he doesn't really have an argument. I know what's it? The words hypocrite was brought up, and the words MRA and stuff, but that's not really an argument. You can't say you're a hypocrite and then not say why. You can't say you're MRA. I mean, personally, I don't think there's anything ultimately wrong with being an MRA. It's just the Mgtow philosophy differs slightly from the MRA. That's all.
Yeah. Our philosophies in our group differ slightly, but we're allowed to have our different philosophies and our different way we perceive the world and how we interact with it, and those things that we do in this group, like this, we do the meditation and the introspection, and we in our group, and we're allowed to have our group, and that's what people don't understand is we don't have. So a lot of these guys will come with the opinion that we have to start taking girls into our lives.
You see, it started to get bitter. I mean, SBI, it was a bit of fun. I mean, I found it hilarious. SBI, it started to get bitter when they started to call upon the assistance of the Deviant Squad and of the Atheist Skeptic group. I mean, as soon as you bring in, what's that guy now? Valerian, Zoroastrian, whatever his name. What's his name? Zephyrinorian or something like that. And then you bring in Hairless Ape, and then you bring in all the other deviants, sexual deviants, and all the anti-everything guys and the atheist religious guys. Then it gets bitter. Then they start saying shit like, this guy needs to be dealt with, or everyone go and flag his channel. Let's try and take this guy out. It starts to get bitter then. But I mean, just with SBI, I don't think there was anything other than it was just a bit of
and of course their philosophy, they're doing the thing where they're trying to tailor Mgtow back, and they're trying to reword Mgtow because their brains are still in lizard brain mode, where they're still fighting with that inability to turn that off. And of course, the way they think is going to vary from the way we think, and we know that because we went through this, and we've been able to control ourselves. And that's what we always say here: just control yourselves with that deviant stuff.
VA says that he has something against him because he's one of those people that talk a lot of shit but doesn't know anything. Now the thing is, them guys are dangerous when they get big, like Stefan Molinart said, Sargon. When they get big, then people spreading around ignorance, spreading around hard-headedness. It starts to get a bit dangerous, and then people start talking about, okay, let's make a new alt-right movement. Let's try and get some bigger in. Yeah, it gets dangerous. But when you're like SPI, he's harmless. He's got like a few hundred subscribers.
He's got like 144 subscribers, I think, or 444 or something like that. And it's almost cute. And he's
funny. He's a funny guy, and he's learned a lot of lessons in life. I mean, he talks a lot, but he's learned a lot of lessons. He's not going to go around shooting people and beating people up because some idiot on YouTube told him to. He's just a guy. He wants to have one foot on a plantation, one foot.
He wants to stay in the plantation. That's fine, but that's not Mgtow, and that's what he needs to understand. That's not Mgtow. And trying to come, I equate it with like if a Christian guy would go into a Muslim synagogue or church or temple, mosque, and start saying, you guys, I like this idea of. But you guys got to change and just kind of change for me. And then they're like, well, no. And then if I'm on the other end, if a Muslim would come into a Christian temple, he would go, well, hey, have we ever thought about this guy or this entity that we worship? And you guys got to change for me. That would be ridiculous. And that's what he's doing.
Where it works is when they both walk into each other's place and they just have I don't know, have a dinner together, or they just go play football. That's where it works.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to investigate that, everybody's welcome. You can go in there and you can see what the other group's doing, and just don't say much and don't say anything offensive. Take it in, go home, think about it, and then go on your merry way. That's what I'm telling these SPIs and these blue pill guys is, if you come to our group, be quiet, take it in, learn something if you can. If you don't like it and it gets very irritating, leave. But don't sit there and poke back at the bear and say, the bear
exactly.
has got to change. You know,
Don't criticize what you don't understand.
don't criticize what you don't understand. Yeah.
You see, guys need to understand that generally everyone we speak to generally can get along just fine. It's only when you start talking shit like we need to go kill all these guys over, or like the skeptic atheist guys, for example, Zephanovian. I mean, the language he uses. He says that the Mgtows or the Mgtow monks are losers. They're mentally deficient. They're insecure asses. This is what he says because their morality is too high and mine's is perfect. That's That's his argument.
What's the equivocation between intelligence and intellect and morality, like depleted morality? I don't see it.
These guys, they don't have any argument except the ones they picked up from the other guys in their cult. Like Sargon, like Stefan, all these guys that they listen to. They jot down all their arguments and then they just use it. They just use it to bash everybody else, regardless of how appropriate and how accurate it is. They just use it. It's like a meme for them. A meme for everybody they disagree with.
Yeah, we've seen this with the Lacey Green thing come up this week. I spotted it. I don't know if a lot of guys spot it. She said, she did the thing like we're all in all, we're just animals. And I was saying, no, humans aren't just animals. We're the moral animal. We have morality. That's what separates us.
I can't believe people are still talking about that. People are still saying that human beings were just like animals. There's no two creatures. There's no two bipeds or there's no two biological animals more different than humans and or different than humans.
We are a different thing. We are a different entity. We are the moral animal. We are biologically an animal, I mean, in that sense. But, hey, we walk on 2 feet and we have this huge capacity to do syllogisms in our head and be moral.
There's so many things that human people need. I mean, even areas where modern science hasn't even gone into. I mean, things like if you put somebody in a prison, if you put someone in prison, like, but you fed them very well and you clothed them very well and you gave them all types of privileges and luxuries, but they couldn't leave that 4 walls. That person would still suffer. There would still be something wrong with that person. And whereas and animals, how they can live on Earth without any type of corrupting the planet, without having to to clothe themselves or to cook their food or to change the landscape. Humans and animals are just so different. Even
now that's we bring it back to the apes argument in its deviance and everything, and it's a dissipation of humanality, isn't it? When they do that, they're dissipating their humanality. They're not expressing themselves. Maybe they have an inability to express themselves and or articulate their thoughts like that, but they're dissipating. They're not growing, and that's what we're saying. When you think like that, when you boiled it down to the basic sense of you're just an animal, no, you've taken away so much. You've jumped so far off the field that you've made it into a skeptical argument rather than
it's an insult. I mean, why can't people see it's an insult to call someone an animal?
Yeah,
say you are an animal. But think about it. Imagine someone called you an animal. I mean, and they meant it. What if he was treated like an animal? Humans and animals are different on so many levels that it's an insult. We consider it an insult. But yet you get people like Lacey, whatever, and she's calling you an animal, and you're happy about it.
And they're happy about it. Yeah, that's like we've noticed this right away when we start getting the Art of K theory guys and everything, and they start saying like, "Oh, we're like bonobos and shit like that." No, I'm not. I have nothing to do with a monkey. I am so much more. I mean, I can look at my dog and see he's very freaking happy being the little moron he is, but I am nothing like him.
It's an insult. I mean, why? What? It's common sense. It should be common sense by now. I can't believe the skeptic atheists are still talking about people. I thought we moved past that. I thought.
But I suppose, sorry, I suppose like the argument kind of starts with the whole like genetic thing, where it's like, oh well, humans are 50% like genetically identical to
I
a
know.
banana.
I've heard
A
that.
banana. And
I've heard
this
that.
is sort of why.
But
Yeah, no, oh, no, oh, no, I'm not arguing against what you're
I know.
saying.
I know.
I actually agree, but I suppose like that's sort of the beginning of
But
where
that's
there's
not
sort
an
of
argument because human beings have got share 70% DNA with bananas.
With
Yeah.
the
Because
bananas, yeah,
DNA
and
with something
flora.
doesn't mean that's all living matter is made out of water.
Of course,
All living
and of
matter.
course, ultimately, what differentiates animals from human beings is the additional layer of like, I suppose, like complexity that we have. Because obviously, like we're all just empty space. Like obviously, like atoms are mostly empty space, and therefore everything is like empty space. So why then is a wall solid? You know what I mean? Like,
The point is, and the reason why people use this argument is because they think that human beings can act like animals, that human beings can be treated and compared to animals, but you can't make a society built upon the theory that human beings are just animals. You cannot, because
you cannot do that.
Anything goes.
Right, that's a dissipation of what we are. It's making us into less. And when they say these things, when I hear these subtle undertones from the ape and from Lacey Green and from the skeptical crowd and everything, we can actually notice from our point of view the dissipation of their morality. We can actually notice that they're trying the soft pedophilia, the humping on other men's legs, all that stuff, like a dog would do. And it's like, well, yeah, you guys, that's what we see because you guys have dissipated your morality.
And we have to bring this guy up. Like the guy, there's a YouTuber. He used to hang around Mgtow, and in his videos, he used to feature some of his dolls. Now they look like little girls' dolls, and if that wasn't weird, the little dolls with dresses and big eyes and anime dolls, they look like the type of dolls that a 6-year-old girl would have. Now, if that wasn't weird enough, these dolls are actually sex dolls. They're about 6 inches or between 6 and 12 inches long, and underneath their dress, between their legs, is a big hole that you're supposed to put your penis in. This guy, he wants everyone to accept him that he fucks these little dolls.
So you showed me that. I was so shocked. I didn't know that.
He knows who he is because he gets really upset that we pointed this out, and he's to this day he's still angry. Over a year later, he's still angry that we pointed this out. That his little dolls he's got in his room. This grown ass man, what is he, 34, 36 years old? He's got little girls' dolls in his room that he has sex with.
Yeah, we all know who that is.
Eric just pointed his name out.
Johnny just pointed it out. Just say it. We don't do those things in here because I'm not a weasel word person. But
the thing is, if you want to do that, don't tell us about it.
Don't show tell other men about video.
Don't make a video about it.
He put it in a thumbnail, didn't he? He put his doll on a thumbnail, and it's
don't want to know.
I don't want to know what you're doing with that piece of plastic. You're like my dog. You know what I got? I bought my dog this. I call it the humping bunny.
And don't get upset because we don't like it. Don't get upset because we're not willing to accept you talking about it.
Yeah. I bought my dog one of those things because he can't control himself. I don't have one because I can control myself because I'm a moral animal.
I don't know.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. We're just animals, so anything goes, really. I mean,
there's
nothing about unwrong.
That's why I see these simps and these guys like that. One day I just fully expect to be walking down the street and see one of them just doing it on a telephone pole. Like, oh man, I got such a sexual attraction to that telephone pole. It's like,
you see, that's the point. You see, we say these things and it sounds disgusting to us, but if an animal did it, nobody would bat an eye. If a monkey grabbed a little monkey dog and started humping it, nobody would bat an eye. Yeah. But because if a grown ass 2-year-old man like RGE, it's freaky.
It's
because
freaky.
we're not animals. When you can't superimpose an animal society on human society, and vice versa. You can't expect animals to act like people.
Right. You know what a good example of this was, and we just seen it lately in the press. They had that Women's Day march, and everybody was like, and that guy came out of the guy came out of the office building, and they just put that the statue of the little girl in Times Square. She's staring down to Meredith Bull, and the guy got on there and he started humping on that, and then they took the video, and this was a guy that worked in one of those big buildings down there as a financial director or something. And his girlfriend was giggling and laughing, and he was on top of that, like, "Oh, look, I'm," and I was thinking, man, what a disgusting piece of crap that guy is. But that's what they all thought that was cute in the deviant squad over there. The skeptics all were like, "Yeah, look at this guy here. He's like one of us." Yes, he is like one of you guys over there, the deviants, the skeptics, the atheists. He thinks exactly like you, and it's a disgusting display of animalistic humanality.
Do you know some guy that pointed out just how sick that cult is? And they are a cult. They've got their beliefs. They've got their blind beliefs. They've got their peers. They've got their rituals. They've got their they've got their hierarchy in there. One of their most prominent, and he was prominent for a while, that pointed out just the real problem amongst those guys was Moshi. When he came around and said the shit he said, people started to realize, oh, hold on, just a second. He's right. According to our principles, according to our religion, he's right.
Right.
But there's something not right about it. This all of a sudden something clicked amongst those guys. A lot of guys. Unfortunately, they still got a big following. And that Zephanorian guy and that whatever his name is, that idiot thinker guy.
They were. That's we take a look at those things, and we've seen it happen with Richard Dawkins, where he went into the soft pedophilia. We've seen it happen to Milo.
Wasn't Milo a nice disappointment, eh?
Yeah, it wasn't Milo a nice disappointment. He was part of the same skeptical atheist group, and it's the slow dissipation of humanity, and that's what they do. That's the way they think, and it's always going to be that way until someone like us, maybe they won't listen to us, or maybe they won't listen to me or that, but it's going to take a book being written by someone credible to say, hey, you guys stop doing this, because this is what happens. And then they're going to have to give all the scientific facts that we already know. It might take 100 years to get these people out of our society, but or at least get people to start thinking back like normal people. But this is what happened with the billboards in this section. I put those videos up for a reason, like I did this week with the pictures of how society, the billboards, the ads, all that garbage. It's a slow dissipation of their very souls, and maybe they don't see it. I don't know what they're teaching in those college universities now, but it ain't it ain't critical thinking, that's for sure.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, I'm just out of the 4-year cycle, and I mean, like, you think there's two of me in the room, but I just got like disconnected, and I don't know why. But I don't know. Will that like sort itself out?
Oh yeah,
but, oh yeah. Well, just kick one of me out.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can kick one of you out, but I don't know what's gonna happen to the other one of you.
It's my doppelganger. Yeah.
It'll go away in a few minutes. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, cool. Sorry. Yeah, but I mean, like, you would think that colleges teach critical thinking, but I mean, like, I'm just out of like a 4-year physics degree, and I mean, you would think that, my God, it's a STEM degree, it's it's good, and yes, it was definitely, but I mean, oh man, we had this like module. And I need to be reasonably careful about what I'm saying, because Ireland, it's a small country, so. But it was basically like, it was to do with the history and philosophy of science, and oh my god, I mean, the amount of feminist bullshit that was just pumped into that module was just I was irate after it. I was absolutely irate. And, oh man, I could talk all day about it, but yeah, like, critical thinking, my ass. I mean, like, certainly we were taught about to, like attack everything that you read, and like to attack it from every possible angle. Like that was I'm paraphrasing from that guy Ibn Sal, the guy before Snell, who discovered like Snell's law of refraction.
Okay.
He was a Muslim. I don't know what country he was from originally, but he made a great quote about it, how, and that's originally where the scientific that formed the bedrock for the like the sort of like the renaissance of science with like Newton and so forth. But yeah, like, so there were certainly good aspects to it, but there was an awful lot of shit in it too. So I mean, what you're saying, is very important. I mean, like, please guys, don't go to college to get educated. It's it's even, if it can at all, it will infest and eat away at even the harder sciences, like, quote unquote. Now, admittedly, that was the only module that I did that was like sort of like lefty and stuff, and the rest of it was just like pure science. Like, there was no like arguing with it. But man, they had their little like cheap shot, and they had their little opportunity there, because you needed to do well in that subject as well to pass it. There was a very high grade you needed to kind of pass that module, and if you don't pass the module, you don't get your degree. And consequently, there was an awful lot of like, I was having to eat an awful lot of humble pie whilst I was doing it, and I was just after finding like you guys, and I was listening to a lot of like Harper and stuff, and it was tough going, man.
It was tough going. Yeah,
It was fucking.
What the soft sciences have done to even my what I study for and everything was group dynamics and stuff like that. Now I take a look at what they do in there, and I have to start know that I can't think that way, and no, I can't, because the soft sciences and the feminist way of thinking is so invaded it, and it's almost disgusting.
It's just maddening. I mean, it's maddening.
And they want to do that to math too, like have feeling numbers.
Oh yeah, I mean, in this country they actually changed the syllabus, and they've made it worse now. They've introduced this thing called project maths. So what they're doing now is, instead of teaching the raw algebra, which is all you really need to solve the actual problem, because people have now lost the capacity to think abstractly about things, they're now just giving people like problems to solve. Okay, we've got this bridge and we need this many bricks. What's the angle needed to traverse? It's like, oh, come on, guys, for flip's sake, I mean, like, it's like, if you want to do that sort of stuff, fine, go ahead and do applied maths or, study physics. But man, if you're teaching like mathematics, it's supposed to be difficult. It's not easy. And I mean, like, some subjects in school, they're difficult, and like people in general find them difficult, and they need to stay that way. Like, that's where, like, I mean, that's why that's why the colleges have just become invaded with everyone. Because now everyone's going to college, and the idea of having like, as you guys know, like, the idea of having a degree is to create an inequality within the population, which makes your degree actually useful. And actually, like, well useful, but to hold value, so that you actually have some merit when you're going in for a job interview. It's like, yes, I've got a degree in this, and then the hiring manager goes, yes, well done. That took effort and temerity, and well done, and we're going to consider having you on board because you can actually flip and think.
Yeah. But now a measurement.
Oh man, now it's like, oh, you've got a college degree. Oh dear, really? Oh God, it's like, it's just lost its bloody value, and it's a damn shame, really, because college used to be a great thing, and like, going back to the whole like topic about today is having that introspection. And when you're in college, you need to do a lot of that, to think things through and to become a rational being, and to come out of the course a better version of yourself than you were when you went in.
Right. Yeah. Just do the Mgtow, the red pill thing. And,
absolutely.
Oh yeah, I had a thought of.
Just a quick change of note. New Windows 10 doesn't allow you to install any software. You have to go via the Windows website and install through their store, through the Windows store. So you have to buy everything through them. So you can't install your own games or applications or anything. What craziness is that? The new Windows 10 is called Windows 10S.
Yeah,
Windows
yeah.
10.
I have the Windows 10 on this. I use the Windows 8.2, and every once in a while it'll pop up. Do you want to reinstall the Windows 10 on this? And I'm like, nope. No.
It's just going to be a recipe for people to install Linux. More and more people just jump to Linux, but yeah, I'm still using an old Windows. I tell everyone, never upgrade ever unless you absolutely have to. Unless your new
Exactly.
software, your new
Right.
applications, your new games, it won't work except on the new Windows. And
Right. Yeah.
fortunately,
That was the problem I had there for a while, because the Windows 10 had started taking over, and it started slowly installing that. Now, what happened on that was it ate up all my space. So it was building Windows 10 in one section on another core, and then this core was already filled with the Windows 8.2 and everything. And then I had these two programs, and then I looked and I was like, I'm out of space. And I couldn't understand why.
You've turned your auto updates on.
Yeah, I turned my auto updates on, and I didn't realize, so I had to turn off the auto updates, and then I had to go back to a date, and then it took me like almost a week. I had to go back and erase everything in there manually by hand, and get all that junk out of there. And then I redid it, and then I redid the 8.2 on it, and then I was like, oh yeah, I have 100, and I now have 150 gigabytes to work with left.
Well, anyway, guys, I'm out of here. I'll speak to you guys soon. But guys, look out for my next podcast, which I'll have later on this year with Messenger. Hopefully, we'll get Marcus in.
Okay, cool. That would be
All
really
right,
nice
Johnny.
to listen to.
All right, peace, brothers.
You guys take
it easy, man.
Yeah. Now, I was going to have a short podcast later just to answer that question later with SPI and what he had said.
Oh yeah, go for it.
It's like do it like maybe 15-minute, and try to keep it like real poignant and blunt later about no, I have nothing to apologize for, and I have nothing to whatever he thinks. I don't need his permission to be a Mgtow, and that's it.
Jesus, no way.
Yeah, I don't need nobody's permission to do that. So when they come with that, and just because our ideologies clash, and he's still in mating mode, and he would hump anything, I don't need to apologize because I'm not in mating mode.
Absolutely not. I mean, that's just, I mean, like like that to me is just, even if you disagree with people about those sort of things, I mean, like to try and pull rank on somebody who's been around for as long as you have, Joe. Now maybe he's not familiar with your background. That is quite possible, but my God, I mean, you'd want to have some neck taking somebody on who's been involved in something for quite a long time.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I says, hey, I've got he totally took my train of thought off this morning about this podcast. I have something to do here that I've been doing for like the last 4 years every Sunday morning.
Exactly.
It's like what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Thinking about sticking it in something, probably.
So because so far all you seem to be doing is just going around in circles, man. Like it like that sort of a way. It's just like, oh God, it's just I wish you luck with it. I really do, and I hope it's a fruitful conversation that you have with him, and I hope that he gets something out of it too. And but
yeah, that's it. No, I'm not going to approach that thing anymore. It's like, okay, just stay away. If these, the best advice I can give most of these cats out here, the atheist, the skeptic, the SPI, whatever group that's separated from the red pill, the original red pill, which was the original red pill was Mgtow. And
sure thing.
It
was a series of divorced or it was of recently divorced men who've got burned badly, and they're just trying to reshape their lives. And live out the remaining years of their lives with some sort of dignity and respect for themselves, and piecing themselves back together after what the hell was just after happening to them, you know.
Yeah, and we see these groups coming out of the wood, like Lacey Green saying she got the red pill now. That is so stupid. You know, it's that special child syndrome that everybody seems to have now. Oh, I can be red pill too, and my red pill can vary slightly from your red pill. Their red pill does not very slightly vary. Their red pill destroys their own red pill.
I know. It's like everyone who goes to the doctor nowadays, it's like they can almost like self-diagnose themselves about what's wrong with them, you know. But they don't realize that when you go now, I know obviously like a lot of doctors are, you know, in fairness, you should like ultimately your health is your responsibility. But the parallel I'm trying to draw is that, you know, like because now with the internet and we have this vast amount of information freely available to us about anything, we have expert level like knowledge at our fingertips, but that does not mean for a second that you also are by default an expert in that field too, just because you know something theoretically, you know. And that pisses me off a lot. I see this all over the shop, really, you know, just people thinking that they know what they're talking about when they bloody well don't.
Right. Yeah.
You know? Like you're not going to hear me coming on here talking to people who like yourself, Joe, who've been divorced, offering you advice and things that you should do to make your situation better in relation to your relationship with your wife and things like that. Because I don't know. I've never been married and divorced. I've never been, you know, I'm not that type of like Mgtow, you know what I mean? So, and I think that goes across the board to whatever you're dealing with people in all aspects of life. If you don't know what you're talking about organically, shut the hell up.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's the height of disrespect. So to, you know, for SPI or Mexican or whoever that guy is who was emailing you there like this morning, you know, I mean, he'd want to watch his P's and Q's, you know.
Right. Yeah. There's really no organic validity to his argument, and that's what Messenger was simply saying to him. There's no validity to that. It's not. There's nothing. It's the way you feel. And that's what we say a lot around. It's like you can have your feelings all day long about something, but it does not matter to us.
Exactly. If you have a valid argument or, you know, like an opinion, you know, like something that you have thought through and that you think is worth mentioning, you know, get in touch with one of us on a private hangout, discuss it, and then maybe decide to come on air and talk about it, and then it can be a productive conversation. But just going around in circles and just, you know, like just not thinking things. It goes back to what you're saying, like this morning. That's why I wanted to come in on this one today, because it's my favorite topic, is this introspection that we do in Mgtow, and how unbelievably powerful it is. It's such a useful tool. One of the best tools we have in our arsenal is to just take that little bit of a step back and understand what's going on. And when you're a bit younger, it's more difficult. And when you're, you know, in different parts of your life, it's very difficult. But it's bloody well necessary, because otherwise you can lose years, man. You know, you can lose 10, 20, 30 years. Shit, you can lose your whole fucking life if you're not damn well careful. And as far as I'm concerned, life is too precious for that shit.
Yeah. Like we had Nico come in, and his argument was, and he brought what he thought was a valid argument. He says that if you don't have emotional touch and if you don't have, but he's seen after a while that, and then he got all butthurt about it, that no, humans don't need, human males of probably over 12 years old don't need that emotional touch. They don't need that physical touch anymore. Babies need that physical touch. Babies will die if you put them in a crib and ignore them. And there's a reason why they will die, because you're just ignored. People, it leads to abuse. But they were bringing that like to a very adult human conversation, where if he didn't get some kind of physical touch on his body, that he was going to die. And I was like, that is so stupid. Coming from a fucking doctor, CS was coming with that thing too. And then all of a sudden, that very intelligent guy from Australia, and maybe he's not very intelligent, he was coming from that too. And it's like, are you guys fucking stupid? You know, do the introspection, step back, do the observer for a minute, and look at that statement. I mean, that's what all I'm
Absolutely.
saying is
I, I,
that's why we
I,
do our introspection, so we can stop, pause, clear our minds of all the silly garbage in life, and then we take a look at that, and then we go, oh yeah, most of the time you're going to find that the people around here are very right about our statements.
as a consequence, I was thinking through these things, very, very, what's the word? Just with rigor,
Yeah,
and like all Nico needed to have been like told there was that yes, Nico, you're absolutely right in like partially, because like definitely it is a thing. There's probably some evidence to suggest that humans like aren't quite so happy when they don't engage in physical touch with another human being. Now, there's a very simple solution to that. Go down to join your local soccer team and have
right.
I kick about with the lads and shake hands, and you're done. You
And
know
you're
what I
done.
mean?
Yeah, yeah.
You
Go
know,
out to the
it,
local
it's
bar. Run up on your buddy, punch him in the shoulders,
yeah,
and give him a big
exactly.
hug. And you do the little
Hey man,
wrestling
yeah,
thing, like, and then that it
exactly.
is. Yeah,
Hey man, how the fuck are you, man? I haven't seen you in ages, and it's just, but I like you say, Joe, like indirectly to for Nico to take it to the next level where it's like we really need this close, intimate. No,
yeah.
I mean
No,
that's just farcical.
that's yeah. He was trying to take it to that deviant level that we talked about. That they
And,
can't get over. That there's
yeah,
some deviant sexuality that he needs in his life, or he will die. And that's
yeah.
crazy thinking.
It
Well,
is. I mean, I quite like Nico. I mean, obviously, I never spoke to him, but I was listening. I've listened to an awful lot of those like chats. I haven't listened to them all because, as I'm sure you can appreciate, there's probably hundreds of hours worth of stuff
right. Yeah.
out there. But I've worked my way through. I'd say about maybe between a third and a half of it. And so far, I've found some excellent. Oh, they're gems, and I'm delighted for Zeta X for keeping all of them videos up on his channel. They're they're very important hangouts. I often think of them as like the golden age of Mgtow.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know about that. But
Yeah, he was so good on just going through how to apply this in life and being really careful and everything. And then that last thing that he couldn't get over that. He couldn't make that last jump into into the MGTOW. That's the one that stopped him. That's the one that held him up. That's the one that became his I don't know which word I'm trying to use, his bane.
mm,
That last jump that he needed to, if you don't want to do this as a MGTOW, you don't have to, because men, it's better when we're left alone to do something. Then we figure out, yeah, we go in our garages, we start building things, we start working those schemes and those plots out, and we in those schemes and those plots in our heads that we were putting together, we put them in wood, we put them into metal, we put them into solids, and then we put them into wiring, or do we take that theory and we work it into the real world to see if it really works?
exactly.
And if you're not there and you can't do that thing, and you're thinking about this thing, in hugs and special butterflies and math has feelings, it's not going to work.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
GT,
doesn't.
GTFO.
Yeah, that doesn't translate to anything in my garage.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, wow,
It's a
wow.
shame. It's a shame, really, because I mean, he was such a good guy. I really like Nico, and
Yeah, he's a personable person.
yeah, yeah.
But
But
that's the problem with life. Sometimes people are personable. I got a brother. He's got that Irish personable thing that happens. That
yeah,
everybody in the world loves.
yeah. It's referred to as the common touch. I think they call it.
The common touch. Yeah,
Yeah,
he will come up. He'll wink at you, smile, shake your hand, say about 15 words, and you go, "I like this guy."
yeah. I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. It's just that lovely, bubbly presence, and yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
like
But
he really wants to be there.
yeah, but he just happens to be a criminal too.
Oh dear. Oh, that poor that. Oh God, is he your brother who's done in prison for I know you I don't want to discuss it on here if you don't want to know. I shouldn't be, But yeah, I think I know the brother you're making references. You've said it on there before, like
I've
he's
said
in
it
time.
before. He is the most immoral person in the whole world. But that's how he would present himself, as the personable guy. Everybody loves this guy. He's fun to be
That's
around until you figure out that he's also a psychopath. And
exactly what I was
real
about
life
to say.
psychopath. He's in jail for the rest of his life right now. I mean,
Wow.
he's a lot younger than me, and he's been in jail for the rest of his life. And there is the rest of his life thing, because he is so fucking immoral.
Without parole?
What's that?
Was he given the sentence without parole?
Yeah, they just made
Wow.
his times more than he's
Wow.
gonna live.
Wow. Holy shit.
But
My dad had a boss at work. He took early retirement, not because of that, not because of this individual, but due to other circumstances. But my dad's boss, he was also a psychopath. Well, you see, no, I shouldn't use the term psychopath. I need to be more specific. He was a sociopath. But there are two sides of the same coin, though. To if you want to like split hairs, but I mean, like the guy just, oh man, like just like, now this guy didn't have he didn't have the panache to pull off the really nice, charming individual thing going on. This guy was more of a he was just a slime ball, But I mean, like, again, he was a cop for years and stuff. And in this country, if you're a member of Ungarda Síochána, as they're called, the Irish police force, you're sort of like, you can kind of get a job anywhere. You can get, there'll never be an issue if you want a senior position somewhere. But he got the job through being, through having an enforcement background, and he got in there, and because it's a public institution, the corruption's pretty high, and so forth, as you can imagine. And this guy, he did some damage, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he did some. He was brought to court by another lady involved in the company, and he was charged for sexual harassment on multiple counts, and he got out of it. He walked free from court, and I mean, this guy, like, the only thing she had to do was to turn up to court and testify, but she wouldn't, because she was too afraid of him. Like that, like, these people, man. I mean, they are just so toxic. And again, it goes back to the introspection. Identify people in your life who are toxic and remove them. And I don't care whether they're your family or they're not. If they're not on your side, and if there's not a symbiotic relationship that you're having with these people, cut them loose.
Yeah. And sometimes people are going to be very personable. You have to start digging deep in these people's souls. We used to tell everybody about my brother. It's like, if you want to go to the dark side of life, just keep hanging around that guy, and he will take you there. And I sat there with a guy one day. I was at I just got done talking at a meeting, and this guy came up to me and he says, "You're that guy's brother, aren't you?" And then I said, "Yes." And I knew it was coming. I was like, I said, "But I'm not him." And then he started crying and he wept in front of me. And he was like, "That guy put me through some stuff." And I was like, "Yes, Timmy." And it's the same thing I would always say. Timmy is very personable. But you gotta, that's his thing. That's how he baits you in. And that's what these YouTube personalities around here, they do the same thing. You don't know these people's moral character. We can start unfolding these people's moral character and start poking at it and looking at it deeper as we learn these people, as we learn these little traits about them. But that's the thing. It's this very same thing out in life, like these guys I talk about with the sexual deviance and everything. That's where I put it at, because I know there's these guys in the world. I lived with one. I seen the things he done, and for every one thing he went to jail for, there was 100 things he didn't get caught for.
Exactly, Joe. Exactly. Yeah, you're dead right.
Yeah, but it all started with that wink of the eye, that Irish person, that personable thing that he would just come around and everybody loved him. And then I seen him doing one day. He wasn't a stupid man either. He was a very smart man.
Oh, these people, they're very intelligent, very high IQ.
Oh yeah,
You got to watch them. They're fucking dangerous.
yeah. I was
Oh man.
I was doing
Sorry.
my young thing and my philosophy thing, and I had all these books around, and I seen him read them. And then he went to the store, and he went to the library. And this is so fucking ridiculous. It was the first time he ever went to the library, and he come back with 100 books on this subject, and he read through all of them. And it took him about a month to do, and it was psychology. And he put the last book down the one day, and I was like, I came in, and I was like, what you doing? And he was like, I'm studying psychology. And then I was thinking, why would you be studying? And I knew it. I clicked in my head. This guy's studying psychology because he wants to steal using psychology. And he says,
Absolutely.
watch what I can do now. And we went up to the store, and he says, I read up everything on hypnotism.
Jesus Christ.
And he says to the lady, and he did a movement with his hands, and he took over the situation very personally, like he did. And he's looking at her eye, and he said, look over there. And when she looked over there, he reached up and he stole about a carton of cigarettes. And then he says he did a couple other things, and I'm standing there watching him, and then he walked out without paying.
Lovely.
And he says, I got the steaks. We're going to have some beer. And I said, I got this. And he was like, oh, I stole you a pack of cigarettes too.
As if,
Yeah. That's what made him him. He wasn't using all that good information for a good reason. He was using that information for pure evil.
Absolutely.
But we get that around here too. That's why we put these vet stops and these things that we do not put up with it, because I don't want these people coming in my life. I've had so many of these people try to worm their way into my life, and they're generally doing it for one reason, so they can lie, steal, cheat, or manipulate you.
Exactly. Primarily, it's for I think that it's for like their own benefit, but then I have to ask the question. Well, I mean, like it's like people who are tight with money, like those people who are like it's not, now you can be tight with money because you just simply don't have it. But if you're somebody with a few $100K in the bank, and you're not stuck for a few quid, you've got your money made.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have uncles on my side of the family who, on my dad's side, who are also like this. They're just but I think it kind of, you can draw, I'm attempting to draw a parallel between I don't know if I'm going to be successful, but hear me out. It's like, like there's this sort of like a sickness that, like, it's just like they're just constantly just like saving and saving and saving, but like they don't even know why they're saving it. They're just, and I think it's the same with these sociopathic, these psychopath types, where they just, like, yes, they're like, they get into like positions of power too, as you know, like I mean, a lot of these people, like they run corporations, as you know, and they get into some very high chief executive positions and so forth. But so yes, like they're like, the reason for being successful in business is partially due to the fact that they're cutthroat. And like, that's like, you could argue that it's a good thing in some respects because they get business done, but at the same time, obviously, as a consequence, they're obviously morally bankrupt. But beyond that, it's like sometimes they don't even know why they're doing what they're doing. They have no motive for it. It's just something that they do with no, like, I like to think that, like, like when I get up in the morning and I have my tasks to complete, and I might go to work, I'll come back, I'll do X, Y, and Z. I'll bring my dog for a walk, I'll read a book, I'll listen to you, like whatever. Everything that I do has a purpose and a reason, and everybody who I interact with, it's hopefully mutually beneficial. But like, I really get concerned with people who do things like what they're doing, excuse me, that have no like real reason behind it. It's just this like sickness, and it makes me very concerned. Now, obviously, with these YouTube personalities, like you're saying, and it's a very good point that you're making, I think, and I think you're absolutely spot on, is they use this charm. Like Milo is a prime example. I mean, they like, he had me hoodwinked for the longest time. I was like, wow, this guy, a gay conservative, wow, that is so admirable, blah 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 blah. But I mean, like, it's just like, you really have to watch people's motives, man. It's I'm not just saying it to you, I'm just saying it to all the listeners. I'm reminding everyone, we need to remind ourselves where it's at, and keep the ear to the ground, because people have their motivations, and sometimes it's not for good purposes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This, my brother. This is so. Yeah, like you said, there's no what they're working for and what they're doing sometimes makes little sense. And I was going to tell a story. I don't know if there was. Well, it doesn't matter. I doxed the shit out of myself already. But and I don't care about talking about him. He's a piece of shit. But he was doing this. He was coming around. He was examining one of my vans, and one of my vans was at that time was a carpet cleaning van.
Sure.
And I make good money off of that. And if you guys ever want to talk about that and how to put one together, I'm probably the guy that does. I still have that van in the garage, which I pull out once in a while. And he was like, okay. And I was wondering, why is he doing this? Why is he the look? He was more interested in the look and what they were doing. And there's a big scam around Cleveland, and it made the newspapers. And I'm ashamed to say that it was my brother, but he was going into office buildings. You know those big expensive rugs?
Oh, I do, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes these things go up to 30, 40,000 a piece, and they put them in the big luxurious places where they have to have this great rug where it looks good, and they spent a big amount of money. He was going in there with the look, with the tag on, with the official badge and everything. They're rolling them up, and they were stealing them. And before anybody realized it, you only do this for about a week or so before people start calling in and saying, hey, the guy never returned our rug. And so he did it for a week, and they got like $300,000 worth of rugs, and then they took them and they fenced them down in Florida. And what they did with that money, I was like, a month later, it was all gone. And they were laughing about it and everything. And I was like, what'd you guys do with that? Did you start a business? Did you do anything with it? And they were like, no. Oh, we blew it, and we bought drugs, and we went gambling, and we that's why they did it. And I was just sitting there going, what a waste of fucking just humanity there.
Absolutely. All those like hard hours of labor, because that's what money is. It's other people's time, it's just blown to pieces. How did they like, why did did he get like permission to remove the rug? Was it to clean it or something, or was he a valet or something? Or
no, they they did the professional look, and the people that work there just assumed that the people were picking the rugs up to clean them.
Oh, so they just like walked right in and said to the receptionist, okay, they're all flipping hell.
Yeah, they were doing it at night, or they would stock the places and figure out when the manager wasn't there, or when the person, and then the dumb girl behind the stand was like, oh good, thanks guys, and he was so personable. He would just charm the shit out of him, and he did the psychology thing on that, and they would just roll it up and say, I'll have this returned for you, give her the receipt, do the whole thing professional, write up the receipt, give him the receipt, knowing the receipt wasn't worth shit. And I'll have this back to you in 2 days. And sorry about that, we did this, and sorry, and they'd be apologetic, and like we screwed the order up, and we did this and that, and use things like that. And people are like, wow, what a bunch of nice guys.
God, they're so pleasant and cooperative. Wow,
Wow, yeah, they just stole that rug from you. Yeah. I asked them to get me one too. And one day I was like, can you get me a nice rug for my living room? I mean, I would like to have a $30,000 rug in my living room.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be a beautiful thing. And he was like, no, we played that one out.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but that was just you can only do it once, and I'm sure the whole community now knows not to let somebody in your house and roll up your rug. But but it worked there for a while,
Oh yeah, that's what they do, and they go off then to a different state, I suppose, and do the same thing, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah, the same thing with everything, with computers, with they were doing that for a while, like just walking in, and they'd model the vans after computer technicians, and then And he said that one was hard because these guys know what they're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas with the with the basic like psychology of the you know, like hotel receptionist or wherever it is,
Right.
it's you know, it's pretty. Plus the fact that they have a natural advantage because they're sociopathic to begin with, you know.
Yeah, there's still, I laugh sometimes. There's still a community around here that had a big computer theft, and somebody had walked in and loaded up all their computers, and we're going to reprogram these, get you the latest model, and did that. And I would say, oh, Timmy was there, and they still complain about this nowadays. And every time I heard it, I like, yeah, you fell for that, you dick. I would fire you.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Oh
if you
yeah,
put
like
me
you said.
in, yeah, if you put me as, if I was the maintenance guy, or I was the, the engineer on the scene and everything, and I seen that, I would be like, no, call the police.
Absolutely.
Because I know, but yeah, personality doesn't account for nothing. Sometimes you have to dig deeper. You have to dig, find out about your friends. And we work this down to life. You find out about your friend's the little taboo things he does and those things that he say. Most people will listen to somebody and they don't sub dissect what they say, because most people are telling you exactly what they're going to do to you.
Most people are, or they're not.
Yeah. And it's these little subtle little things. We often found with Tim that it was never we would call it the paper clip. It's like it's the littlest little thing. He could do like this big huge scam, but it was never about that. It was about like walking up and grabbing the paper clip off the desk, and like he wanted that paper clip, and it was the little thing that he wanted. It was that little enjoyment, that little schadenfreude, that little gotcha that he
Little dopamine
wanted.
hit.
Yeah, that thing. I don't know what it is that they get off on that.
It's just it's a dopamine rush, I'd say, Joe. You know,
Yeah,
it's just that little, because like that's what a man was getting, I think. Anyway, that's how these people get their kicks. You know, they like, that's what, like this guy, he was messing up my dad's like roster and all the other staff on
right.
payroll. He was just messing up their timesheets and putting them on different days when they should have been off, and just fucking them around, and he was getting off on that stuff, man, you know.
Yeah, that's what I work with people like that in the past, where I'd have to say, no, you can't see this guy. He's got a sociopathic nature to him, and he changed the time on this, and he did this here, and you have to be able to spot those people. And that was why I had taken the private detective course at one point in my life, so we could
Cool.
spot these kind of people, and it's never be lied to again. The never be lied to again. I took a few seminars, and then I took an actual course, and then I actually talked to the guy, that wrote the book and everything. And this is why you need a guy like sort of a Joe around, because he
Absolutely.
spots that stuff. And it was a big maintenance thing, and things were disappearing. And then I worked for one guy that he kept getting stolen from, and he kept getting stolen from, and I noticed, like, what's the similarity in all these thefts? And we noticed, well, it's your manager that you like. And he was like, no. And I says, no, he's the only similarity in that. Uh,
Yeah.
he's always in that. He was blaming, and he probably fired like 5 or 6 people that didn't deserve to get fired before he realized that his best friend was stealing from him.
Absolutely. I know. Just because he couldn't read those vital cues, you know.
He couldn't
It's
read. Yeah, people have an inability to read that, especially. And I just went through this recently with a guy. He actually closed down his business and everything because he had taken on a partner that he implicitly trusted, but was stealing from him, and he couldn't see it, and he could never see it, and he could never see it, and he needed someone to come in and shine the light on it and go, look what's happening here. And then he was like, oh, I didn't see that.
I know. Well, that's what they say. Like, they're never, if you can at all, never take on a business partner. You know.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I've heard anyway. Like, I've never set up a business in my life. I don't know the least about it, but that's what I've heard a lot of people saying. If you can at all, avoid a business partner, because they'll I don't know what the truth of that is. I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of businesses that are great successes that have started off with two people and have built up. I'm sure there's
Right.
loads,
Yeah.
but like, as you know, like most businesses sort of like flop anyway. So, and that was probably because the other person on the other half of the in the other side of the coin, they weren't like showing up on time. They weren't
Right.
pulling their weight. They were stealing from the actual business fund, the LLC fund and all this, and but yeah, it's a
Oh,
shame
yeah.
when people who and like firing a person. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. I mean, like, you're taking away someone's like a livelihood there, and it just shows like it just shows that the damage that these sort of people can cause indirectly, to
Right. Yeah.
businesses and to families and communities when they start affecting people and they start getting into these
Right.
positions.
Yeah. Now the
It,
MGTOW
it's
thing, it plays out in this, doesn't it? I could
It
see the
does. Yeah, it
MGTOW.
seeps right in, man. And like this directly causes like people like a bit like what Shining was saying earlier, but all right, guys, MA and SFM, like cheer up, it's going to get better because and make sure you keep fighting these people because like that's why they're pissed off, is because you've got all these people coming along and just trying to these like keck edgelords
Yeah.
just coming along, just
Yeah, them are
chiseling
the
people.
dark personalities that I talk about. Them are the dark person. I easily spot them anymore in my life, and maybe it's just age. Uh, these are the
Oh
dark
yeah,
personalities that you need to. I used to give like the maintenance course that I would teach, and it was two men in a truck, and one of the discussions I would try to have with the men is like, pick your partner, and you always have to have a partner in that sort of thing. Pick your partner very carefully, and that's where the MGTOW thing, like, you don't want a guy that doesn't think of the company as a person. You want a guy that, and he, what happens with corruption in most cases is a man in general will start thinking about how he can justify stealing from the company because he's got a family.
exactly. Yeah,
And
he's
they do
not.
that
Yeah,
equivocation in their head that everything becomes about their family rather than, and I say the company is 30% me, 30% you, and 40% the company.
exactly. This is yeah. It's like like it's like when you set up a business like on your own as a single man, like a one man operation. Like I don't know like the specifics with it, but you can the business can go bankrupt, but then you don't lose your credit rating or something because like it's the business that failed, like not you. There's a
Yeah,
certain
it's
like
the
there's a
business
yeah,
that failed. Yeah.
like you don't have to lose your assets and all that. Like there's a certain thing you can do with like insurance and stuff. I don't know
Right.
how much about it, but like again, the more general point is like if you're setting up a business, like it's not about you, it's actually about the business itself. And when you do your honest day's work, or like you'll often be working overtime, of course, in a when you're self-employed, but like ultimately, like you take a cut of the profits from the business. Like
Right.
it's not all yours. It's just it's some of yours, and
Right.
you've got to
Yeah.
always have that good like cash flow going to keep the
Right.
business
Yeah. One of
in
the
state.
first questions I ask about anybody that I'm going to go into business or I do business with or anything is, what do you perceive this business as? Is it, just give me a percentage, and they'll go 50-50. And then I think, this guy's, and then I start asking him questions about, are you married? Is there a woman in your life? Because I could see in that 50-50 analogy that he's already including her needs into the business.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like this is pretty basic stuff, and it's shocking, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's where you're going to get hit because it's going to take out of your profits. It takes, there's three people in this business. There's me, 30%, you, 30%, and the business takes 40%. Now, if I start having to fill stock or fill shelves up and out of my profit, this is a losing adventure. But that's where they usually go with that knowledge,
Exactly,
that 50,
exactly,
that extra 20% that they're stealing for their family is the 20% that I'm going to have to start filling the shelves. I'm going to have to start buying the things that I shouldn't need. The company shelves should already, they should already be full because we took care of that problem because we considered the company itself as 40% of the profits.
exactly.
That's
Yeah,
where most men go wrong. That's the hardest thing in the world to find, is a man that thinks that way. And that's the Mgtow way of thinking about things. And that's why I think it's so important to build this Mgtow community, because a lot of these guys around here, even though they don't live in our community, but if a Shingles and a Joe and a Joey Aragon and a Eric Wingard, the guys that think like this, ever got together, we'd have a huge company and we'd all understand these things.
And we all would have different like niches to fit in within that business, whatever it might be.
Yeah, whatever that business. I know that business will be successful because these guys are thinking right.
It's crazy, man. Absolutely, Joe. I mean, like we've got Joey, you know, like a Goku's, like he could be like our salesman. You're the like senior technician. I'm the junior technician. I mean, shit, it could work so well, couldn't it? I mean, we could have. Oh man, I mean, we've got like SFM. He'd be, you know, banging doors down. He'd be, you know what I mean? Just
yeah. I can see this working out. If you ever get guys in your neighborhood, it was the hardest thing for me ever to find is to find a Mgtow oriented thinker in my neighborhood, because that's just not a reality yet. But that tells you why Mgtow is so important. I mean, we got to get men acting like men again, where men do business like men again, and we don't worry about the women, and we don't worry about this. We just do business because that's what we do best. Exactly. And that's when we build skyscrapers. That's when you can notice the positive effect in your community, and people are happy, and people have nicer places to go to, and people have better services. And
that's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've lost that. And I look around my community now and I see a gynocentric community, a dysfunctional gynocentric community.
And it's probably collapsing. Like well, I don't know about like the streets are filthy and stuff, but like the whole just standard just drops down. Like the lawns aren't being mowed, or whatever it is. You look at there's certain like communities of like, you go to like I think it's Wyoming. Apparently it's just a shit show from like A to Z. It's supposed to be really barren, like lots and lots of trailer parks and things like that. And it's like, well, you've got to ask yourself, where are the men? And if there are men present, what type of men are they?
Yeah,
and you'll see
brain man.
Almost exclusively these feminine minded fucking these they're not men. They're just fucking whatever. They're trying to here,
they're just thieves of the community, and there's nobody running this thing. The Mgtow would make the perfect mayor of a society, because he's not thinking with his penis. He's not thinking about all that stuff, all those arguments. He just wants to get certain things done. And when I look at these skeptics and these atheists and these guys like the Zephanian and everything, I said, that man will never amount to nothing in his community, because he's bitch-brained. And even if he does get together with an already pre-constructed format that allows him to be useless and a drag on the society, and that's what I see a lot. I see a lot of these useless men in my city buildings and everything that are just drags on these pre-constructed programs that just suck the life out of a community.
Yep, I couldn't concur with you more. I mean, there are so many, like, it's so sad to see a man in his 40s and he's just like, he's turning up for work every day. He's doing all the right things, but like, it's just like the life and just his whole soul has just been sucked out of him by the system, what has happened to him, the things that he hasn't been told, the information that he hasn't been given, the opportunities that he didn't quite get to fulfill, the woman like dragging off him that he feels the need to, that he, like this, like, as like men have this incredible like loyal streak in them, and right. it leads them wrong so many times because it leaves them open to being exploited, and it's so sad. It's just so sad. It really is. I hate to be on a big downer about it, but we need to point out these things and remind ourselves why we've chosen this path. It's the only rational approach.
Yeah, it's the only rational approach, and I wish more of the Mgtow producers would get on this and start explaining that we need men like Joe and Shingles and Shining and Messenger in our society, because we are the fucking we are the go-getters. We are, it's it's like that favorite poem I have about we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the builders of, that's the guys. We don't have bitch brain. We don't do that thing. We don't we're not we assist, and we don't corrupt. We're looking to build our niches, but that starts with a very, very Mgtow attitude. You have to go asexual on these things. If you're bringing that sexuality into your workplace, and that I see it so much with men, and they're bringing them ritual marriages and those my family above all bullshit, and they're stuck there. That's where they are the slaves, that I look at, okay, now they're just useful idiots.
Yeah. It's sort of like, you can teach a man, you can give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day, but if you teach him to fish, he'll never go hungry again. It's like, with these people, and if you start a business with somebody who's of that sort of mindset, that defective mindset, where it's about his family, like you're saying, if the business hits a difficult quarter and things are getting tight, and I mean, you need to make targets, because otherwise, if you hit another bad quarter, particularly like depending on what sort of an industry that you're in, if it's weather dependent or like whatever it is, ultimately, like you're saying, you're going to start losing your own cut of the share, and the whole thing's going to
start losing your cut of the share. What you're working for.
Yeah, exactly.
In a business sense, sometimes you're not getting paid for a long period of time. You're working for free, essentially. If you're working with one of those bands, most of last year I was spent working on one of those projects where I'm working against my better interest, thinking that this guy's eventually going to get it. And finally, I noticed that no, this guy, the money was disappearing through his family. He was justifying the corruption through his family. That's why that business was never going to take off. And I had to shed myself. And that was a long period of downtime while I had, my son in my life, and I'm trying to fix him, and I'm doing this. I took a lot of hits last year.
Right.
But at a certain, I'm not going, I could have went with that forever. And just been like, someday in 10 years, wake up and go, shit, this has just been a losing enterprise,
Absolutely.
But no, you have to know when to cut. I'll give it like a few months, and then I'll start looking for those behaviors in this. And if I can be a part of this company, if I can be a part of this thing that's happening, within the rules of being men. But once I identify those and they start going down the drain, I'm going to jump, I'm going to bail. And that, most of the people at that point in my life will be like, man, that Joe, he's tough when he bails. Yeah, I am fucking sick ass tough when I bail.
Absolutely.
But I'm bailing for a reason, because I've already spotted these things. This company was never going to work.
Yeah.
Because some guy was thinking a bitch brain, and he was thinking with that little lizard brain, and he was justifying all those terms of corruption.
Absolutely. I mean, this is exactly. Yeah, I mean, like, and then again, like, in some respects, this is sort of my argument, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks this way. It's like, why are we so surprised about this sort of thing happening?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because like, it's the human condition, isn't it? I mean, like, and I'm not just saying that it's the human condition because we we should all strive to have a family, but like, corruption is part of the human model. I mean, we are not perfect, and
right. They've been doing this broken model. That's what we're saying. They've been doing this broken model ever since the beginning. We're probably the first generation of men that see where the model's broken at, and it comes off as very misogynistic to a lot of people. And there were times in our country and times in our prospective countries, and that men have went on the same Mgtow model and everything, and fix things for a small period of time. But basically, no, this whole thing's spiraling. I look at the population rate. I look at so many people in this world now, and I look how terribly this thing is spiraled, is just ate itself up. And I look at it like the Erebos, and it keeps going around and around, and they keep doing it. But yeah, these are the men that you don't want. Don't be that guy that puts these people in your life. If you understand the Mgtow, you shed your life of those people. Start looking for a Mgtow minded man. You'll be more successful. Fuck yeah, you will.
Exactly. And I mean, they say that a man can, if a man is doing really well in life if he can count his true friends on his right hand.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, by definition, that means then that, you know, you're not going to have an awful lot of people around you, but those who you do have around you are quality people.
Are
And I
quality
mean,
people, right? Yeah. Yeah. No,
that's
I just had a very sad moment this last year where, a lifelong friend, he did good, he did good, and he did good, and everything he had very, very successful in life, but he was able to toss that thing up in the air where he kept his family and he kept doing these things, and he was very traditional minded for a certain amount of time. But it's like we always say in here, them things come to an end, and it's not all that time where you rationalized it and you did what you did and it was fun and all that bullshit. It was that moment at the end when it crashed. That's the big part.
yeah.
That's the hurt part. That's the part you'll have to live with for the rest of your life. And it was very sad to see him do that. And I tried to explain to him. I tried to explain to him. I tried to explain to him. And he never really got it. And then I seen the crash happen. And it was like, yeah, I couldn't get that need for validation and sexual partnership out of him. And he could have kept that too, if he wanted to, if he would have put that in its place.
Yeah. It's awful shame.
Yeah. You switching between mics now?
No, I'm just in the bathroom here. Yeah. No, it's all good.
Yeah, you're gonna have to mute yourself if you're gonna pee.
I think I was actually thinking. I was like, Jesus, man, maybe probably mute it, but it might look rude. But I might just do that.
Yeah. I seen a guy do that on the air once. I think it was Tiffany. I call her Tiffany. Him, he, sure, whatever her name is. And he's like carrying his laptop around with him. And he went in the bathroom and he put it down and he's still talking. And then you hear the it's like and that was sad. I was like, Tiff just took a whiz on air. So how long we've been going? We've been going almost 3 hours. I didn't think I was going to be talkative today, and I kind of scripted it out a little where I was going to end it after about an hour and just do the Travcast. But sometimes that's when you don't want to do something in life. Sometimes you work through it, and then you can kind of just go with it and just do it. And sometimes it turns out to be the best talks you'll ever have is when you don't want to do something. I find that so often in my life when I wake up in the morning and I don't want to do something. And I'm just like, okay, today's going to be a down day. And I can take days off when I want and do things that I live a sort of lifestyle that's peculiar to everybody else's lifestyle.
Yeah.
So it's like when I don't want to do it, that's when I do my best work. When I kind of push myself to excel so I get through it. And yeah, sometimes it's the queerest things in life come from things you don't want to do. I wouldn't suggest that that be your motive in life to run your modus operandi in life to push through things you don't want to do, because that's what we see with the blue pill people do. They push through so much garbage that they don't want to do, and that's why we do the suffrage thing. And I always wanted to separate the suffrage that they do from the actual act of pushing through something that that needed to be pushed through. Some guys will continue doing the suffrage thing, and then they equate it as a positive morality or something. But that's wrong. That's the wrong way to look at it. You have to bust that thing down to its base thing. And a lot of times when you don't want to do something and you push through it, is we excel then as men. And people connect that with if he's not suffering, and the Christians do this especially, that whole suffrage thing. But when you push down to the basic core belief of that, you're just doing something, and you're doing something more aggressively, faster, because you don't want to do it. And it usually turns out to be you're more motivated. You just want to get through this done in life and do it. And the Christians associate that with the suffrage part, which that's not it. That's not it at all. There's a lack of cognitive or cohesion there. What you should start looking at, and sometimes it just break it down to the core and see what you did there, and then you realize that you just were. What was motivating you to do it better was that you didn't want to do it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's an inverted sort of a relationship, isn't it?
Yeah, it was an inverted relationship. You did it better, faster, and more efficiently because you didn't want to do it. Now,
Yeah.
a lot of people equate that to suffrage, and no, never start doing that thing that I see so disgustingly with the Jordan Peters he said thing. He was like going on in a suffrage. What he equates suffrage to is the positive, the peak moments. And that's why I don't like to use RK theory. I use F to G theory in my life. You're going to have down moments and you're going to have peak moments. And what you're searching for is the peak moments. The electrician thing in me comes out in this. You want to multiply those peak moments and try to hit those peak moments better. And when you break down the suffrage thing, that's what you're doing. You're looking for that peak happiness moment. In Mgtow, we can look at that and we kind of repel from the suffrage, and we know why, but a lot of guys don't really understand why they're repelling from the suffrage, because it's a false equivocation somehow in their mind. That there's a falseness in it. There's a general lack of understanding about it in our society. No, what you're actually really doing is you're motivating yourself higher to get it done faster, better, more efficiently, in the least amount of time that you're going to have to spend there. And that's where the good comes from it.
Sure thing.
It's like you said, it's an inverted morality there. It's an inverted suffrage. I think it's really, really good for people to start understanding why we do it. You can get yourself motivated in other ways rather than the suffrage. This thing doesn't have to hurt,
Exactly. It can be uncomfortable. It can be difficult to get started, but
yeah,
when you're sort of just pushing it for the sake of pushing it, you need to check your premise.
You need to check it.
Think.
You need to check yourself. Do the introspection. Do take a look at the do the mindful meditation on that thing, and then realize I'm doing this faster, I'm doing this better, I'm doing this more efficiently, so I can get it done and enjoy myself.
And that is hard. It's hard to do these introspections because it's not particularly natural. It's something that needs to be learned. Like a meditation is it's a learned thing. Like it's like riding a bicycle. Like we're not born to learn how to meditate.
Right.
We have to be taught it. And it's an advanced technique, even though it's actually very easy to actually do. And like you say, and like you mentioned earlier, Trav. I mean, like there's different forms of meditation, like prayer and so forth. But yeah, it's really good. It's a very important thing to be.
Don't let the metaphysical hijack your natural maleness. That's what I'm kind of saying there.
Sure.
Yeah. Don't let all these because that's where we get the root of the problem here when people start tapping off of our utility. They're letting the metaphysical hijack their natural ability to be a man, and they're searching for this masculinity that they don't understand, and it comes through the suffrage thing, the suffrage analogy here. Find out, dig deep and find out why you do these things you do and why you should start doing them for yourself. And then you can start, you do the mindful meditation is what we do because you're being mindful of yourself. You're not being mindful of others. You're not being mindful. You're not letting gynocentrism hijack your masculinity. And that's where the beauty will come. That's where that solace will come at the end. And you'll see like, okay, get your kicks, above the waist, that statement too.
Yeah.
Get your kicks above the waist,
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, what one of my favorite things in the whole world is doing, and it would be considered like it would be considered just kind of blue collar work. I like painting walls.
Oh yeah. Oh man, it's so therapeutic.
Yeah, it's fucking therapeutic. And I like doing drywall and I like painting walls and I like making a wall into something perfect in its art form.
yeah.
It becomes an art form. And the way I do it, I use the X's, like they say. I spread the paint perfectly. I use the perfect brush. I like doing the Foss work too, where it just becomes something more beautiful than I could have ever done. And then you step back and there's a solace in it. And oh man, I just did a really. Most people would just walk up and go, oh yeah, wall, and walk away. I walk up and I go, oh man, that dude did a fucking job on that wall.
Yeah, absolutely. They missed that tranquil beauty, you know.
Yeah, they missed out on the whole thing. Why it was done. Why you paid the workman. Why to apply his special art. And that's what It doesn't always have to be about. It doesn't always have to be about. You can make something really kind of tedious like that and bullshit into something that you love. Hello, Johnny Midnight.
Hey guys, what's going on? Hey Shingles, hey Trav.
Johnny, how are you, man?
I'm doing all right.
Good,
I was trying
good.
to add you to this from the beginning, but I couldn't. You still don't have a link to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just went into my Hangouts and accepted Shining Light's invite for this. So, hi, here I am.
Okay. Oh, did he post it up there?
Well, into my Hangouts, yeah.
Okay, he posted in your Hangout. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an open invite in the chat.
Okay. Oh, yeah. We learned our lesson with that a couple of years ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
SFF does it. SFM does it. He'll just post it on the chat. He don't care because he's just going to hammer anybody that comes in and just make fun of them. And that's just trolling. But
yeah.
wow. We did that one thing with RG. RG, he's here. What's his name? Red Pill. He did it once, and then there was just all these awful people coming in and yelling things at us.
When MJ had a bunch of people coming in, and they were just, making noisemakers and all this other kind of crap, and we just have to boot them out immediately.
We got to shut the podcast down now. And it's like, wow, made that mistake.
God, that was about a year ago, I think.
Yeah, our detractors got the HHTP to the Hangout.
hey guys, did you know I'm a tranny? You know, it's like, oh shit, well, get him out, quick.
Oh yeah,
gosh.
We had the guy come in once with the fake shining.
Yeah, I remember that. I was just in the chat at the time, but he was like a clone of Shining, even though he was totally unrelated to the real Shining. So
yeah, it was totally, and it's like, how did he get in? And I was like, he got me with that, didn't he? He made the fake, and then I sent Shining the invite, and I was looking at and he wouldn't talk. He just came in and he was kind of giggling. You can hear him giggling underneath. And I was like, oh, that's not, it was two N's, not one N.
Right. That's it. Yeah, it was so easy to overlook, too. He had two N's. And, the guy was just a fucking troll. I think right now we actually have to have our antenna up, our hackles up because, we are getting hit a lot by Mgtow detractors. I mean, especially from other facets of Mgtow, as well as the skeptic community and stuff. They're really they got a freaking hard on for us.
Yeah, they're clever too, aren't they? They're super clever, trying to it's like, okay, I don't like trying. You know what? That really irritates me. How do you feel about that when you have to be more clever than the deviant?
Exactly. You just want to be left alone. You want to be able to focus on other topics, and the next thing you know, you wind up getting trolled. And
if you do lower your guard, then they get you, and they got the ha gotcha moment. But
right.
In another sense, it's like, man, this is so much work trying to be more clever than them.
Yeah, just today, I think Aragon had to ban another SBI was coming in. And
I see that.
Yes, it was like SBI Zephyr or something.
Yeah.
It's probably Zephadorian's sock puppet account or something.
Yeah. Yeah, they make those little sock puppets trying to get in because they hear our base words and then they go, okay, that's a base word. I'll just use it, and then they won't notice me there.
They'll accidentally call themselves like moist boy or some
Moist
shit.
boy, like
Thinking that we like
it. Apricot something. I was like, yeah, you kind of blew that one.
Yeah, that's a derogatory term. We don't like that.
We weren't saying we like apricot moisturizer. No, we were using it as a pejorative.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something though that we that's something that we have to deal with right now. Yeah, I was moist boy.
Moist squad, yeah. But that's funny when they do that and they don't understand. You can tell when the autistic kids come around because they don't understand the pejorative, how we use it. They don't understand that we use it in a negative sense, and they're having a conniption about it. And we're just you're kind of sitting there kind of giggling, knowing that he doesn't know, does he? It's like the inside joke that he doesn't know.
Right. Yeah, it's like you just don't understand the bro down. You
don't understand what's going on here.
Well, I wonder what started this. Like, why there is a big dust up between so many different factions of the manosphere right now. I mean, I do remember way back when. I think it kind of started with Shoe on Head. Yeah. For some reason, she wanted to go after us, and she thought, I guess we were a source of, comedy and content for her channel. Well, a lot of us took umbrage with it. Next thing you know,
yeah,
here we are about a year later, and
isn't that an interesting? That's kind of an interesting topic that we just kind of worked down through. There is we spot the autism in them, and that's what I spot with SPI too. You can, now that he's given up his face and everything, I can see the round face, I can see the autism, I can see the ununderstanding there now in person, and I can see what he is, and it's like, oh, now I know what I'm dealing with here. And it's like he's a little knave, man. Like Joey just said, knave. He's a little knave. He's he doesn't understand. He doesn't get it. And he's going full tilt. He's going, man, he's like George Bush. He's going full boat into stupid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's going to get married. You can't get stupider than that. So
yeah. Going to take stupid all the way to the end. That's what I can say with that guy, you know?
I can't believe that. I mean, I didn't really understand what the whole deal was at first, because I missed that part of the conversation that he was actually indeed planning on getting married.
Yeah.
And then all he does is call us hypocrites. And I don't know why. I mean, I don't know exactly what we're doing that would construe hypocrisy.
Yeah, well, that's the understanding. That's how it comes off at the end interpretation, because he was knave on the whole the pejorative that we were giving. He misinterpreted the pejorative. Now,
right. Okay. Yeah.
And he's like, oh, and someday it's one of those moments that you'll wake up, and I've done this in life where I totally misinterpreted something, and then I woke up in the middle of the night and I was like, oh fuck. I totally misinterpreted that.
Yeah. Well, it's easy to do that, especially over like the internet. I mean, especially if you are typing it, a lot of people might not understand the context in which it lies, and the next thing you know, maybe if they're not exactly all that fine-tuned into reading people anyhow, they get the message all mixed up, and the next thing you know, you get a troll that is using one of our pejoratives.
Yeah.
So
yeah, well, that's funny. I get on the converter right away, and I was like, sorry, leaving the group. I understand that. I didn't get it. I didn't get that one. Went over. I do a lot of flybys once in a while. But we all do a couple flybys once in a while and something. It's like Joe totally didn't get that. Shining light on me because I didn't see the dowel with the RGE. And I'm sitting there talking to this guy, and I totally didn't see the dowel.
Well, I've seen like RGE had used thumbnails of those before. I'm like, why you got thumbnails of dolls on there? I didn't realize those things were sex toys.
I never went there in my head. And that tells the difference between us. I would never go there in my head. I was thinking, oh, he just got a fetish for these little girl dolls, because my sister had one. I didn't like think about fucking it. I was like, it's like, and he had, and then when Shining said that, I felt sort of shame. I was like, oh shit, that was a flyby, Joe.
Yeah, wow, they'll make anything for anyone. That is just so weird. It didn't occur to me that he was posting those things up because they're, for express use of that express use. I just thought it's like he likes to collect dolls. Yeah. And I'm like, which that in and of itself is kind of bizarre that you would post, a man would post a doll collection. But then when I found out what it's used for, that was kind of a shock. I mean, ooh.
Yeah. Now this is the interesting part. He's mad at us for noticing that.
Okay, well, I wouldn't, if he didn't tell us what it was for anyway, I mean.
Yeah. So he relies on ignorance. And that's how you can tell a guy's channel. And that's what we were talking about pretty much earlier, was a lot of these people rely on that ignorance of other people. And we see that with Bearings. Bearings got 300,000 ignorant people over there. They rely on that ignorance. And it's the same thing as RGE putting that little doll up there and relying on everybody's ignorance. And he got mad when I noticed it.
Okay.
And that's what Bearings did. He got mad when I noticed that he was using a pedo bear. He was using this, and he was doing these things, and he had a large group of younger children that he was introducing to subjects that they shouldn't be hearing. It's like, oh yeah, are you mad at me more because I noticed it?
Yeah, exactly. I'm subscribed to Raging Golden Eagle. I just listen to his content. He focuses mostly about censorship. Yeah. Censorship in
he's on the
anime, comic books. Did he come from Gamergate? I never really got into that. It was just not something that interested me a whole lot.
I'm not a gamer, so I just
I'm not much of one either. And it was a topic that didn't really, I didn't feel all that strong about, even though a lot of MGTOWs were interested in it. And I did notice that that's where the skeptic community, I think, found their bread and butter. They found their audience with the whole Gamergate. And but for Anita Sarkeesian doing what she did, they would probably have 50 subscribers per channel, instead they have.
Now, did you see the deviants working into that? After they took Gamergate, which was a plausible argument to that, and when guys like Thunderfoot does it, it's never about sexuality, but they took that, and then he took that, and then he put up they were taking this game where they were running around, and the girls at high school were taking their shirts off and shit.
Oh,
and saying, well, yeah, we have the right to take that Gamergate thing and make it into a deviant squad.
Okay, yeah.
They had this large following. That's where most of his following came from, was that 51,000 people or something that wanted to take that Gamergate and make it into Deviantgate.
Oh boy. Yeah, I never followed Thunderfoot or Goodfella or any of them. I am subbed to Sargon.
Yeah.
He's got some okay news pieces.
Yeah.
I think that for the most part, the guy's rational and he's pretty logical. I'm sorry, I'm probably going to get egg on my face. I cannot stand Teal Deer. I think it's his delivery. It's just a laundry list of cognitive biases that he gets off of Wikipedia. I mean, I could be wrong. The guy might be a professional barrister and, works with logic on a daily basis and debates people for a living. I don't know. I think he is something like that, but I just can't stand the guy's delivery. It's just, I don't know. I guess it's a matter of taste.
It's feminated, and it's I just don't see. Well, I don't know what he does for a living, and I think he works with computers and stuff. I'm not really sure. Given the name Tildir, for anybody that doesn't know what that means, that's too long don't read,
right?
And or didn't read. Too long didn't read.
Right.
So in his name itself is sort of that little pejorative that like, oh, too long, I didn't read it, so I just went to Wikipedia.
Yeah, there you go. Citation needed.
Citation needed. Yeah.
From Wikipedia.
Yeah, but it's so easy to do, and I always wanted to do that. Study the skeptic's view on that and how they do it, because there's a certain modus operandi there. How they take one thing, they work it to the next, they work it, keck, work in, and it was the joke, ad hominem, keck, back to the joke, point, ad hominem, keck, back to the joke.
A lot of them do end their argument with a keck. I've noticed that, especially like Shoe and Armored. That their whole channel is about the lulls. They know it. They even tell you, yes, this is our modus operandi. This is our channel's raison d'etre. That's why we exist. It's our business model is to deliver the keck. That's it. You know. Yeah,
they all do the same. Maybe Marcus would be a great guy. And you know, me, myself, and maybe a few of the guys. We sit down just one day and we just kind of figure out the pattern there.
Oh, like kind of analyze their idiosyncrasies from
because what they do is they attach to it's a pattern of delivery. And the pattern of delivery is a logical syllogism. And now if we knew the logical syllogism and we can take it apart, we can say, well, here's where the falsity comes here. And here's where they all do it. And we can show them, like, here's him doing it here. And here's him doing it here. And they all attach to that because they're all like autistic. So they attach.
I saw some video where as one gal was analyzing the Blair White Lacey Green debate, and one thing that she was pointing out is that anytime Lacey said something she thought was right, and every time Blair said something Lacey thought was wrong, Lacey would click her pen. Yeah. Just little weird, little types of behaviors like that, almost like neuro-linguistic. Yeah, well, it's like neuro-linguistic programming, but we could also like get Marcus in and try to analyze things like, say, the business acumen and the delivery patterns of each of these videos. Okay, like here, take Sandman for example. I'm not shitting on Sandman. I think he's okay. He is what he
would
is.
Probably be the most easiest person to do that because we already understand the language and everything. And I was doing it the other day with, and I noticed there's like 5 hit points. He hits all the 5 hit points in every video, and then he does there's this pattern of how he does it, and it's a very successful pattern.
It's very successful. It's persistent. It's consistent. You get one every day. It consists of an outro, a letter from Mr. Anonymous, his 5 points that he takes on it, and then an outro. And he gets that all packaged in 10 to 11 minutes. Never more. Right. But never less either. The guy is perfectly measured and metered his video. His acumen of video production and presentation, and he doesn't deviate from it at all, and that's why for the most part
it's a form of circular thinking, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and it's also packaged in a heuristic. Just get the topic delivered in a nutshell because you only have so much time. He only has 10 minutes to do this, right? And I think that's why Sandman gets the criticism that he's like Mgtow light or Mgtow, because it kind of has to be due to the fact that he only has 10 minutes.
Very robotic. Yeah, it's very robotic.
Sure,
I think he's not a very popular YouTuber and everything, but he's a bright guy, and he's not popular because of his sexuality. Crossing Waves is trying to explain that's very robotic one day about what he does, and it's almost like. And he was trying to get that and trying to understand it. And him and Double G were talking about it. And I got what they were talking about because I see it too in it. It's very robotic. It's very, but that's what the the person that does not want to have to deal with the stressors of incorporating Mgtow into their life, but they want to they want to feel that excitement of being a nonconformist. That's what that kind of person would attach himself to.
That's exactly it. But he mentioned on one of his earlier videos that he might have Asperger's syndrome. So that's like a form of like high functioning autism. It's quite possible.
It's quite possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. But I've also heard him unplugged in different podcasts and hangout. He rarely does them. But he sounds just like a normal Joe.
Yeah.
I agree.
Now that's where I noticed them subtle undertones of not caring. He came off to me like the guy that he does this for a living during the daytime. He goes to the bar, he buys the bar, his buddies all around a beer, and then they go, hey, did you shill those motherfuckers over there? And he's like, yeah, I shilled the motherfuckers good.
Okay. Yeah. But I think that'd be a great idea. Marcus would be perfect for that, to go and analyze some of these Keck type videos that, especially ones that might be heavily critical of Mgtow.
Yeah, that guy with that new guy that was trying to take Zephyrian's place and do it for him this week, he did that same exact pattern.
I don't even know who this is.
Yeah, I can't even remember his name. If you guys think of it out there, put his name up there. He did the 3 videos, one on me, one on just Miggy. They call it the Miggy, and he says, you were expecting like Zephyrian, but no, I'm going to do this video. But he was following that same exact, because he's probably he stutters. He's sort of mature. He's not very bright. So what he did is he just followed the Keck pattern, the pattern that's popular with those people in the skeptic community, and he thought that would work, but he was so off-putting in his mannerisms that he kind of made it laughable. Like it was like when somebody tries to make a joke and it comes off wrong, and you're like, oh, that was horrible.
Okay. So he really dropped the ball in that one. Yeah, so this guy's doing like featured hit pieces on Mgtow, including yourself.
Yeah, so he does that
what the fuck?
Yeah, he does the Keck that same pattern that they try to do, and it's always, present the point, do ad hominem, go to the Keck and then represent the point, go to the ad hominem, and then it was like, oh, that's so
and repeat it about 5 times, then end it with a nice Keck. And then,
bring it down, circular logic, and slam it down. No matter how stupid you went off, if you bring it around and circular logic it and slam it down and go booyah.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah.
Gotcha. Everybody else says, good job. And I'm like, I'm thinking like, wow, that was like the hamster wheel on fucking steroids.
Oh God, yeah. Especially if the skeptard has boobs. Oh boy.
Yeah, if all the guys are just sitting around and all she like Lacey Green does it, and it's like if you're staring at her cleavage, then of course what she's saying doesn't make sense.
Right, exactly. The only female anti-feminist I know that seemed to have ever gone after Mgtow is Shu, of course, who arguably started the whole thing, and Blonde of the Belly of the Beast kind of does it. But she did that earlier on, and we let her know what we thought of it, and she pulled that shit down. So
yeah, she just came at us with her big ass, and that, and she turned it. She did the thing where she's going to turn it, and like, oh, now I understand. And everybody, all the stupid people are like, oh, good, she gets it now.
Right.
On that video where she did the turn, I was looking at all these MRAs, and they're like, oh, she's our friend, she gets it now. It's like, and I was thinking, you idiots, no, she never got it, and it's not about that.
Yeah, well, you got to understand, the internet is full of a bunch of thirsty simps, and
Thirsty simps, yeah.
And they'll definitely they'll bow down on White Knight for any of them. You know, I mean, it's ridiculous when you go see the comment section on something like Roaming Millennial or. You know, you'll just get the. It was kind of weird because for a while if you want to analyze idiosyncrasies, you know, you notice that there'd be this girl that would come in with the exact same "Why I'm Not a Feminist" titled video, and then maybe a couple of videos later, they would go and slam on Mgtow.
Yeah, yeah. You know what it becomes? It becomes like the Rick Springfield fan club then.
Okay.
Yeah, these Simpson, they're all about the like, oh, and she's doing the "you're my favorite fan."
Okay, yeah.
Now that's where she holds her. That's where these people hold their audience, because every one of those people there are her favorite fan. It's the Rick Springfield fan club.
Right. All the simp in the comments section just gotta scream, "Notice me, my waifu," and you know, whoever does it the loudest and proudest gets to be your favorite fan, and he wins the internet for that day. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I could see these people actually go into like work and stuff, and through their, you know, they're dredged through their day and everything, but the highlight of their life is that. Blonde the belly of the beast, or that fat ass girl over at Rebel, like, she noticed me.
Yeah. Wait, do you mean Lauren Southern when you said fat ass?
Yeah, fat ass blonde girl. That's what I call her, fat ass blonde girl.
You know what? I wonder if she quit the Rebel, because when she stands next to Faith Goldie, who's practically anorexic, Lauren looks really big.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, man.
She has big childbearing hips.
Oh man, I'm evil.
Yeah, she is traditionalism personified in a body type.
Well, you know what? I mean, now she's fucking interviewing like hardcore Stormfronters and 14 Aviators and stuff on. Now that she's quit Rebel, yeah. I mean, I don't follow her or anything like that. It just comes up in my recommended videos, and it's like.
Yeah. Rebel Media is my my example of internet networking, and if you want to, I get letters from these people all the time where they see my puny little crowd over here, and they like want to, like, come into the network, and by this time 3 months from now you'll have 30,000 people. And
wait, what?
Yeah, that's the
Rebel Media stands. Rebel Media is part of a network, and they try to get you to join it.
Right. As soon as they get you to join it, you become a member. They get a portion of your revenues.
No shit.
With that, they're giving you their $35,000 fanship, which is probably fake, accounts and stuff. And then you get your hits, and then you bring it up that way, and you have the appearance of being more popular. And if they pick you, they're picking you on these qualities that you can have the appearance, and they go, okay, now we can build, but you become the one, and the one becomes the one, and then they become the 10, and then your fans become their fans, and then all of a sudden they have this massive group. So
it's like a pyramid scheme.
It's a pyramid scheme, and that's what's happening. That's what I equated that to the brains thing, the TFM thing, the 101 thing. These guys somehow have this connection, and everybody is, why do these guys have this connection? Because it's a network. They're working underneath the system, and they're networking together. So his fans become his fans become him, and it doesn't matter if they agree with each other, because they all see the money value on that. And that is so inorganic, and it's not Mgtow. And
no, not at all. It wasn't 101 part of like a white hat subscription group or something like that. Okay, that's what it's called, white hat, I think.
Yeah, you can see all the guys that do that, and as in that group, you can see that they use the same media content, they use the same articles, that their fans are all the same fans, and it's just a big fake front for whatever they're pushing, and the network itself is actually doing the work. And that's how they become so big.
Okay, so basically, like 101 joined, I think, probably underneath wrecked feminist videos.
Yeah.
And that's why they're
definitely.
almost indistinguishable from each other, except
Right.
101 will have more gender related content, whereas wrecked feminist, he'll do just general social justice warrior shit.
Yeah.
Whereas Mgtow 101 will just stick to feminism for the most part. And
the common,
PUA topics.
Yeah, they all have like slight skills with the video editing, but they don't have to have huge skills because the network gives them all the free media.
No shit.
Yeah, so all they do is put together these things like that, and then they'll come out with an offer on, say, you can get this for free, or you can get this for, and it's somebody in their group came up with one of the lesser members or something gave it's a great opening, and you can use this. All you have to, and then it's just
Wow.
video.
And they like trade the same music, and they trade
the same music,
animations and stuff like the guy that walks through with the clock and says it's time to stop it. Yeah, and they all use that guy.
They all use that guy. That's free from the network, and it becomes sort of that thing where they're used to seeing that, and it's becoming very. So, like when you transfer over from rec feminism to Mgtow 1, it's a very natural, easy transfer. You're just hearing a different. They're just take out skepticism and take out atheism, take out whatever keyword there is, and insert Mgtow and use that.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I did see some very, very big similarities with that, including even though I do like his channel for the most part because I think he's funny as fuck. No Holds Barred. I'm sure he's part of that crew too.
Yeah, that's why Bearings he offends me so much because he does that whole thing too, and but I equate him with my brother.
Okay.
Very personal, very upfront, but very fucking just degenerate. And this guy will hurt you if you get involved with them.
I noticed the same thing with like Angry Mgtow. I mean, like he just seemed to be like, just this sort of like sociopathic, like cutthroat like thing where just this sort of you can just tell it in their voice. It's just you just sort of know they're just not they wouldn't be very pleasant people to be around in real life,
Right, yeah, that's what they offered that to me. They offered that thing to me. That's why Angry Mgtow came to me. And then when I seen it, I was insulted because this is very organic. This is very natural. I have the guys around here that truly I like and I trust around me. And that's what I prefer in life. But what they were offering me behind the scenes, and I showed that not a lot of people when I show I have a clip somewhere where he's making the offer to me.
Okay.
Like, okay, I can get like 10, 15,000 fake subs, and I can get, but all I had to do was like acquiesce to Bearings. And it's like, no, fuck that. So I immediately attacked him. I took down his ability to have, and that's what made him so mad because he wanted the ability to take a hold of this here. He was trying to steal that. He probably would eventually, if I would have went with that, he would have been doing the Sunday morning broadcast with AM. I would have been out the door. They would have threw me under the bus. And that's what they were gunning for. They wanted to take the whole podcast system. They wanted this Sunday mornings. And if I would have done that, so you see how that works now?
Because I see that.
That's
and
why I was so
understand
mad.
why they would want the bro down, because the bro down takes up a prime spot of Sunday morning where a lot of people are going to tune in, and they don't want us taking away their viewership on Sunday morning.
It's about viewership for them. It's about it's not Mgtow. It's just one of these big guys coming along, and he's picking up and he don't care about Mgtow. He could give a shit about Mgtow. Now I could spot that with a few of the new producers now. That have bought aboard his package, and they automatically come aboard with 6,000-7,000 viewers, and you always be skeptical of that stuff. And they're saying these catchphrases that MO 101 says, and they're just catchphrases. They're Mgtow catchphrases, and It's the Sandman thing. You got 5 catchphrases he does, and it becomes very watered down, very basic, very non-understanding of Mgtow. Now, if you watch this whole podcast here, there's some original ideas. They'll catch hold of those original ideas. They'll steal them. They're not original people at all.
Okay.
And it's like, God, I hate that sort of person. It's what do we call them? The PBR and ice kind of guys because it's cool.
Okay. PBR and ice guy.
Yeah. What do they call those guys? They always wear the fattest clothes, and it's always kind of edgy. My son uses. I always lose.
Hipsters.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, with them man buns, man. Oh man, that shit's
that's getting big now too. I don't get that.
That is disgusting, man. I mean, that is just
yeah. So they destroy. All they do is they come around and they destroy and they gobble up and they eat and it becomes we've just become the laughing stock of skepticism if we did that. And,
this is just so interesting. I figured that I always had kind of suspicions that, not necessarily within Mgtow, but that there was some sort of a overarching group of people that were interconnected, and I didn't understand that they were actually part of a Ponzi scheme. Yeah. Like, for instance, I do see it in the skeptic community because it's just kind of funny how I see like Roman Millennial will 1 week could do a team up with Brittany Pettibone, and then Brittany Pettibone will be doing a team up with Blonde of the Belly of the Beast, and it's like, do you guys all live in the same fucking town?
Yeah. Think about that thing with the. Okay, now they all went after that gay girl, the gay kid with the kid's teddy bear and everything.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, so they have their patsies too, and they all have the favorite patsy that they'll throw under the bus, but that's provided by the scheme too. So that's probably someone's sister or somebody that, and then she does that, and then they all go after her, and then they all intertwingle that way, and that's what they were expecting me to do, be their convenient patsy.
Just kind of like in real life when you'd see Trigglypuff. You know Milo's production team paid her to fucking do that.
I made an immediate video response about that, and I gave 3 incidences where they go to the mental health community and they get these they'll give them like $100, $200, and this is what you do, and then they did that. The feminists used to do that up in their you see the outbreaks of semi-violence and somebody going off, and it's not really violence, it's just an act, and they paid someone to do that.
Right.
And it's like actors, but they get these actors from people that don't understand the cause. They go to the mental health places or something, and do you need $200? And they're like, yeah. And it's like, all you got to do is show up. We'll come pick you up. We see this with the Republican Party too. I often seen in the rehabilitation centers that I had to work at, and the Republican Party would come down, and they were trying to recruit these people for instant money just to go out and be, just to be the face. And then they say, dress nice, and then you wear this. We'll give you $200 for the day. Carry this sign around and make a spectacle of yourself.
Kind of like with a car wash pays you to hold a sign and stick it around and say, free car wash today with 20 gallons of gas or some shit.
When you look at the guy doing that, he's generally down on his luck or part of the mental health community or something. And I think that's just taking advantage of people. When I see that, it's like, I want to punch a hole in that guy's face that's running that shop, And it just translates down into real life. At some point, the greeters at Kmart, using people like that, I want to fucking tear the Walden's fucking head off and fucking shit down their mouth when I see them doing shit like that.
Yeah. It's like, okay, let's go try to create jobs, but the job we create is going to be the most humiliating fucking thing we can think of. Just 3 degrees below a clown. You know?
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
they're getting a government. They signed a government contract to take on people, and this is where it bothered me at. They're signing a government contract to take with Social Security to take these people and try to move them off of Social Security and into actual work. They're making the job up, and it's a greeter's job. After 2 years, their Social Security dissipates, and then Walmart fires them, and they're stuck with no backdrop.
I know what that's called, the dead peasant clause, I think, that they have. With their,
dead peasant, and that is like, that's when we should take the Waldens out and anybody that assigned that bill that allowed that and shoot them in fucking public.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh God, what they're doing is evil. That's about as evil as owning a slave.
DIY, Home Depot, they bought into that. The Waldens bought into that, and they made billions and billions of dollars from social programs. They get like a third of that employment given back to them. They get their tax write-offs. They actually make more money than they put in. And there's probably, 1 million to 2 million of these people that really need to be on Social Security that had to re-go through the Social Security program after that because they dropped them out in this bridge to nowhere program.
Well, them Waldens, I mean, those guys are all about scams. That's why they never take existing closed buildings and put a Walmart in them. They actually build every fucking Walmart from the ground up. And then if that Walmart does not succeed, because some don't, they'll close it down and leave the damn thing derelict.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You see that a lot. They also, they look for areas where they put in a street and then they'll build buildings on the opposite side. And then they do the rental things around it, and then when a Walmart closes down, you'll actually see the whole mini mall close down.
That's right. Yeah, they will. Sometimes, especially if they'll get into what do they call it? Where a government can do a take on land, and what they'll do is they will Walmart will make sure that there is a U.S. postal service, either a mailbox or a post office branch or a drop box to allow the government to take that land and say, oh, okay, this is federal property now.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no,
I use that a lot.
A lot of cities, like there was this city a little ways away from me here, and they bought into the Walmart scheme. And what the city needed was a road poked through to the next city over, and it was through like a park land. And then Walmart came in with all their power, and then they put the little strip in with the little street. They all looked the same, and you can imagine, just look at a Walmart area, and they all look the same. They're all designed. And they put the strip in, they put the Walmart in, and then they poked the hole through. The city administrators were thinking, oh, yeah, this is going to be great because they did the work and we saved money. We saved the taxpayers money. But like 10 years later, 20 years later, Walmart pulled out of there and they made a deal with the community next to them. And then that community was all like, yeah, this Walmart thing is the greatest thing. They're going to put but now this is a vacant area. And it looks like hell, and nobody ever shows what happened after it's almost like blight, and it's what I would call a brownstone. It's just fucking brownstone area that's been depleted now, and nobody goes to.
Oh, they call it a gray box, gray area. And that's basically what happens where.
Now this is where I think like a sort of the German seizure. Like the city comes in and they seize that property back, and then they're like, okay, now we can bring in a Target or a Sears here, or we can bring in somebody and give them that existing building. But no, Walmart holds on to those buildings, and then they fall back on the American flag going, that's communism.
Okay, I see what their game is then. Wow.
Yeah, that's why you see all these American flag waivers and stuff around there, and they attach to these conspiracy theory people. They get very following, and that's all motivated by their money and everything. That's what made them so big. It's sickening. And if anybody in this whole world needs to be dragged out and shot, it's the fucking Waldens. It depletes this whole thing. You can look at some parts of the community, and I was just working last year with this thing, trying to build up the town front, and I seen the the total uselessness of this whole thing, because we were fighting people like, and what they were doing is the city and the properties that were falling into tax, and then they were taking and seizing those buildings, and then they said, well, we'll bring these buildings back as storefronts, and then that'll compete with the wall. And then what they were doing is they're bringing them back and selling them to nonprofits, which the existing the coffee shop and the candy shop owner and the bread maker, they weren't making no money, because these were only had, and the city was like fucking double screwing down on that.
Okay, so that what it does is it precludes people from beginning a small business in the first place.
Yeah. So it keeps up the front of the city, but there's no substance in that city, and there's no substance at all. It's not like you're getting any traffic from that. If you look at the city up a little ways from me is the city of Lorraine, and if you look at, like, it'll look okay from the front, but there's no substance. That you could never put a big building in there and expect any traffic. And it's like at this time of the afternoon, it looks like a fucking ghost town.
Well, yeah, I was just
a well-maintained ghost town.
I was about to use that comparison of what they do in China, where they just have entire cities that are built and fucking nobody lives in them, and no one will live in them.
Yeah, but somebody made some money off that, and you can see the underlying corruption in it. I was looking at that, and when I was doing a study on what do you call those when the art when the buildings become art, and then you put the fountain in, and then that makes a little area, and I was doing something on that, and we were considering this little area, and it was like, and then I started seeing all these ugly things like in the back. It's like, oh, that's just that's just like putting a painting on a building and saying, look how popular we are, and nobody's in it.
Okay, right. No, you know what? I mean, it's no surprise. Wasn't Hillary Clinton at one point CEO of Walmart?
Now look at this. Now in Lorraine, I seen this just happen. I was monitoring the Hillary Clinton came in, and the city gave her a building at the end of one of these blocks.
Really?
And then it was a pretty big building. It was probably 50,000. And I was thinking, wow, this is interesting. And then all of a sudden, the next thing I know is, what's the cable company? They still do the DSL cable. They came in and they gave her the 100 MEP line. And they tore up the whole street to do that. They brought it in from the actual fiber line that went through, but nobody's tapped into it. And we can't get tapped. I can't get tapped into that fiber line here. Even
though you're right by it.
Even though I'm a quarter mile away from that fucking fiber line, I can't get tapped into that. Nobody will bring it in. But if Hillary Clinton moves in, and all of a sudden she gets tapped, they tear up the fucking street for her. And they put this big gash down the middle of the street for miles to tap into the fiber line. And then she got this, but now I go over there, and the building's vacant. Now the city in that area, they got better internet, and you paid for it because she had all that money to spend from the what do you call that, the collections and donations that they get.
Okay.
So the city members acquiesced to her and kissed her ass and everything to get that little thing in there, and she promised probably that was the deal from the beginning, but it didn't help fucking nobody, and we're stuck with a vacant building now.
Do they have that kind of stuff going on in Ireland, Shingles, where you just have these entire sections of town that are just being left to seed?
Yep, absolutely. And we've seen it more in the last 10 years, I'd say, in particular. You know, like as because like if you go to most countries in Europe, particularly in the suburbs, like you'll just notice that they've become more and more like similar. I mean, I once used to want to go to Paris, and now I really don't want to go anymore because it's. Do you know that? Yeah,
that's so true. Gentrification is so worldwide. It's like, why bother even traveling? You know, Shingles, if you come to America, you're gonna find, instead of Tesco or Sainsbury's, you're gonna go and find Walmart. And when I go to the UK, I'm gonna find Tesco and Sainsbury's. everywhere.
Sure thing. Yeah, sure thing.
But
With
when you look at
Kentucky
the end
Fried
result,
Chicken.
yeah, you look at the end result of these and how many small business owners lost their businesses and how many people could never start a business now. The city just owns the property, and now you're thinking about socialism and everything. The city fucking owns that property now. These people that dumped and these businesses that closed up, they seized them through this insipidous acts of overtaxing properties now. And there's this whole program that's as this reciprocal program that keeps that big building that they have that they do very little work in, and that's the dogs and the pigs. I always say them are the fucking dogs and the pigs, and their life's very fine, but it's coming through taxes, overtaxation, and it's coming through horror and people losing their life's savings. And it all starts with that. It all starts with that Walmart sort of thing. It all starts with that city doing underhanded dealings underneath with greedy politicians, and that's the shit that in America, the real shit that affects me and you, that we're not looking at because it's so hard to dissect that shit. And unless you're a guy like Joe that gets down and deep and dirty into these things, and it just kind of starts investigating them, you're never going to see it. You think something very, very organic is taking place, but it's not organic, and it's not, and people are getting hurt.
Well, what it is, I'm no politician, and so people in the chat, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be more like synarchism, where you have the government is working hand in, they're working hand in hand with corporations, and the two are informing each other and creating this entity like the Walmart business model. And because it has so much government backing, on or off paper, it is, well, it's all on paper, but what I'm saying is it allows it to go nationwide. So that's why every fucking city start to look the same. Maybe they'll make it out of Adobe if it's in Tucson, Arizona, but it's the same fucking Walmart.
It's the same greedy city, people getting their tax money. This boils down into if you ever had to put a bid on contracts, city contracts, which I used to do a lot of, and you're hoping on that bid, you're trying to give an honest bid and everything, and there's that wink, nod behind the scenes. I did one video, and people totally don't understand why I did it. It's that wink, nod. That's what YouTube's becoming now too. That wink, nod behind the scenes sort of. It's becoming so corrupt and so it's dripping with. It's just that's what we see, but we don't see it in a real way. We just kind of it makes you cringe a little when you see that it's just dripping with corruption and stupidity.
Yeah, well, which brings back to the subscription umbrellas that we were talking about earlier. Yeah. Which, to me, that I always suspected something like that was going on because I'm not a content producer, at least not yet. But well, one of the things is I didn't realize that there were these subscription packages that. Now
you think about why they want to crush us. That's what the topic of this is a lot lately. Why do they want to crush the Joe and the SFM and the MA? Well, it becomes advantageous for them to crush us. That's why they go after us, because we're the small businesses that's taking part of their what they perceive as their little, that's why just whenever you see one of these big producers come at the little guy, there's much deeper shit going around with the network that they have going. And that's where YouTube, I expect YouTube to protect us, but they don't. They go with it because they're selling out.
Well, that's why MA and SFM and yourself all decided to coalesce together in that kind of male space and make a mini confederation, if you will. Whether or not anybody wants, whether or not you like that word or not, I guess it's just sort of like three monasteries
we need together. To get together, and we have to start networking the network with the network. We have to start thinking like them. That's where the Howard Dares and the SFMs and the MAs and the Joes, we all bind together. The messenger, we all bind together and we start fighting this. But we have a little more morality about what we do in this thing. It's not about our message is clear. Our message is crystallized. our message is true and it's honest. It's when these guys start doing that, then the message gets corrupted and we become, what did they say about when MGTOW goes mainstream? What was that word they were using? And it'll deplete it.
Yeah, I really hope MGTOW doesn't become popular.
I'd like MGTOW to go mainstream in the sense that we're doing, and like trying to swat a fly. You're trying to swat at a Joe, and then you got a Howard Dare, and it's like coming out and going, you missed me. And you got a Shiny going, yep, you totally missed the whole fucking thing. That's where it becomes organic. That's where true power is made from. And that's what I like a lot of the MGTOWers to see. You know, if all those small producers get together, we'll fight fire with fire on that bullshit. But then you try to slap at us, all you're going to get is you're slapping at wind. You're slapping at the air.
Oh, well, Howard would be a very instrumental addition to this group, I would say.
I was about to say about Howard Dare. I was talking to him in one of the chat boards, like in the last like week or two, and he was saying like, man, I'm at like a loose end here. I've made all of these basic videos and I just don't really know where to go from like here. It's kind of, you know, I don't want to be like misquoting what he's saying exactly, but he seems to be like not frustrated, well, although I'm sure he's frustrated too, but like he seems to be at like not giving up, but like at a sort of a crossroads. He's like, well, I'm only one man, I can only do so much, you know, and I don't know, like kind of I just keep getting like hammered down by these Keck people. It's just these individuals, they're just crushing his
purposely. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
These big guys are doing this purposely to us because they don't want us around to compete with there's another guy. I wanted to give him a shout out right now, and you guys know him. It's Whiskey Stills and Tumbleweeds. He's another one of these little organic. He's very original. He doesn't do the keck. He doesn't do the bullshit. He's very original. He's bright. He's got this great voice. I just want, you know, that's the kind of guy I want you guys to, man, if you find that group and go over there and do his stuff, and I want guys like that to bind together and we become this big massive thing like we always wanted to be here. And you know, just little guys, and that's my plug this week is Whiskey. So I think there's an honesty there.
I'll check him out. Yeah, for sure.
There's an honesty there with that guy, and it shows. And there's an honesty with all these guys, and that's what I want MGTOW to be: organic, honest, caring. Not Walmart that'll fuck over the retards. You know.
Yeah,
absolutely. The thing is, though, if it's going to grow organically like we would like, it's going to take about 100 years.
Yeah.
You know, because like
I don't know. No, if we be no, that's what I'm trying to do here with some of these videos is make it. All we have to do is make a conscious effort and kind of, okay, once it becomes a consciousness that this is what we're doing, then it grows faster.
Sure thing, but it's just like, if we're gonna like, basically we're gonna have to get really busy really fast, all of us. If that's the case,
there will be a vetting process too. We don't get married, we don't do these ritual dating things. We see how that works into our general life. Once a guy understands that, and he becomes he becomes the moral human that we want, not the immoral business entity. He's the moral human that we talked about earlier. That's what we want. We want the moral human.
It's like what Shining said in a couple of weeks ago. I mean, like, you know, once YouTube is monetized in any way, shape, or form, it's just going to crush the whole like platform. You know, it's a shame that it's kind of gone that way. But at the same time, you know, there are a lot of people who make some very, very good content on YouTube, and in my view, they deserve to be paid, and fair play to them. I mean, but you know, obviously this goes without saying, everyone knows this, but like, you're always, to a good thing, there's going to be a bad thing, you know, to every side of a story, or to you know, like to every you know, there's cause and effect, and we have to deal with that onslaught, and it's not easy. But,
well, Shingles, I mean, you know, Trav brought up a good point, like the minute money does get thrown into the equation, you'll see people doing some really stupid fucking things for money.
Oh yeah,
like we were
absolutely.
talking about the guy spinning the arrow at the car wash all day. I mean, people will, do the YouTube equivalent of that. And
now we also, I bring up this, and I know this irritates the fuck out of the guys, but when I look at Jenny Kiss or Jenny McDermott, I see the same problem she has there, because she's that organic, real original thing, and she's, she does her thing and everything, but she's not accepted by the network group, and I have some sympathy for her and everything, and I reach out and I make.
I do too. I'm there. Like, I'm sorry to cut across you, Joe. If you want to finish there, you can. But I think I know where you're going with that. It's like, like there are women out there who just. It's just that they can see the problem and they want to sympathize and they want to make some contributions. But I don't know. I think like that's going to be a really tough one to change.
That's a tough one in Mgtow. I'm not saying go bring her into the group or everything, but just be sympathetic to her cause. And when the other skeptards and fucking bullshit artists attack her, be there to stick up for her, because she's got the same problem as we got. And some of her stuff that she does, if you notice, it's real Mgtow-y in essence, and it's not something that's going to hurt us.
Jenny McDermott, I thought she like hated our guts.
No.
I'm not sure. I don't. What is her platform? Wasn't she like a radical feminist or something?
She's a radical feminist, and she did the kill all men thing.
She did. Okay.
Yeah, she was the kill all men thing, and this is how deeply I believe that feminism is not a thing. It's not real. It's a made-up enemy that the Keck artists have made up. It's like I say, it's jousting with windmills. They made up this dragon out of this windmill, and it's the Don Quixote thing. They made a dragon out of a windmill, and it's doing nothing. It's doing absolutely nothing. All this pooning feminism shit is just jousting at windmills, and they know that. It gives the appearance that there's this huge crowd online that cares about men, but it does nothing for men.
Yeah. MJ or Red Pill Ghost. I can't. To me, he's always MJ. But anyway, he was talking about doing something. I think that would be a very good contribution to this group that we have. At least one of us make a Mgtow Back to Basics channel.
Right.
I'm talking about a real Mgtow 101, a primer that goes into what Mgtow really was supposed to be, when it was at its core. I'm not talking about the original Ragnar Solaris Mgtow Manifesto thing. Yeah, Ragnar and Solaris, they don't like what Mgtow's become at all. And I heard it myself on Rocking Mr. E's channel of all fucking.
That becomes the Roosh and the Ragnar and the Roosh. They stole those avatars from the original producers. And they're not the original people. The original people. Now I don't know about Ragnar, how old he is. He's probably about the same age as me. And if you ask with Roosh, there's no way possibly he could have been involved with that, because he's just too young.
Right. I mean, Roosh has only been doing his PUA
novels. But if you ask him, it's all about narcissism. He's a part of the networking group there. If you ask him, it's all about narcissism. It's all about stealing. He stole Zed's book, A Bat in Paraguay, and he put his fucking name on it. Zed's book. Zed always gave that book away free.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. Wow, he plagiarized it?
Yeah, he plagiarized that whole book, and he just changed the name into A Bat. His book is a Bat out of Paraguay or something like that.
Right.
The original book was A Bat in Paraguay, and it was written by Zed.
No shit.
Zed, and it's like, motherfucker, you just stole that, or Zed just gave it up or something. But But that's so when an older guy like me and maybe the backlash see that, it's like, oh man, you can just see the oozing corruption in Mgtow, and his very name was taken from a PUA back in the 70s and 80s, the original guy from the Rosie show.
No shit. Wow. Oh wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, it's great having guys who've been into the scene like you and Rod Van Mechelen. And Rod's been doing this since the late 80s, I think, just writing about men's rights and stuff. I mean, of course, the acronym Mgtow wasn't around back then, but still.
Yeah. Rod was a little bit of ass back then, too. I'm not going to say he wasn't.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. But, yeah.
But, yeah, but, all that stuff disappears and it goes away. The internet eats it and puts it down in the haystack. And, I mean, you're never going to find a Joe Byrne article out there, a Rod Mechelen article, unless he saved it. And that computer's been long shoved into the back room, with all that stuff on it.
Right.
I can't even get to and open it up anymore. It's so corrupted. But
yeah.
But yeah, it's like the narcissisms of some of these guys, it really bothers me. And
oh yeah.
It's like, man, you did nothing. You just came in and you just stole all the talking points, and then that personality was what they did is they provided personality to all the talking points, and then they never gave credit where credit was due.
Exactly.
Even Paul, Paul's one of the, I respect Paul because he was one of the original producers around here, and some of his writing, some of these guys. Man, Woman, Myth, and the Thugtician, and the original Ruth and the original Rosie, and those guys, they did the fucking footwork.
Right. Yeah.
That's like over there on the Spearhead, and when the Spearhead was opening, and Price over there, Price closed down, and now I see people fucking mimicking what he was doing on Price, and it's like stealing his articles actually verbatim. And saying, "Oh, I wrote this." It's like, no, you didn't. Price wrote that.
Man, some people really have no shame. That's terrible. Gosh.
Oh God! Look what they did look how they took over as soon as Angry Harry died. You go look over that, and they just took that over, and they're saying it's like they just stole all of his shit, and that was it was like, God, these people are, but that's the unoriginality I talk about.
They're vultures. Yeah.
They're vultures, and they're unoriginal, and they have as much as personality as they may have, they lack an original thought. Like stupid blondes.
Yeah.
It's enraging.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea, though. Like, I'm pretty sure it was MJ proposed that a Mgtow Back to Basics channel.
Yeah, Mgtow Back to Basics, okay, but don't we have Sandman for that?
Well,
yeah, we do. We don't.
No. I mean, like with Sandman, he just gives it's sort of like it's like the topsoil like stuff, and but like. I think what MJ, I can't speak for MJ. I'm only just after hearing about this through you guys. But like, I think what he means is like a lot of like what you guys used to do with like the hangouts like a couple of years ago, going into like neo masculinity and things like that, and just taking like a topic for like an hour and a half or so, and having like 4 or 5 of us on, and just having stuff like material ready and prepared, and kind of just like giving good points and but yet have it organically like flowing, because obviously with Sandman it's all scripted,
Right. Yeah, that's not a bad way to envision it, Shingles. Like,
some of these topics take hours to work down through.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you might have to do it in 2 or 3 parts. I mean, you could say something like, okay, today we're going to talk about gynocentrism. We're going to focus and teach you what gynocentrism is.
Yeah, that topic alone has 30 threads and takes hours to work down. And but that's the Tildir thing. That's what I brought it up for earlier, and you brought it up actually. It's you got to understand that whole idea. That's what they do. It's too long to read. So they so no one reads it, and then they give that base summation to it, but
And that's why they're not really Mgtow. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Joe, but
Yeah.
like with these things, like as you go through your Mgtow, like it sounds so cliche, but like you're like awakening, and like post red pill, and just actually going out there and turning off the computer and living in the real world with this sort of stuff, you're going to have to come back to it again and again and again, because you can't just say, okay, I know about about Garner Centrism, I'm happy with that. I know now that we live in like a high progress world. Okay, great, and now I'm go off and live my life, and that's it. It doesn't work that way. We need to,
work that way.
it's just not that simple. So, yeah.
Yeah, this thing works down into your life, your actual what decisions you're going to make, and why you should make those decisions, and you have to get it real down. The commonality between a lot of these guys is when we talk, we'll start flipping it out, and we'll start flipping out. Oh, I read a book on that. And I read that book too. Well, we did that for a reason, because we all read that book or that article or that person, and it's the common thread of theology there. And it happens so much in these groups. And that's why it takes an hour to go through, 2 hours, 3 hours to go through one of these subjects. There's one thing to the next, to the next thread, to the next thread, and why these things all line up, and why it'll all line up in perfect harmony with your life if you do it right. But you're not going to get that from listening to a Sandman video. You're not going to get that from Mgtow 101 showing like a girl getting beat up. That's what gives us a bad name.
Right.
Oh, big time.
There's nothing there. There's nothing. Well, what can you possibly benefit from pooning a feminist and showing a girl getting beat up? There's nothing that's gonna work down and filter down into your life that's gonna give you. As a matter of fact, if you take that kind of thing into your life, you will become that kind of person, and you will become that kind of hated person. And that's what they want most Mgtows to be, that hated misogynist. I mean, we're Mgtow for a reason, because we don't care what the girls do now anymore. I don't care what fucking feminism is doing. It makes no difference in my life. They can't affect me anymore. But what I do see is what that theology has done to, like, why I pay more taxes.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. The laws the governments pass, if they are feminized, they can eventually affect us, despite how much we might try to reject the gynocentric world.
Right, yeah. Most people don't even understand going Galton, what the purpose of that is,
Right.
That's a whole program in itself. Yeah, there's so much to learn in here. That's why we say it takes like 3 to 5 years to become a Mgtow before you have to just read so much. And you start taking in so many complex ideas to replace that garbage that you've been fed, that just do this, and then that bridge to nowhere that you fall out at the end. It's going to feel bad, but just keep doing it. No, we're not about that anymore. It's fuck, but we can't get to most of this. What is it? 70% of the internet's fucking retards.
Yeah.
Or at least,
and that's the group that them retards are. That's the group that the Lacey Greens they love. They love these people because they become, Lacey Green. She actually answered my message. That was the fucking highlight of their year. That was the highlight of their fucking
She did.
existence.
I know she wants to talk to the anti-feminist crowd, but let's not let her on.
Yeah.
That'd be a bad idea.
Right, yeah. If Lacey Green was truly serious, she'd be calling Marcus. Like, Marcus, you want to come in and argue Mgtow with me? Marcus would be like licking his chops going, arguing Mgtow with a little retarded girl for an hour live? Yeah, fuck yeah. I want to do that. No, they're not going to call Marcus. They're not going to call Joe.
Yeah, wouldn't that be epic, though? God, I'm going to argue with a little retarded girl.
You know what they're going to call? They're going to call fucking Paul Wilson on a drunk day.
Okay.
Or they're going to have this these new Keck artists like Mgtow 101 saying exactly what they know what they're going to say in there.
Or Angry Mgtow.
Yeah.
I could see Lacey on Angry Mgtows. Yeah. Today we have Lacey Green.
Be like two little retards arguing. It's like no, they won't call the Marcuses. They won't call the they're not going to they're going to avoid those, and they're going to try to pretend like we don't exist.
Yeah, they wouldn't contact Messenger, but Messenger wouldn't take the bite anyway. He wouldn't
take the bite anyway.
Fuck you.
I would probably laugh if they call it. It's like, oh man, I could either make this the biggest troll in the world, or I could just laugh in her face.
Yeah, I think he would just say a 2-word response. I'll pass. And I think that's about it.
I get on, introduce myself, and then just fucking go right into the biggest troll in the world. And then go, gotcha, and then leave. Boom, I'm out.
That'd be great.
Yeah, gotcha.
Just see the look on Lacey's face is like the podcast ends after 1 minute. She's sitting there like,
how can any of that stuff possibly matter to me? What she has to say? Possibly nothing. Nothing. It's not going to get me a new truck. It's not going to fix my fucking driveway.
No, that's right. I mean, who cares about her and her olive branch? She can go stick it up her butt.
Yeah, I got to deal with fucking real businessmen and real fucking shit out in this world. A real ruthless fucking place that I have to have a little more integrity and morality, to make my money.
And that's what's so admirable about like what we're trying to do. Like I think any idiot can go off and make a ton of money, but if it's not made in a moral kind of a sense, if it ends up being made in a moral sense, that's a much more difficult thing to do. It really is.
Oh heck yeah.
Because you might think you work in a private company, and in fairness, you might be in a mid-level management job for 20 years, and you probably run the place because the senior management, they do their own bits, but in reality, they don't really do quite so much as you might think, but you could be a really productive employee is what I'm trying to say, to cut a long story short. But the reality is that how the whole business operates, what they're selling, the product that they're selling to the customer is bullshit. You know what I mean? And bullshit, it's just based off this whole this manipulation mechanisms that are employed by people to make the masses believe that they might need this product or service or whatever it is, but to make money, harder earned cash from a genuine moral, ethically checked product or service. That's a damn difficult thing to do. It really is.
That's hard to do in this society.
My God, and they make it hard to do.
Yeah, they make
that's what.
Walmart. Do you think they care what goes into them cereals? Do you think they care about that? No.
Absolutely.
Shingles. It isn't 1972 old economy Steve times anymore. You can't be, have a high school education and then go start your own, bicycle shop and it becomes successful for 20 years.
Oh yeah.
You can't do that anymore.
Yeah. It costs a little guy more money to put it together, simply making you buy the equipment and everything. They get their equipment free from the government,
Yeah. The corporations don't even have to pay the taxes, but
you're paying for it, it's like, fuck, and when it comes down to the small businessman, just buying a $40,000-$50,000 rover or, something like that, or a belt or some kind of machine, an oven, an extended oven to bake in a production situation, that's fuck. You can't. You're going to take a loan, and then that's going to eat part of you. You got to rent a building from some other big business entity, so they're taking little pieces of you, and by the time those little pieces are done, you're fucking had. It's like It's like what I said yesterday with you will go to business school, you pay $30,000 for that education. You got that loan at the end. You're not going to get a loan for your actual business because you owe them money. And then you go back and say, I can't get a loan because you guys are making it too hard because I owe this money to you guys, the business college. And they go, now you understand business.
Hope you guys enjoy Sling Coffee. Good luck to your
good luck. Work your way out of that way, sucker. You know, when you should have just became a businessman yourself and just did it and took the loan. But they already pre-fucked you. You know, that's this whole system now is the business model of America is pre-fucking the little guy so Walmart makes out.
Exactly.
And then you got to go work for that fucking entity, that horrible thing that you see. And you wonder why most people are going into jobs and they have that dead zombie look nowadays because there's nothing, absolutely nothing there that's inspiring.
Yeah, it was kind of like how business was one of the top majors for students in America, at least during the 1980s, because they were seeing their uncles and their older brothers and maybe their dads going to become yuppies and just being able to get this instant overnight success. So they thought, well, you know, I'm going to go to business school so I can learn to be like that too. And by the time they got out of school, the whole VAT bubble crashed in 1980, popped in 1987. Mm-hmm. They were going to New York and finding out that they couldn't become yuppies anymore.
There was no, look at the textile mills. I often give the example of the textile mills and how, you know, you used to be able to start a small textile all you need is a loom. And I looked at looms. That was one of the businesses I was kind of looking at going into. The loom itself is $30,000, $40,000. You turn it on and it makes cloth forever, you know?
Yeah.
You feed it and it makes cloth. And you use a good American weave. And I looked at the American weave compared to the cheap weaves and everything. I was like, man, I can make a good product and still keep. And then, but no, by the time you get there, you're fucking, you know, you can't get the loans. There's some insidious gatekeepers around, and there's too much bullshit. And you know, man, we need 100 guys in this area just making fucking jeans and cloth and everything and bring the shit back. But as long as you got government agents that are working like in 1980 and 1970, you know, you used to see these guys. You used to see all these guys. You think about how fucking insidious the divorce courts just crushed each one of these guys individually. It's almost like they targeted men and in business. And then now we got this big Walmart thing, and all these girls are working at Walmart. But did we really make new jobs? No, we just crushed one segment of society through these ERA laws, and then gave it to but in between that, it's that whole thing where the government became the subject of it, and now while we have these intermingling with the government and like the synergy, like that, like you're saying, with the government has got their greedy paws in it, and it's more communistic now than it's ever been, and it's this Burgess communism where they think they're fucking capitalists. What do you?
Right. Yeah, kind of like what's going on in China. It's like, okay, there is a communist government name, and I'm sure the lion's share of the People's Republic of China do live under the yoke of communism, but then there's also a corporatist class too that is cutting all the capitalist deals with, say, like the USA and the United Kingdom.
Yeah, that's all government programs and these people that the gatekeepers already figured out which billionaire they want to make, who's giving back most, who's just looking the other way, and it's the same. They used to call them champagne capitalists, and they're the when you ask the champagne capitalists, where they got their money and if they believe in the banking system, which is totally fucking socialist. They say, oh, yeah, we believe, wink, wink, nod, nod, because we can get a loan anytime and we can inhibit you from getting a loan.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
You can look at this on the Indian reservations. And I was trying to talk to that one time with Anime Indian about what he's seen in his community, and I was trying to impose the idea on like, look at what they've done to the Indian in the micro in the Indian communities, and look at when I go in and I want a piece of equipment, I go down to the equipment owner here. And what happens with that piece of equipment when it gets in? Now the Indian reservations, they got to go to the bank that is still like they're this chosen person in that community, and there's no equipment factories in this place. So they still have to come out into society and deal with the gatekeeper to the equipment factory, and they wonder why there's no fucking businesses in their community.
Right.
It explains the whole thing. If you look at that thing and why they fail in the Indian communities and the reservations, it explains how America is becoming.
Yeah, it just shows how people are precluded by those entities from being able to begin in the first place.
It's nepotism, and it's like who we're going to pick to win, and who's in and who's out, and that's where that's where that whole thing becomes very, very. It becomes a totalitarian, back to the ages of serfs, and now we got these, guys like Trump is our president now, and when you think about the awful, the awful, he's a fucking real estate guy that millions and millions of Americans are paying him rent to live in a home that they should own.
Yeah,
it's like, what is the property ownership and property ownership in America should be number one on our list of things, and getting their fucking filthy tax hands off of our you ever think about that bullshit? The deal we used to buy your house. There was no property taxes because we paid food taxes, and we had that gentle deal that there was no food taxes because you paid property tax, and most states went that way. But now you look at the insidious deal in background. They tax the food people, like the Save-A-Lots and the Aldis and those now.
Right.
And then they put that tax onto the food price. The price of the food. The food has gone up triple, if not triple the amount since George Bush now. And then no one's wondering why, because they fucking taxed you for that. There used to be no taxes on food because you paid house taxes. Now they broke that fucking deal.
When did they start up with property taxes anyway? Like,
property taxes, that was the original deal. You had a choice in your state. Like you could pay food taxes on your food, or you could pay property taxes.
Okay.
But there was never both of them, because that was a double hit. That was a taxation without representation thing about overtaxation. There was never that double hit. We understood that. Now they're double hitting us from the backside. And it's pretending like it's not fucking happening.
Yeah, I wonder if corporations like ConAgra and Monsanto and stuff, these food corporations, were very instrumental in that kind of shit happening.
Very instrumental in that, yeah.
I mean,
because
come on, guys, it's Monsanto.
Yeah, it's fucking Monsanto, and the Save-A-Lot. You would look last year, if you looked, Aldi's was pissed about this. And they put on the bottom of a Save-A-Lot too. They put on the bottom of your receipt when you got it something about the government's charging us taxes now, so we have to put that on the price of food, and here's the amount. And they showed you the amount of how much more it was costing you for your food. And no one looked at that shit. Wow. I'm going, wait a second. I already made the deal that I have to pay house taxes. The fucking state should have nothing. But the company, at least Save-A-Lot, was going, we see how they're fucking you. And your food costs more now, not because of us, because your local government decided to tax it. And we had to put the cost on you. And that's just like having a fucking food tax. Now we're back to throw the fucking T into the C shit.
Yeah, but nobody's really doing anything about it. Yeah, because I don't think
nobody cares.
Nobody's aware of it, I think,
No one's aware of it. Yeah, somebody.
I just found out from you today.
Yeah, they're double hitting you, and then they're coming to your house, and that's why this works into they're double. You're paying 43% taxes and up to 40, 50, sometimes 50% in your life. you're wondering where all your fucking money's going, and then they're taking your house after you can't afford to pay your taxes, and then they're making it into these public entities like they have in France where no one owns their property, and you don't think that's fucking communism?
Absolutely.
Well,
Fuck,
now,
man.
Shingles, how does that work in Ireland? I mean, I'm sure your taxes are sky high over there, right?
Well, I don't know much about property because I don't own property. But what I will tell you, is there an echo? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
no.
All I know is that insurance in this country is an absolute effing joke. I mean, it's mad. But anyway, like in relation to property, yes, property tax has increased significantly in the last, I'd say, 10 to 15 years. Food prices, yeah, they're going up, but not too much. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
Aside from that, though, to be honest with you, I don't know that much more about it. But yeah, like I'm the same as you, Johnny. I didn't know that they were taxing increased taxes on boat, or that they have, or that it used to be a thing where you either pay like tax like on your food, so your like your food, or else your housing. I didn't realize that it was illegal, quote unquote, to tax on both.
Both of them,
Right.
yeah. That's when you're double hitting. That's when that's what America was founded on. You can't double hit like that.
Right.
That's one of the very things we believe in, and that's one of the those things that nobody violated till recently. Now, Johnny, you're American.
Yeah, yeah.
You remember? You're older, a little bit older.
Yeah, I'm in my 40s.
Yeah, remember a price of a fucking gallon of milk in 1980?
Yeah, it was probably 35 cents, maybe 40.
It costs you $3.29 now for a fucking gallon of milk. Do you think that anything has changed in the production system?
I doubt it. They probably put some more like additives or preservatives in it.
It's 100% fucking taxes. They charge it. It's 1,000% taxes. That's what it is.
Well, I also like shit now. I've seen heads of iceberg lettuce, hamburger lettuce, for about $3.50.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's criminal. There's no point for it.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you.
Tripled in cost, and even with the Obama years, our food doubled in cost from the. And you know what they did? What they pulled on us this time? They made smaller packages at the same price.
Okay.
That's right. Absolutely. Now, as it happens, I actually work in retail, like myself, like a part-time. So I work for a so-called Walmart, but it's a very popular place in this country. And yeah, I've noticed in the last like couple of years, in particular, they're making them like boxes, like the boxes are like the same size, but the actual product inside it is constantly getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I was just thinking about this like last night, and actually, so if you take like, say, your box of, say, Pringles, or like whatever you might call Pringles over in America, say they're like like just to keep things simple, a packet of potato chips, right? So just your standard. But yeah, if they decrease the actual amount of foodstuffs in the actual package by, say, like 1/5 or 1/6, if you multiply that, I mean, you can do the math yourself. It's pretty obvious. If you do and you have like a series of like, if these like chain stores like nationwide or like statewide, I suppose, in your or just across, is Walmart all across America, like right across it?
Everywhere.
Yeah,
okay.
Everywhere.
Right. So if you decrease the product in the actual packaging by, say, like 1/5, you can do the math on that yourself, and you'll realize how much they're saving by doing that. I mean, so it's it's an extraction system. Yeah,
It's funny that you bring up potato chips too, because I know that when we were talking about back in, say, 1980, that bag was not half air. I remember buying a bag of good old Jay's potato chips, and I mean, it was stuffed to the top with chips, man. But now,
Now look at what a Veritech Ace just said of the gas prices. They used that whole gas price thing, and George Bush, in his way, he got sick of that bullshit argument there, and it's a bullshit argument that the gas prices are going up, so all the food prices got to double. That's what's called after 9/11, they tried to do that. They had actually put laws into to keep McDonald's from charging you for ketchup packs and shit like that. It was price gouging laws. Now, when you think about a gallon of gasoline comparatively to you think about 20 gallons of gasoline being used from here to here, and you think about the load of the truck, and you got 700,000 boxes of cereal in there. That works out to be about 2 cents per box.
Yeah, exactly.
Not double the fucking price.
Oh, yeah.
What amendment is there? I'm not particularly familiar, and I suppose I should be really with the founding, like principles of America. Like, obviously, you've got the First and Second Amendment, where, like, you know, the right to, you know, like, bear arms and all that. But, like, does it actually say it? Like, did the founding fathers say it? Like, there's this thing called, like, taxation without representation. I should look it up. Like, there's this thing like taxation without representation. Because
Yes.
you were saying, Joe, that, like, basically, like, that was one of the founding principles of modern America.
Right, overtaxation was the big fucking issue because the king was taxing us on the, and it just happened to work out that they used the tea as the example and everything, and it overtaxing it and everything so they can run another country. But when you think about it now, it refers to indifferently. But yeah, they're running a different society based on what they can gouge out of us now through the tax system, and that's where we got two different classes here. We sort of have this egalitarian class of people that go into the dogs and the pigs work, and they sit on their asses in government buildings and not do nothing. And we got the actual slave labor now that has to actually fucking go to work, and they're the people getting taxed.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, that was one of the original concepts that Americans understood back in from day one, with the land policies. With when you look at, I did the video about one of our amendments is the government's not allowed to bring soldiers into your house. What is that called?
Habeas corpus, I think.
Yeah, they're not allowed to bring soldiers and house soldiers in your house. And that was one of the things the British was doing at the same time. And there's good reason. But that concept goes beyond housing soldiers. It goes, now look at, they're taking houses through taxes so they can house baby mamas so they can make soldiers.
Yeah, that is a way to think about it.
I mean, it's all the same idea. It's the same fucking idea, but the American people haven't caught on yet because they're all fucking retards, and there's fluorine in the water and fucking drugs and estrogen and shit.
The big push for plastic, plasticize everything.
God damn it, the baby mama simp farms are just fucking are just places to house fucking little degenerate little fucking soldiers. Because we got this ongoing fucking war. Why do you think they have such a problem with us? These people are, they want to keep that system going. They're just fucking warehouses, baby warehouses now. And what do you think? Half of those boys, more than probably half of those boys, are going to end up in the service.
And then a good portion of them are going to go to jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this great. Why do you think we have the biggest industrialized prison system in the world? Well, that's another money maker, isn't it? Kids for cash. It's just boys for cash now, and get the little girls into the Nazi system to get her pregnant. Fuck, there's reasons why Mgtow exists.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that dynamic that's going on in society right now. And what's happening to men. It's just like, well, join the military or go to prison. And it's, I guess it's not that cut and dry. There are other opportunities.
No, that's what it was when I had to go through that. That's what,
Yeah, you were in the Army.
In the 80s and the 70s and the late 70s, hey, join the prison, join the Army, and you can get out of you have your choice. Go to jail or go to prison. What the fuck? What are you going to take?
Yeah, and that was back in the good old days. It's even worse now.
Yeah.
I mean, you could always, any fool can get into college if they sign a college loan, which
Yeah.
Which is just another way to put them into debt slavery. And like I said, there's business.
I mean, back in the day, they wouldn't just take anyone. There was definitely an entrance exam that you had to take. Your SATs were very, very important. And now, I mean, you could get you get like 500 points just for signing your name on it right off the bat, and things like that. And they dumb it down so it's easier for people to get a passing score. And if you didn't, so what? You don't get a scholarship, but sign this fucking loan, we'll let you in.
You think about this system. I just put the term up that I use. I kind of made this up because it's the only thing. It's called quartering baby mamas. You know what quartering is?
Right.
Yeah, they're just quartering baby mamas. It's another way to get the soldier because they say, oh, well, we can't quarter the soldiers.
God, wouldn't it be awful if they made us get married? They had government assigned wives.
Oh, that's what they did. You know, when you think about the
Johnny,
system,
this is Tammy.
the system they had going in Germany there for a while. You know, just go impregnate one of these volunteer women and make a soldier. You know,
the Lebensborn shit.
Yes, the Lebensborn shit. Yeah. Now, don't you think we have that going on right now where we're quartering baby mamas in public housing? Which you have a little baby, go put a baby in that, and then they're gonna fucking fuck your life up. They're gonna overtax you. At 40%, another 30% is gonna go for fucking child support, and you're living on fucking 30% of your pay, and you will start thinking about this shit then.
And shingles, shingles. I know you guys have that kind of system over there, because I mean that Ireland's got a whole lot of motherfucking baby mamas. I know that.
Oh man, it's rife. I mean, it used to be a thing where you were in your early 20s and you were married and you had started a family and you were working a job like full time and you were actually getting your life started. I mean, like not that I'm advocating marriage, obviously, but you get the idea. Like you actually became a man pretty young. Nowadays, I mean, like the majority of people are not leaving like home until they're in their mid-20s, if even that. I mean,
there's nowhere to go.
It's just this progressive credentialism bullshit to even get a basic, entry level like white collar job. It's a fucking joke. I mean, it's an absolute joke. But yeah, no, I mean, Ireland has one of the best minimum wages in Europe, and I mean, it's just ridiculous, and they're talking about like raising the minimum wage again. And I mean, now look I'm on the minimum wage myself. I mean, it suits me just fine to get an increase, but economically, it's just suicide. It's just fucking suicide. But like it's like yeah, I mean, everywhere you go, it's just I just see people working easy fucking jobs and they're doing nothing. There is as you know, like economic growth has just tanked in the last like 30 years. Since the 80s anyway. I think in America it's gone from like 4.2% to 2.2%, and like they're talking about this. Oh yeah, we're in this new phase of transition with like cutting edge technology and all this fucking oh man, it's fucking bullshit. It just But oh yeah, I
mean, I see all like the in Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales, all the chavets as they call them. These fucking baby mamas that wind up getting pregnant at 18, 17, and when they're walking around in their track pants,
we're in a fucking
hanging off their asses.
We're not in an arms race anymore with Russia and China. We're in a fucking human arms race. So who can fucking produce the most fucking babies?
Oh, it's true. I mean, to answer your inquiry like more directly, the amount of girls I know now, I don't know them personally, but I know of them because again, Ireland is a relatively small country. Everyone knows everyone. I know from friends of friends and through extended family relations who talk to people and all that, like through word of mouth. To cut a long story short, I know like so many like girls who I went to school with, and they all have fucking kids now. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, who's paying for it? You know what I mean?
Who's paying for that?
No, the fucking tax man, obviously. It's just, oh man.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
look back at that. We look back at that
people-
book of the Animal Farm book. We can't separate. Who's paying for that shit? Who's paying for the pigs and the dogs to sit and do nothing?
Yeah.
Paperwork. Well, fucking horses and the mules are.
Exactly. It's just so insulting for people who actually do genuine work, and like if people actually got some sort of a say as to where their tax money actually went, I mean, it might be a little bit better, to say the least. But it's just it's maddening when you're paying so much tax. Like what's the incentive to go and become a doctor or a lawyer or a judge or something decent? What's the purpose when you're just getting fucking ass raped? It's just, oh man.
And the women are shameless about it too. There was a parody video, and I cannot remember I don't remember who sang it, and it got kind of viral, I guess. It was about the whole Chavette syndrome or epidemic of these baby mamas coming around, and it's called like I'm a benefit scrounger, I think it was called.
Oh yeah, I bet yeah.
and she's just this horrible bitch that she's dressed in leopard skin throughout the whole thing, and she's got like 2 babies in her arm, and she's trying to mac daddy on a guy with money because hey, I like your car, don't I?
I gotta run down the post office and get me gyro, mate. but hey, Johnny, it gets worse, right? On the main TV channel in this country, it's called RTE. It's Irish for Radio and Television. That's it in Australia in Irish, but that's what all the normies watch when they come home from work and they turn on the news. And I'm sure you have the same thing like CNN or wherever. We'd have CNN or something like that. Yeah, all that cancer. But but on these TV shows I suppose just this daytime TV the Kardashians and stuff like that. What they have here is a lot of the TV networks are borrowed from England, so we end up watching an awful lot of ITV, which is also British based television, and what you'll notice is that on the prime time, say from 7 to 9 p.m., that window when the advertising people are expecting people to be watching television.
Prime time, we call it prime time,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have these programs on Benefit Street and all this shit,
Benefit Street,
which is basically an hour-long show, just showing these degenerate, deplorable people living off other people's money and having a laugh about it. And if you check the figures, you've got at least 500,000 people tuning in to watch it, and it's people are happy about it, and the majority of those who are actually watching it, they're the ones funding their lifestyle, and it's just, oh man, it's
a reality show.
Oh,
oh my god.
It just gets me livid, man. I just don't think about this sort of stuff too much because it just really pisses me off. What I'd say to Joe when he gets back is he keeps going on about these people who are trying to derail Mgtow. I'm like, why are you even giving them attention? And we not just get back to basics and talk about what we're on about? That sort of a way. And I know it's difficult to totally ignore them because they do mess up what people like MA and SFM are doing in particular. And I suppose I'm not trying to do any live streams, nor am I making videos as such. So it's easy for me to be like dismissive of people who are trying to derail what the genuine message of Mgtow is, but I just wouldn't give these people so much attention, and that's sort of why I just sort of a lot of it goes over in my head because I just don't want to hear about it because it just doesn't benefit me in my life and my day. Do you know that sort of way?
Yeah, yeah, we got to get back to the basics, and every Mgtow out there is a Mgtow producer, and make it more organic and make it more get in our groups and stuff like that, because it's going to become the Walmart of Mgtow soon if we don't do that, and that's when they will truly hijack the message.
Yeah,
that's very, very true, Joe. The Walmart of Mgtow.
I should really consider doing start being a content producer. I've got Sony Vegas, I've got Adobe Photoshop and Illustrator, I've got Sonar Cakewalk for music and sound effects and stuff like that. I should probably really consider,
even just doing your own live streams, and you can use the live stream thing to do a video too. If you if you want to do a 10-minute video, you just open up the live stream thing, put a picture behind it, and kind of go over your message, write it down or something, and kind of get it clear in your head, and then just do it. And if you have that kind of, a lot of people don't have that kind of talent, and I know that takes a little, something inside of you that a lot of people can't do. But if you can't do that, then you can use a video thing and kind of edit your stuff.
I'm a pretty good writer. But it just depends on, I don't know exactly what kind of topic I would do. I definitely wouldn't do a speech and debate channel. I wouldn't do any kind of drop the mic thing. I'm a lousy debater.
You want to drop the mic, boom, beer me.
Yeah. Bam. Yeah. I also, I probably wouldn't do a news channel either, because it's, today's news is tomorrow's history. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What
the distributionist does is sort of the Tildeer thing. I can see you doing that because you have those mannerisms. If you get if you just do the egghead thing.
do an egghead kind of editorial type of thing?
Yeah, editorial. You kind of leech a hold of that. Got to get a hold of that skeptic thing that they do.
Okay.
It's just kind of get real monotone like Sandman does. And I bet you could pull that off great.
Hi everyone, Johnny Midnight here. Yeah.
Yeah. You could do the egghead thing, and just do it. It's a cognomen. It's a personality. Your personality. I started out, and I wanted that personality, that Joe personality, to be my personality. But then I kind of came into here and did this thing because it's just easier for me to be myself.
Sure.
But that fatherly thing that I used to do, I don't know. It was just a personality. It was that was the guy that my skills at that point lent to.
Right.
Do your own thing.
But Joe, you mentioned to me a couple of hours ago when we were chatting, this as well, but before JM came on, that you said that you used to go around to different churches doing motivational speeches or something like that.
Yeah, they were motivation. I didn't mix a lot of religious stuff into it because I had more of a. It was more about politics and motivation, and but with a slight religious undertone and everything, and it got real popular there for a while for me to do that.
That's really cool, man. Why?
I didn't realize you did that.
Yeah, was there a particular reason for you just ceasing to do that, or do you still do it? Or
no, I did it kind of grew a little bit from what I used to do. I used to do talks on. I used to do drug counseling. So I used to do talks about drug counseling and stuff like that, and then it kind of grew from there. And then I did go kind of religious for a while. So I think there was a little market in this kind of niche thing that the people that they would call the speak weren't real pastors, but they were just people that were, had a personality and could get through the whole thing and kind of inspire with a certain message. I can't even remember what the message was. I'd have to pull it out. It was a common flowing message in the sort of half politics, half community-based message.
Kind of like a community outreach program.
Yeah, what you can do for your community thing. And
sure.
Yeah, we'd just kind of van it around. And there was like there's me, there was this black girl, there was a, there was a couple guys that came in and out, and, we just we got into that groove because we could do it, before my, at a certain point, I got real sick there. So my mental capacity went down and I lost a lot of that ability to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of why I wanted to do this, so I could kind of feel that mental capacity that I used to have to do it, but it never came back the same way.
Right. I got you, man. That's really cool though, that you were doing that like prior to you unfortunately having to like have some, like health issues and stuff. But I suppose that was from your divorce, was it? And or well, not your divorce, but from the onslaught of your ex-wife trying to poison you and things like that.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, I was into, I tried to look at the feminism thing there for a while and see what I was looking for, that evil that everybody, like what had happened in my relationship, what came and visit her, and I couldn't put my finger on it like most guys couldn't put their finger on it. I was searching for that evil. So I went through the whole feminism thing, and I went through the whole, just watching, observing, trying to, and a lot of it came from that too.
When you're confronted with somebody like your ex-wife who does something so fucking egregious, you have to ask yourself, what motivated you to do that?
Yeah, she never really answered the question about, when I asked her, I did on a few occasions, who came into your life? Who gave you these poor ideas? But she won't never admit that. For her to do that would be for her to admit she was wrong.
Exactly.
So I was out there searching with the why question. Why did this happen? Which eventually brought me to Mgtow. I know now why. I've capped all those things in my life. There's no laying up in bed ruminating anymore. I know exactly why.
Exactly, man. I know. I'll be honest. Like we're 30 years apart in terms of age, but I'm basically from the exact same position where the culprit this time was my mother, and she absolutely fucking destroyed my dad. I mean, when they like split up because of what happened in the courts and things like that, he ended up by default. She kicked him out of his house. He had me like holding his hand. I was 7 years of age and 6 black bags.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And if it wasn't for my uncle taking us in, he would have had nowhere to go. So I mean, like, my question, well, even to this day, he still won't tell me how bad she really is. And I've been asking him for years, and I keep chipping away at him, and it's difficult because I don't want to piss him off.
You don't want to resurface those old pain.
Yeah,
but there's something so deep and dark hidden in there that she did probably that he feels shamed to say it.
Exactly, and and as I grow older every year, he realizes how in tune with things I am, and I tried to pull back because I don't want to hurt his feelings, by asking him too many questions. Because I've got huge respect for the guy. I mean, he's a great guy, my dad. And, I never want to, cross boundaries, because I think that even if you're an adult child, there's this level between parents and children where the parent is always going to be a little bit above.
Okay, so when your parents split, you went with your dad.
I did indeed, yeah, and I had to run away a couple of times, because she wasn't letting me go, and I don't mean that in the divorce court sense. I mean in the physical sense. So I had to run across a motorway a couple of times to go and rendezvous with him. It was difficult, man. I mean, that bitch she was decrepit, but yeah, wow. I went to well, look at that's thankfully quite trivial, but I mean, like, what saved me was I went with him, and he took me on as he would. Obviously, I was his son, and his only son. And I mean, if it wasn't for him, I mean, Jesus, I would have been raised under her, and it just would have been an absolute walking disaster. Because I mean, oh man, like I haven't spoken to her in a very long time, but I mean, I see her from time to time by default because it's just a proximity thing, because the country's so small. But
Right.
more or less the exact same person, and I've confronted her several times about why she did what she did, because she lied profusely in court, and she gave evidence completely on the completely against what actually happened, and she lied about things to get half of the house, and so that she could live in the same house for almost 6 or 7 years after the divorce took place. And she delayed the divorce happening for years. And my dad had then met his new wife, who he's still currently with now, for over like 13 years. And they were trying to get married because the lady who he had met had never gotten the chance to get married. Now, I know, obviously, I'm not for marriage or anything like that, but that's besides the point. These people are, and I want to, I don't think I don't have anything against anybody who wants to get married. Like live and let live. I don't care, but all I know is that I won't be getting fucking married. but that was like they're from a different generation, and they've both had very difficult lives, and I want, but the real point, the kernel here is that she delayed him for years, sadistically, because she knew it was pissing him off, and she knew how to push his buttons from being in years of a relationship with the guy, So she really gave him plenty of long sleepless nights, and it wasn't. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's for the exact same reason that I found Mgtow, because with this lady, she made me ask questions about just like the what takes hold of someone's mind like that to do these horrible things to people, and what's going on. And certainly there are men out there that do it too, but there is this nature within women to fucking destroy a man, and it's because like once they turn, I mean, it's like that, and
yeah, she could have been the greatest person in the whole world until that thing happened, and that's the question. What happened there?
Oh man, and it's just like it was pretty obvious. I mean, he's told me this himself. I mean, he knew from almost day one that there wasn't something quite right about her. In other words, that she was basically a fucking piece of shit parasite of a human being. And look, it sounds terrible to be saying that about someone's own mother, but she's just another human being at the end of the day who happened to have a child. So as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't bother me at all. She is a fucking parasite, period. And I don't care. She lives today, to this very day, she lives in a house that he paid for indirectly. So
right.
So that'll give you an idea. It's maddening.
And she probably sleeps just fine at night.
Like a baby, man, like a baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was always the question. But I'm not. The Nawalt argument is sort of a halfway argument. For a certain period of time, they are the Nawalt, and that's what I see a lot of the guys falling for. My wife was a Nawalt too. You walk in that house and it was, perfect, and we had the classic boat camper car, 2 vans. The family. She was wearing the little napkin thing around her waist, and there's usually sundresses and nice shoes involved with that. And she'd come out, and you would think, oh God, this is the perfect Nawalt here. But at a certain point, something happened, and she's not saying, society's not saying, no one's telling me that shit, and then my life's a fucking wreck. And all of a sudden, I'm a slave to everything I believed in, and you got to ask that question: what happened? What happened? And that's usually what brings you to Mgtow. You're not. You can see this in several. I was just looking at my video, and I wanted to put it up on the list, the top part of the list today. It's called 3 Types of Mgtow. I don't know if you guys remember that one. with the 3 guys sitting under the water?
No, I don't remember that one.
I don't think so.
Yeah. So yeah, if you look it up, you probably find it. It's 3 bums sitting underwater. I made them as rocks, and there's 3 types of Mgtow. There's the type of Mgtow like Shingles that's seen it from his mother, and he said, "Oh shit, I seen enough of that." And then there's guys like me that was his father, and there's guys like Johnny that just kind of see it now because of the Mgtow was there for you, and the Mgtow was there's 3 types of Mgtow in this thing, but now we got this new 2.0 millennial Mgtow coming in. That he's a product of that baby mama sim farm that they've been pushing, and he sees it quite clearly, but there's a little disconnect there somehow. He's gonna have to work through what he can't feel. Shingles, you had to feel it.
Yeah, and I did too. And for me, it was it was just a slow burn, and then it just culminated into a straw that broke the camel's back the night that I almost got a fucking vowel slapped on me. So
Yeah, you had to feel that. You had to feel the pain. There was something that now these new 3.2.0 Mgtows, they're coming in and they see all the anti-feminist stuff, and they see it. They kind of get it a little, but there's this.
They don't know where exactly. They don't know where they don't know why it's even a thing.
Yeah, they never ask that question why. There's subtle explanations of this, and it's the philosophy. That's why it pisses me off that when people say Mgtow is just a philosophy. It's much more than just a philosophy. It's a lifestyle, and a lifestyle is something you do every day. We do this for a reason, because we're guarding against this, because we've seen it, we felt it. I don't know if I can ever explain what it feels like to be close on your deathbed, down to 130 pounds, and living in a fucking van in a Cleveland winter. Jesus.
Yeah. And I don't want that to happen. Exactly. That's why when, like last night on Fight Club, a new guy came in, never heard of him. His name's Ernest or something. I just told him, like, during the vetting process, I just don't think you're ready for Mgtow.
I don't think you're ready. Go become a do the Joe thing. Go become a I don't even care. Go become a feminist. Go look at that thing, then go become an MRA after that, was probably the next step of that after you see that. And then go become an MRA, learn that stuff. And then if your lifestyle, if you after internalizing all that stuff that you've seen, if you become a Mgtow, that's great, because you're learning from the lesson. It's not the guys in life that can see something and never learn from it. It's the guys that see something and learn from it, and they adjust their lives. That's Mgtow. That's why we're smarter.
And the funny thing is even some men that have really actually got it, they understood Mgtow, they even preached it, like Barbarossa, for instance. We lost Barbarossa, I guess. I mean, I'm sure he'll resurface. I'm sure he will. We lost Greg Becker, who was probably, in my opinion, one of my favorite channels at the time. And he ran off. He got that blowjob, and he's gone.
That's the danger of the parasitic. He'll be back. Yeah, that's why we have to, there's other sides to this thing. It's not just the social thing. It's the parasitic thing that happens to men that involve themselves. That's why I talk about the bacteria and how it affects your mind, and the what do you call them? Pheromones, and how it affects your mind and how you start thinking. And pheromones are just dead bacteria. Once you smell that, it acts fucking instantly in your brain. You got to safeguard against that. I still, to this day, I twice a year I do a flush, a bacterial cleanse, and I take some antibiotics, and then what I'll use with that is I'll use wormwood and other walnut oil, and I use walnut oil just because of the fish in this area and stuff, and the parasites are that way. But it works the same way with bacterial parasites too. To make sure I don't get that fucking bitch brain back.
Okay, yeah. And stay away from all those plastics, as best as you can. Anyway,
Yeah, I do. I do this. I'm not hugely muscular and everything, but I eat certain fats that they say are bad fats for a reason, because I rotate that system, and then I lose the weight. I eat the bad fats because I'm purging my body of that estrogens.
Okay. Okay.
And the only way to do that is to give the estrogens. They say estrogens bind to a fat. They're right about that. Estrogen binds to that bad fat. So if you don't have none of that bad fat in your system, your estrogens are just going to build. You have to give your system that bad fat to bind it. Then you got to flush that. That's what they're not telling you.
That's what you mean. I gotcha. Okay.
Lose all that weight. Put on a little weight. Hey, get that bad fat into you. Let your estrogen bind to that, and then go on a flush, a purge, and then that flushes all that estrogen out of your body. And then our body naturally does that. It rotates. There's a seesaw effect with estrogen in men's bodies.
That's really interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah, they'll tell you about but the guys like Dr. Oz aren't going to tell you. They're going to tell you stupid shit because they're fucking over effeminated. They don't see it. They don't get it. They don't get what's happening there. They have these female diets, and then that's why I say stay away from the internet for diet shit because they're all female diets. They want the estrogen in them.
Well, I've noticed that just editorials on nutrition and diets, but I mean, I'm talking about even things like, hot jobs for 2017 and how to get a good job and all that kind of stuff. It's all geared toward females. They don't say it is.
Female bullshit, gynocentric internet bullshit.
Right. Yeah. If a man went through the steps of the advice that article was explaining, it wouldn't work for the guy because it's not geared toward a man. It's geared toward females, and they just can't go out and disclaim that that's what it's for. So it's almost like every news outlet is turned into frickin' Cosmopolitan.
Right. Yeah, I had the argument about a guy with zinc, and he was saying, well, you need zinc in your diet, and I take a lot of zinc. And I'm saying, no, you don't need. You need a certain amount of zinc, but the male body doesn't bleed. We don't have those things. The zinc doesn't come out of your blood system. It stays in your blood system. So if you have a zinc deficiency, you probably have a zinc overage is what you have as a male. Mm-hmm. And now when you look at the binding system and the estrogens, it's like it usually goes like fat molecule, estrogen, a zinc binding, and then you'll have another layer of that going on. So it gets globular. And then that's what turns on. It attaches to your DNA, and and it lights up that section of DNA,
and basically turns you into a mangina.
It turns you into a mangina. Very otherwise, if you didn't have that, that fat would bind to the estrogen molecule and light that section of DNA. But if that fat wasn't there, it's kind of a seesaw. You got to get rid of that, then it gets it down. But you're going to have to go through this thing and think about it the right way to get that out of your system. And I would say get a water purifier. But estrogen, there's no fat in water, so it doesn't have nothing. It can't filter it out. It just kind of goes through. So you have to look at some for your drinking water, some really low micro filters.
Okay.
Like maybe put it on a bathroom faucet or something like that, because you're looking for a super micro filter there.
Okay.
You got to go look at the actual size. I think it's what was it? I used to know this. The size of an estrogen molecule, and then kind of look at your basic filters then, and.
So if it's like 3 micrometers, you want a filter that has like 1 micrometer or something.
1 micrometer, yeah. You're talking a very slow running filter, because most filters are like 40 micrometers, aren't they?
Right, and the thing is that when you go shopping for a water filter, and say you're going to, I don't know, a Home Depot or even a local Army Navy surplus, you can't just go to the guy and say, hey, you probably don't know this, but do you have a water filter that will actually filter out estrogen? Because it's not something to filter out.
It's not something no one's going to ask, yeah.
Right. So they don't know. They'd be like, "What? Huh? I didn't know there was estrogen in water in the first place." Like, oh yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, so you want to do that thing, but that's very hard and difficult to do. So just learning how to do it, your body does it naturally. And then increase your testosterone. I do that at least twice a year. I kind of go about 160% of testosterone for about a month period, and then
Okay.
you know, because you got to go a month on, month off with that stuff, anyways. So I'll go a month on, a month off, and then maybe another month after that, and then that's
Okay, you
fine.
cycle it out. Okay. I
Yeah,
see.
cycle it out, you know, and let your body heal, get back to normal. And you know, the funny thing about testosterone is I notice, me and Zeta talk about this because we were on the same kind of plan for a while.
Okay.
And I notice no increase in my sexual drive. Anytime I've done this, I've been doing it for years now too, no increase in sexual drive because of testosterone.
The extra testosterone that you're enjoying does not increase the sex drive, you're saying.
Right. Yeah, there is absolutely no, and that kind of gives me that some of the
I always thought that
some of the talk about how testosterone in young men is directly related to that drive. I'm saying no, that's not directly related to that drive. There's something else underneath the more emotional that's related to that drive. It has nothing to do with your testosterone.
I agree.
They blame everything on testosterone.
Oh yeah. Oh look, testosterone is the enemy, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're
more violent. They're more. I don't notice any. I notice a slight because I'm more when I do start rippling up and getting those muscles and everything, I'm more confident. I'm more active.
but I think that's psychological. It's giving you that psychological boost. Yeah, and because you're like, well, I'm more confident because I know that I'm going to be able to handle myself.
Yeah. Right. When I know that I can just punch a hole in somebody, it's like, yeah, I'm going to be more confident to a dick, and he's going to go, man, you're on testosterone, and then, you know, it's like, you know, they're going to search for an excuse. No, it's just that, no, you've been bothering me for a while. Maybe when I'm down on my weight and not carrying the muscle, I wouldn't have said nothing. But now that I can back my ass up, hey.
Well, everybody knows the real culprit's hookah-oids.
The what?
Everybody knows the real culprit is hookah-oids.
Yeah. You know, when I'm out there wearing my headband and doing a wheelie on my bike. No, but I only do that maybe twice a year, just to, you know, I'm not no steroid freak or anything.
Sure. No, I know what you mean. Well, anyway, guys, thanks for having me on. Shingles, Traversable, and everybody in the chat. I don't have the chat on, so I don't know who's in, but I got to get running, and I hope you all have a good midnight. Thanks a lot.
You take care, Johnny.
I will. Bye.
Yeah. But that does do first time I did it, I was rather shocked at how big and how rippled my arms got. Is Shingles still in? Okay, I think we got some sound problems. I was getting ready to. We're working on 5 hours here. We'll see what happens. I say I'm going to go an hour, and I end up 5 hours talking. So I'm pretty much thinking we're going to pretty much close this up pretty soon. There he is. He got a sound back. Did you drop out when he went out?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think it was just my own internet connection. The dongle ran out of batteries, so I think that was the issue there.
Okay. Yeah.
We're still live, right?
Yeah, we're still live. I was getting ready to close it down pretty soon. I was like looking up, and it was in a room, so I was going to close it down. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's entirely up to you. I don't mind. Did JM go there as well? Did he like buy? Was it voluntary or did he just like leave or?
he had to go do something, or he got
Yeah.
we're dropping off on viewers now, and
Yeah,
so,
yeah. No, it's all good.
yeah, it's been going 5 hours. It's we had a great chat today, and
Cheers, man. Well, I appreciate your time. I mean, I do work on Sundays, so you see, so I'm off at 4, and then you start at 5, so it suits me perfectly.
yeah,
but
noon here, but yeah, that's perfect. That's kind of why I picked noon, because the English crowd and the Irish crowd, and it would be like more of a dinner thing for them, instead of and
it's
it's
very,
noon
yeah.
here. The only people that really kind of miss out is the people on the California West Coast, that it's still like 8 o'clock in the morning. They're not gonna they're not getting.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, it's true. But yeah, no, like fair play to you for like keeping us in mind when you started that time, because I like it's a tough one for you, because like you're on from like 12 until like however long you choose to go to, so it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you
like
went yeah
afternoon.
you end up just like not like losing a day, because obviously like it's a productive thing, but like you kind of can't really do anything on Sundays. You can't go out anywhere. You're doing this, so fair play to you.
Yeah. Sometimes I'd like to, schedule like a fishing trip or something, but there's a lot of like blue pill people out there on Sundays. I like to do my shit around Monday,
Yeah, you're right.
and
There's a
I
lot of
don't. It's something that's taken me half a lifetime to realize. Uh, and me and my brothers, all of us do it. Anybody that like we all try to do it. Is we work on Saturdays and we take Mondays off. Because you go out
yeah,
on a Monday and there's nobody out there. You can go to the grocery store and
yeah,
like just
exactly,
walk through it. And you go to the mall, there's nobody in the mall. You can go to a restaurant, there's nobody in there. You get good service, and
exactly.
it's like, man, people are crazy out there on Sundays.
Oh yeah, or like if like a Saturday afternoon at the mall, it's just to be avoided at all costs.
To be avoided. Yeah. We used to call it the 410s Club. We'd work 10 hours, and on 4 days a week, and that way we could either pick Friday to take off or Monday to take off.
Nice, nice
Yeah.
one, man.
But society hasn't come around to our way of thinking yet.
Oh no, man, we're just not there yet at all.
Yeah.
It's no. Unfortunately, it's the future holds for Mgtow. I simply don't know. Um, I just I just sort of can't see how it's going to pan out. I really don't think it's going to get an awful lot bigger, though. I'll be honest with you. I mean, like, no matter how much like videos we keep peddling out, I mean, like, and like you've said, like yourself, like if I can just save like one man like this month from either jumping off a cliff or putting a wedding ring on her finger, I've done my job. You know what I mean?
Done my job. Yeah.
But
Each
like
one of
it's such
us individually can do that.
absolutely. But yeah, definitely. I mean, but I still don't mention this to friends of mine or work colleagues or anybody like that. It's the rules of Fight Club. First rule: you don't talk about it.
Yeah. You know
But
how I was going to do a video on this eventually about the best way to get people around you to start investigating MGTOW is to let them think it's their idea.
yeah, that's very true. Make them feel like talented, that they came up with it themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh man, if he says something MGTOW-ish, you go, man, I'm gonna look at that, and next time I see him, I was like, you're a fucking genius, because there's this club out there, it's very small, and they say the same thing, and then let him think it's his idea. Don't let him know
Yeah,
you've been a MGTOW for, you can just kind of reword your stuff. People are narcissistic generally in life. Yeah,
exactly.
narcissism.
People in most cases, they like to talk about their favorite subject, i.e.
Yeah.
themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it has to be their idea. You can't push nothing. You're not going to proselyte anybody out there to be a MGTOW. But
Oh, God.
if you notice a little quirk in where they're starting to come around, let them think it's their idea and let them think they invented that.
Yeah. But I mean, I've talked to so many people. Like I've always hung around with older people. It's been a thing like my whole life. I used to be involved with a running club, and there was all men in their 40s and 50s, and just really fit guys. Like just like the best runners in the country. I mean, like seriously. I mean, they had their heads screwed on. But I mean, I've talked to these guys, and I mean, they're all like everything I was saying to them made total sense. As they were asking me, so like, what do you think about women? Are you, do you have a woman and things? I'm like, fuck no, man. What the hell would I be doing that for? And like the look they gave me, and it's like, well, that was to be expected. I wasn't expecting any response, but like, but that one. But I talked to them about the cons of getting involved with relationships with women, and they all totally agreed with everything I said, and yet they're totally married and they're happy out with it, and I'm kind of like, well, do you not see the hypocrisy there? I mean, like, how many hours of your day is she taking out of your day? It's like, what the hell? Oh man. But I mean,
how many hours of your day are you spending for yourself?
But you see, yeah,
that's why you start questioning people. Are you running for yourself? Or are you running for something else?
Exactly, and something else that you can't actually like accurately identify or understand the actual working mechanics of it. You don't actually know how it's working.
Yeah.
In most cases, actually, to your detriment.
Yeah. It's important to know those things, because once you start doing something for yourself, it's like, oh, this is better.
Oh man, people don't, particularly in Ireland. Actually, we live in a very it's a very sort of like the individual as a concept is heavily shunned here.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh man, like
understand that. Yeah. There's a lot of tribalism. Not tribalism. It's from years and from centuries and centuries and centuries of
just poverty, really. I think.
Yeah. The women, I notice I have a very large female following from Ireland. A matter of fact, most of the females that listen to my station are from Ireland. I could show you on my analytics.
Google Analytics, yeah. I'd be interested in seeing that. Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that something. That's really
I asked everybody, do you got a large following from Ireland females? And they go, no. And maybe it's my name.
Traversable asceticism. I don't know. I like
when I used to go by Joe Byrne.
Okay, right. Oh yeah, well the Byrne certainly that would do it. Yeah.
There used to be that popular actor Joseph Burns in England. I think he's it's like maybe that's it. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. Yeah.
He was what was he? He was a primetime TV guy, like soaps.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So bland.
Yeah.
So yeah, he'd be very
better looking than me.
Well, that's why he was hired, man, because he had the old moist boy look,
Yeah. I can't remember what he looks like. I know he's better looking than me. He was slim and handsome, and he had that Irish thing going.
You probably couldn't boil an egg, though,
Oh yeah, I still get a kick out of what's that, Scrubs? You ever watch Scrubs?
Oh yeah.
The Irish guy, and the black girl goes, everybody's got to get herself an Irish guy. I can't remember who that actor was. It was like, they're so personable. They're so great.
Oh, man. Scrubs. Jesus. Yeah. I'm just about old enough to remember a few episodes of it on TV, but I think it got phased out. And it might have stopped in like the early 90s or something. I don't know, like back in the early 2000s, I think it stopped, but it stopped airing. But yeah.
Yeah. He was like my brother too. I was like, oh no, don't trust that guy. He was really personable. He had that Irish thing happening. All the girls loved him, and it was like he would just run through the girls, and his character on that show. He only played in like 2 or 3 episodes. I can't remember what the actor was that did that.
Right, I don't know either. But just a more general point, Joe. I just excuse me. I'll just say it while I'm still thinking about it, and have it all like on this like one stream, as we're I think like obviously the main topic here today was about, you know, to really to at least attempt to try and reel it all back in, was about that whole introspection and how we really need to focus on that. But on it, and then it kind of like developed into a thing where we're concerned about, you know, MA and SFM, who are really trying to build this community, and like Shining says, they're doing a mighty fine job of it. But it's just like, I think really for these people, these 2.0ers who are trying to like come in without any real like actual tangible experience as to why we're saying these things. If you look at the main people in the, at least in the YouTube Mgtow community, you've got obviously yourself, Messenger, Shining, etc., etc., etc. All the cats on your, maybe there's about maybe 40 or 50 of us between everybody on the chats and who come in talking over on an SFM's cast. And here, you'll notice that the people who are here to stay, every single one of them, you can pinpoint it in their lives, in a certain aspect of their lives, they've been really badly fucking hurt. I mean, like, from what I understand, like Shining, he can't see his kids.
Mm-hmm.
You've had a multiplicity of different things happen to you. Messenger, again, he's, you know, he had his wife call police multiple times. But the point is, you know, and fighting for custody rights. But the thing is, and only seeing this kid every other weekend, that is fucking awful. But if you look at every single one of us, we've all been, you know, burned by, you know, as a consequence of this gynocentric society working against us.
Yeah.
And I think with people who are trying to come in, I think if you don't have some sort of adversity in relation to, you know, like in relation to women or any other like hardships, I don't think they'll be staying around, because, you know, I mean, ultimately I view it as a support group type thing. And I don't know, I think that's a reasonable kind of a phrase to attach to it. But it's like going to an AA meeting, like an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, without having a drinking problem. You're just not going to be able to relate to it, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of look at it like that sort of system that if you need it, you need to stay around.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
To begin with, you're gonna roll in, get the benefits of it, and then roll out.
Yeah.
But while we're here, just, you know, listen up. The mindful meditation thing is for a reason. I'm not saying this just because it's cool to say. Meditation decreases the size of your that gray matter in your front lobe of your brain there. What we see with women, autistic people, and psychopaths is they have extended sections of gray matter in between there, and their brain is it's firing too much. Now, what happens when you do mindful meditation, you can do this for 15 minutes a day if you want, and just relax your brain. Let that swelling go down. Just turn it off. Turn everything off. But what happens there is your limbic, your lizard brain is connected too heavily to your frontal lobe and thus outward, and then you start getting bitch brain. And bitch brain is an overfiring of too many thoughts. Stop, relax, disconnect from the lizard brain, let that settle down. You start using your full male brain again. You have a section that only males use on the right side of your brain, and it kind of slows that thought process down. That's the section we kind of it's like 3D for men, where we can visualize what's going to happen next. Once you get in touch with that, you're going to start making better decisions in your life. Any decision that you need to make, stop. Take a few minutes to breathe. Slow that. Get all them thoughts out of your brain. Stop ruminating about all their bullshit and why and whens and wheres and who's and what's, and then make your decision. And that's what you can. Even if you're not a Mgtow, you can benefit from that.
Yeah, very powerful stuff there, Joe. Yeah.
Yeah, from most people don't understand the science behind it. I'm not going to go into the total fucking egghead package on that, but I did too, like a lot of reading this morning and a lot of reading last night about it, and I thought it was, there's reasons why. Well, I'll just give you the do this and do this and this will happen, and I could say that, and we've been preaching that for years in here. Why we do this, the cognitive introspections of ourselves, and we slow it down. It's so we don't get bitch brain, and we can notice the guys that come around that have bitch brain. It's very, very noticeable to us. We laugh at him. They can't see it. It's why SPI acts like he does. He's got bitch brain, and it's if you just stop, slow those things down, get that shit going. But I think he has some autism too, so his frontal cortex may be a little thicker to begin with.
Sure, yeah. I saw it when he did the face review, right? And yeah, you can sort of it's a bit politically incorrect to say it, but it is quite obvious. Yeah, there's those subtle features that you can say, yeah, I think he's. We have a phrase for it in Ireland. It's called "Sure, Jesus lads, he's a bit touched." Do you know that sort of way? It's
we've always, my grandfather even, he would say that, he might, us Irish, we kind of notice things because we notice them things in people, and that boy is a little touched, don't because he could do something stupid sooner or later. But we see that with the SPI, that's what they do. They do stupid things, and they there was this big movement to we got to include the autistic kids and be I know I had a horrible experience with an autistic kid when I was younger. It's like with that same advice, be nice to the autistic kid, and all of a sudden I'm on the floor watching a cartoon, and there's this autistic kid with a knife in his hand pretending like he's a wrestler, and he fucking stabbed me in the leg.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
And they all blamed it on me. They're like, oh, what did you do to him? And I was like, no, he's fucking crazy. And then I remember that shit. My grandma, don't look at his face. Look at him. He's a little touched,
Yeah.
Put those people away. Do not take that poor advice, bringing those people into your life. Because like that little kid, they will fly through the air someday, not know why they're doing it, with a knife in their hand.
This is absolutely. Yeah, this is exactly why you're going to have. Are you still going to have that chat with them this evening, or?
Maybe later on. I'm just going to do a quick half hour or something and answer him. And
sure. I keep forgetting. Sure, like obviously you can because you're 5 hours behind me. But
that's like 5 o'clock. Yeah, but that's just an answer to him about, and he doesn't understand. He still thinks Mgtow, because he is autistic, he thinks Mgtow needs to apologize or ask his permission. He thinks he's that special child where he's fucking right, and we have to ask his permission to be Mgtow's. That's fucking stupid.
I know.
That's fucking ridiculous. I'm a grown man. I'll make my own decisions. But, I'm going to tell him, if he wants to go do that shit, be fine. Go do that somewhere else. We don't bring you into our church. And we are an exclusive church here, and don't fucking complain about it. You're not that special boy.
Exactly. Absolutely. Just and like this kind of goes back as well, because like we can see very clearly that like men have so much, like real men have real empathy, and that's what you're demonstrating there again tonight, by you're willing to give the guy a chance when he's clearly pulled rank on you massively there. And I just, that, like, to me, that's the height of disrespect. And if I was in your shoes, I wouldn't entertain the guy at all. But again, you're your own man. You can make your own decisions, and fair play to you. And I support you. And I think it's great that you're so empathetic and genuine, and you're really like a nice guy to try and just kind of help him along a little bit, and try and get through to him, and try and help him out.
Yeah. I truly support his thing. If he wants to do that SPI thing, if he gets a massive following, that's okay. I won't complain about it. But I just see most people, he's been around 2 years now or so. He's got 455 viewers, and it's not us, it's him.
He is Mgtow home base.
Yeah. Yeah, he thinks that he's unpopular because of us. No, it's not us. You're unpopular. He's got to realize he's unpopular because he is him. It's himself. And I've kicked more people off in the last 10 years of this channel than it's probably 10 times more people than I have subbed.
Yeah.
Because they don't think like me. I don't need them around. I'm not Sandman. I'm not going to play for stupidity.
It's exhausting, Rudy. It must be exhausting for you, Rudy, to just have, because like I mean I've only been around here like, oh God, like not even two years. It was the end of 2015 when I started watching like Harper and stuff and that. But yeah, I mean you've seen hundreds upon hundreds, well, like you just said, I suppose, like thousands of accounts with, because everybody who has an account on here, they're real people, like living their real lives, and you know what I mean. It's going through all of the psychologies and trying to identify what's going to work here and what's not, and
what's going to work here like I say, this is my channel. This ain't his channel. This is all Joe around here. It's all Joe, 100%. And I'll decide on this channel what I do. I don't need to apologize, and I don't need to ask their permission to do what I do. Now they'll come around, and it's even that PC bullshit where they won't give Mgtows the ads or anything. Like that's them saying, "Oh, we'll punish you." And what he's saying, he wants an apology, is I just did the fucking video yesterday about that shit about a public about people like they thrive on this idea that that other people should do public humiliation to themselves, and that makes them feel better. Like I have to apologize in public. Like, fuck that. I don't apologize for nothing. I'm damn near the fucking perfect person.
Absolutely. Oh, Jesus. That's crazy.
And these people, they come around, an autistic boy. I'm going to apologize to some autistic boy with a round face. that wants that only goal in life is to put a baby in something.
Yeah. Oh,
that's
man.
Crazy. That's crazy. Man. What a total turd wad that guy is.
That's 100% dingbat right there.
That's a dingbat, yeah. I love that avatar he puts up of the thin-chinned, sort of machismo Mexican guy. And how opposite it is to his fucking real personality.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it's like, what a dork.
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing is, like, I mean, the internet, like, it's just one of those places, like, well, obviously, like, it's the most efficient way of getting through to people, I suppose, in this, like, day and age. But I mean, the amount of degenerates, like the probability of coming across people, and like you might think, and like it would be reasonable to suggest, it could be said that if you're going to stumble across like a Mgtow related content, like page or whatever, that most of the folks on there are going to have the bloody head screwed on. But it's simply not the case, and it's very hard to believe it, but it is the truth,
right?
And because like you think, God, it must have, at least they've rubbed two fucking brain cells together to kind of get to this place, and then they come to this place and it's like they're still fucking clueless. It's like, well, what the hell's going on,
yeah, what the hell's going on? This is something, I don't care what they do. They'll do their own thing, but don't come here and tell me what I have to do. That's the special boy, the autistic, all kids get to play bullshit.
It's just the height of it's just so rude.
Yeah, that's just the destruction of our society, the PC bullshit that it's just not here. Not here.
Oh, God.
There's spaces, that'd be like someone, it's a fucking almost, it would be like living in France, someone coming in your house, taking one of your rooms and saying, I live here now.
It's like that guy. What was it like? Your ex's boyfriend. You told the story sometimes. Hey Joe, will you go out and get me a pack of cigarettes?
Yeah. Motherfucker
Did he
actually
go?
get him a pack of cigarettes. Is like, on your way over, can you pick me up a pack of cigarettes? Oh
What
yeah,
do you,
really? Yeah. Like that's
like sitting on your couch? You know? Oh fucking hell!
yeah, it's special
That's
boys. Special
that
boys.
boy. That boy, he would have gotten a big shiner from me anyway. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Fuck.
Oh, it's exhausting, but yeah.
Yeah. Remember that after you get married and get a divorce, guys, if you ever decide to do that, some other
You
guy will be sitting on your fucking couch in your fucking house.
oh that
You think
ain't that the
about that.
truth?
Yeah,
Ain't
think
that the
about
truth?
that. Yeah, thinking he's the fucking alpha, you know?
Yeah, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yep, and you can enjoy those sloppy seconds all you want.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I pre-stretched that out for you. It's like, no, that's the fucking total fucking package of a simp there.
Oh,
That's a
100% thoroughbred simp.
thoroughbred simp. Man, you don't fuck the baby mamas, and you don't fuck the baby mamas for a reason because your whole there's a million fucking reasons for that. And I will plug the Thugtician now. Go watch the Thugtician on why you don't fuck the baby mamas. And one of the reasons is it could get you dead with that attitude.
Absolutely.
I mean, thank God that guy never seen me next to a lake or fucking in a alley somewhere because I would have fucking capped his ass. Us Irish people bury people very well.
We do. Absolutely. We give him a mighty fine send off, you know.
We give him a send off, yeah. Oh man, yeah. Bring that shit to me, Joe. Give me a pack of cigarettes. Oh really? your presence is pushing it's just pushing it, right?
Oh man.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah.
Well, one of her boyfriends once he was jobless and shit. And I thought, well, you know what? I'll get him a job, but I was going to get him at the job at the shop I work where I knew he'd have to work really, really fucking hard.
Yeah.
it's like, oh, there's an opening here. And then I talked to the owner and says, get this guy a job. He's fucking leeching off my ex-wife. And they hired him. He worked there 1 month and he said, oh man, that shit's fucking rough. And I said, I did that shit for fucking 6 years.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Fucking damn right, man.
I mean, I did on my fucking couch, buddy. I think that lasted about a half a week after that. My wife was like, yeah, I get it.
Fucking hell.
But you have to deal with that shit. And it's like some dude walking into your fucking life.
Oh man. I mean, I can't imagine how just beyond angry I'd be if that had ever happened to me, you know. I mean, just like it's one thing like listening to you telling that story, but to have it actually happen to you, you know, and like all that time you spent, you know, building up that house, building up the relationship with your ex, and just all the rigmarole after it, and then to have just the cheek of him, it would make you livid.
Yeah, it would make you livid. It does, and I don't know how men deal with that shit. You know, most of it, I would think there would be a lot more fucking murders in this country. But hey, you know, praise the men that we have the capability to restrain some of the things, the thoughts we have in our heads.
Well, that's why people, like, you know, if anybody ever wonders why sport is taken so seriously and why the stadiums are packed up to capacity, well, maybe now people know why. You know, it's you know, like my dad's wife, she's got like I won't go into it, but basically she has kids, and one of her I'll talk to you off air about it. Yeah, anyway, one of the daughters, anyway, she had the audacity to make the suggestion to me one day that oh, you know, wouldn't it be so great? Because, you know, she's one of these like liberal types, you know, and she's all, you know, go vegan and save the planet and all that bullshit, you know. And she's oh yeah, you know, wouldn't it be great if we could just channel all that all that male energy that we have, that all the men who go and watch football games and rugby games and all this, if we could just channel that into, you know, like starting an industry in procurement and all this fucking bullshit. I was like, would you ever just go fuck yourself? I mean, like, that just shows right there the absolute ignorance that you have as to how you just simply do not understand how men work at all. Like, you've no idea. Like, you have no concept whatsoever.
Right.
That we use sport and we use these sort of means as a
Wow.
way to, absolutely. It's like, you just, like, you have demonstrated right there fundamentally that you have absolutely no conception whatsoever as to how men actually work. And then you wonder why you've been single and you have no kids. I mean, you wonder why. You fucking wonder why. You imbecile. Like, that's what I felt like saying to her. But I just sat there and nodded in agreement, you know, smiling. Okay, would you like a cup of tea? Okay, all right, I'm going out. See you later. Bye. And I fucking legged it, man.
Shaking your head on the way out the door. Yeah.
I needed a scotch after that one, man. I was fucking
Yeah, there's that classic like movie scene where a man comes out of the house and he's shaking his head. And that's the fucking thing. You know, I see that so much with men, and either you're passing them, you're going in that house or something, and you see a guy come out shaking his head. That's a clear-cut indication there's something stupid happening. Oh, yeah, you see a guy walking out talking to himself like, motherfucking shit. My buddies often do that. They're coming out of their house and they're talking to themselves. And then it's like, I know that fucking conversation. I've had that with me and myself a million times before.
just trying to restabilize yourself from what from what just happened, you know? It's like,
yeah, I can't. It usually follows. I can't believe that bitch said that.
Yeah, it's like, did this really happen? Right? Okay, fuck. I'm going to work. Okay, that's where I'm going. Okay, right. First, get in the car. Yeah,
recenter, get in the car, get coffee, get back into reality.
Yeah, got to go face the real world now for the next, you know, like 10 hours. You know.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. Okay, well, I'm getting ready to pack this up. I got to figure something out to eat and get Dougie inside. And
yeah.
It actually, the sun came out for a little bit and got a little warmer, so I'm opening up all the windows and air it out in here. It smells like beer cans and male open ass.
Yeah. It was supposed to be raining all weekend here, but thankfully it's been dry. It's been really, really, really dry and crispy, so it's really good. I'm going to go now for my Mgtow walk.
yeah, I got to go take another bike ride today. I'm going to do 2. I've been doing 2 a day. My legs are like sore, but
That's really good though. That's really good.
Yeah, and
I love
do
cycling.
those things. You know, I did lose a little bit of weight, but I can't tell if I'm where I'm at on that. It's like, I don't really care anymore. I'm fucking old. It doesn't matter.
Fuck it, man. No. I mean, like, the thing about weight loss is, like, it's got to be a really high intensity workout for a short period of time.
Yeah.
And when you're older, it's much more difficult to do and dangerous and risky to do that, because you might blow out your knees and stuff, you know. And I'm not.
What I do on the bike, I put it in. I don't keep my bike on the comfortable gear.
Yeah.
When I'm driving uphill, because half the route is uphill and half the route is downhill. So I put the bike into the low gear where you're pedaling fast and it almost looks stupid.
Yeah.
And then, all the way there, I pedal real fast.
That's what you should do.
And then on the way back, I just kind of sit back and then I like do the wheelie and like, and but I use that for to get the high intensity. Put your bike on first gear and then pedal for like a half a mile on first gear, and that shit will wear you the fuck out.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Well, they say you should be. They say the old saying in cycling is a spin to win. So basically, like, your legs spinning like pretty fast. I think it's something like 100 like revs every minute or something like that. So you're doing at least 1.5 like pedal strokes on one leg per second. So you know, like, if you watch all the pros cycling, they're constantly, like, they're on the flat sections of roads in France and Germany, but they're pedaling fast, man. You know what I mean? So those high intensity workout. Even if you were to do like a few like hill reps, like say pick that part of that section of your journey there to the store or wherever you're going, that is like uphill. Do that like 4 or 5 times and really, really, really break a sweat, and it should come right off you. You know the weight.
The weight, yeah.
And if you want, sorry,
high repetitive shit to get the weight off. Yeah.
That's it. And that high intensity workout, but for a short period of time. Like it shouldn't be. It won't take you any longer than 40 minutes tops. Like and that includes the warm up and the cool down, and you're all done.
Yeah. It's
really good.
Simple. Yeah, I used to, when I was walking a lot, I would do the walk, and then I'd pick up my walk, and then I'd go into a full fucking sprint for like a half a mile.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
then
I'd stop and then just kind of walk. And it probably looked funny if you're watching me, but there was nothing. It's just a full sprint. Or pick it up and go into a full sprint, and then just kind of walk it off. And that was probably the best for me at my age.
Sure thing. I actually do that myself. I'm a keen runner, and I do that like on the track. I might do like say like a 5 by 1 kilometer like repeats. So I'll do like two laps and a half of just all out sprinting, and then I'll stop for like say like a minute and a half, and then I'll go at it again. And it's just that short intensity workout. It's a killer. But my God, do you see the benefits?
It feels so fucking good after you're done. You get all that shit. After I finished, I was usually like, Argh!
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's great.
And I used to do that when I was younger, and I ran. The best runner I ever seen in my life was he was like a 62-year-old guy, and he was used to run around that track. And I was like, man, how did that guy get himself like that? Where everybody else would stop or wear out. And then I asked him one day, and that's what he told me he used to do. He says when I would in the morning here, he says you don't see it. He says most of the people don't see what I do. He says I'll start walking, and then I go into full, and I do that 4 times, and then I just jog for a while.
Exactly. But the thing about it is like it's like because like you can do that like say like several times a week, but if you keep doing that over and over again, your body it'll just become you'll build like a tolerance to it.
Yeah.
And you won't increase your fitness anymore. Like beyond that, if you want to increase your fitness then further, you've got to do like long slow miles. So it's got to be like that, like you increase your base mileage every week. So you basically in your case, you do like a longer cycle, but at a much slower pace, at a pace that is comfortable.
A nice, comfortable pace. Once I get it, I know when I'm in that zone where I don't even feel pedaling.
Exactly.
I'm just kind of gliding, and that's when it becomes really, really peaceful for me.
Yeah.
And I'm just gliding.
Lovely.
And
that's lovely.
And I'm like, okay, now I can go hours like this, and I don't even measure it then. I just looking around and waving to people and doing what I'm doing, and that's when it's really fucking good for me.
Oh, absolutely, definitely.
Yeah, but I wish I could run like I used to, but I can't anymore.
No, you're probably like what you say. You're like 270 or something. I mean, I wouldn't go. I just wouldn't go running at that sort of like stature. I just wouldn't. It wouldn't be. It just wouldn't be helpful for you.
I was gonna try to lose a lot of weight, but then it would make me 220 is like, man, I don't feel good. It's not me. When I'm at 220, the muscle's gone, and I'm like, geez, I tried that a few times, and then the dieting is like so fucking hard. That's almost torture in itself.
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
And I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with where I'm at.
They say when you're like when you're getting like much older and you're kind of going like senile and stuff, and like if you're ever in a hospital and like if the patient is ever like say I call them months away from pointing the 10 toes up, you're actually better off being a couple of stone over, like underweight, because you've got extra layer of like body fat to last you, but like that bit longer, and to kind of keep you alive. You know,
Now,
you're nearly better off being a couple of stone overweight than
the
weight,
worst
you know.
thing that a man can do to himself, and I see many men die like this, is they don't retain the muscle and they don't retain the weight. At a certain point in your life, it's more about when you're getting older, it's more about retaining muscle.
That's very true. Yeah.
And, being a couple pounds overweight at that point is going to help. I mean, you ain't picking up chicks, you ain't doing that bullshit, you ain't going out, and you got nobody to impress at this point in your life. And you keep a little extra weight on there, and keep the muscle, because if you're a guy at 62 years old and you still have a nice amount of muscle on your body, that's 100 times more attractive than the rest of your class.
Absolutely.
I see guys go way too thin, they get like feeble, and they're way too thin, and they're trying to figure it out, and they're like, I'm dieting, I'm doing everything they say, I'm not eating salt. I'm like, no, you eat fucking salt, you eat fat, and you should have thought about this 5 years before this to get some fucking muscle back on your ass.
And like they get a bad chest infection and they're fucking done, you know, they're gone.
Yeah. No, try as you get older, go with that. There's, get bigger, because you're going to appreciate that when you're 70. When you're 70,
go fat.
if I, at 62, 63 years old, when I get to that point, I'm not quite, I'm a little ways away from that now, but man, if I got muscle on my body and those old chicks look at me and I want to be the king of the fucking retirement home,
you'll do it, yes.
Yeah, I'll do, because I still have that, that little bit of fat, that little bit of muscle, and all the other guys are walking around like scrawny and work themselves to death.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah. Why did George get banned? What did he say?
Who is it?
George Lillipopoulos probably had something disagreeable about my advice.
Oh, I don't know.
I'll see what he said. What a bunch of... Oh, he went to the total faggots. Look at George is thinking about dick. That's why he goes to the faggots thing. These guys don't realize when they come around they do that. We just perceive, man, you're thinking about our dicks. That's gay, man.
Well, just with the whole football, avatar, I don't know.
You know that he's totally opposite. That's what he wants to be. That's not what he is.
Yeah, he's probably like a 500-pound sow,
Whatever he says, it's like, man, that's the total simp there. It's like he's thinking about your dick. He's got a footballer on there, and he wants to be just like him. So he perceives as on the internet, they give him this opportunity to play out this role acting bullshit. And it's like, motherfuckers, you guys are so silly. I mean, that's why I hate the avatars, and I hate the way the people don't interpret what they're saying about themselves. I mean, when you pick an avatar, pick something, you're saying something about yourself, and you're not projecting. You're not, I see these little guys with these little girl avatars and shit, and then I was like, oh, fuck. It's like, what are you saying about yourself? That's the first thing people run into and see,
It's an important, it's like the opportunity to give the other person something visual, like a visual cue who you are and what you're about, and then they just choose these stupid representations of themselves. It's insulting to everybody.
Yeah, it's insulting to everybody around them, and it's like they don't get it. They're never going to get it, because I've had this. That's the biggest argument I've had with people, and the biggest criticism I take is like, you don't like anime, you don't like those avatars, and I'm like, no, I don't, and I don't have to.
Sure, sort of breaking up.
Okay, yeah, we're losing it a little.
So sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think it's about time we shut this thing down. And
oh yeah, that sounds
6 hours now. And
it was a good chat, though.
Yeah, good chat, Shingles. I thank you for coming around, guys. It's Shingles, and we'll have them on a lot more. And you guys have a great day, and try to make the best of what you got left of it. It's I'm gonna go out and do something, and whatever you're doing, think about it and make sure it's for you. And thanks for being Mgtow. Mgtow. Uh-oh, it won't let me shut it down. Wow, that's weird.
That is weird.
It just will
If-
not let me shut it down.
If I hang up, maybe.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Let me shut a few browsers down. Maybe it's caught. I've never had this happen, guys. I'm sorry.
That's weird.
Double click? No.
What's going on?
Well,